Section 16 of Black Magic by Marjorie Bowen. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 1, Chapter 16, The Quarrel. Dirk Renswoude laid down the pen and pushed aside the parchment, and lifted heavy eyes with a sigh of weariness. It was midday, and very hot. The witch's red roses were beginning to shed their petals and disclose their yellow hearts, and the leaves of the great trees that shaded the house were curling and yellowing in the fierce sun. From his place at the table Dirk could mark these signs of autumn without, yet, by the look in his eyes, it seemed that he saw neither trees nor flowers, but only some image evoked by his thoughts. Presently he picked up the quill, bit the end of it, frowned, and laid it down. Then he started and looked round with some eagerness, for a light sound broke the sleepy stillness. The door opened, and before his expectant gaze Theirry appeared. Dirk flushed and smiled. " Well met," he said. " I have much to say to you." " And I am come because I also have much to say." " Speak then." He returned to his seat, took his face between his two delicate hands, and rested his elbows on the table. " I was writing my lecture for to night. Certes, I shall be glad of a diversion." " There is no need to make an ado," Theirry began, obviously with an effort. " I am not going on with you." " You are not going on?" repeated Dirk. " Well, your reasons?" " May God forgive me what I have done," cried Theirry in great agitation, " but I will sin no more. I have resolved it, and ye cannot tempt me." " And all you swore — to me?" demanded Dirk. His eyes narrowed, but he remained composed. " No man is bound to bargains with the Devil. I have been weak and wicked, but I mingle no more in your fiendish counsels." " This is for Jacobea of Martzburg's sake." " It is for her sake — because of her that I am here now to tell you I have done with it — done with you." Dirk dropped his hands on to the table. " Theirry ! Theirry !" he cried wildly and sorrowfully. " I have measured the temptation," said Theirry. " I have thought of the gain — the loss — I have put it aside, with God's help and hers. I will not aid you in the way you asked me, nor will I see it done." " And ye call that virtue?" cried Dirk. " Poor fool, all it amounts to is that you, alas, love the chatelaine." " Nay," he answered hotly. " It is that, having seen her, I would not be vile. You meditate a dastard thing — the Emperor is a noble knight." " Ambrose of Menthon was a holy monk," retorted Dirk. " Who choked the pious words in his throat? Joris of Thuringia was an innocent youth — who sent him to a hideous death?" " Ay," cried Theirry fiercely, " but always with you to goad me on. Before the Devil sent you across my way I had never touched sin save in dim thoughts, but you, with talk of friendship, lured me from an honest man's company to poison me with forbidden knowledge, to tempt me into hideous blasphemies, and I will have no more of it." " Yet you vowed comradeship with me," said Dirk. " Is your loyalty of such quality?" Theirry sprang violently from his chair and paced heavily up and down the room. " You blinded me — I knew not what I did, but now I know — when I heard her speak, and heard that you had dared to try to trap her to destruction." Dirk interrupted with a low laugh. " So she told you that? But I warrant that she was dumb about the nature of her temptation." " That is no matter," answered Theirry. " Now she is free of you, as I shall be." " As you vowed to her you would be," added Dirk. " Well, go your way — I thought you loved me a little — but the first woman's face Theirry stood still to front him. I cannot love that which I fear. Dirk went swiftly very pale. Do you fear me, Theirry? he asked wistfully. Ay, ye know too much of Satan's lore, more than you ever taught me. He shuddered uncontrollably. There are things in this very house. What do you mean? What do you mean? Dirk rose in his place. Who is the woman? whispered Theirry fearfully. There is a woman here. In this house there are none save Nathalie and me, answered Dirk on the defensive, his eyes dark and glowing. There you lie to me. The last time I was here I turned back swiftly on leaving, but found the door bolted, the lights out, all save one, in the little chamber next to this. I watched at the window and saw a gorgeous room and a woman, a winged woman. You dream, answered Dirk in a low voice. Do you think I have enough power to raise such shapes? I think 'twas some love of yours from hell, whence you came. My love is not in hell, but on the earth, answered Dirk quietly. Yet shall we go together into the pit. As for the woman, it was a dream. There is no gorgeous chamber there. He crossed the room and flung open a little door in the wall. See, old Nathalie's closet full of herbs and charms. Theirry peered into an ill-lit apartment filled with shelves containing jars and bottles. The enchantment that could bring the woman could change the room, he muttered, unconvinced. Dirk gave a slow, strange look. Was she beautiful? Ay, but more beautiful than Jacobea of Martzburg? Theirry laughed. I cannot compare Satan's handmaiden with a lily from paradise. Dirk closed the closet door. Theirry, he said falteringly, do not leave me. You are the only thing in all the universe can move me to joy or pain. I love you utterly. Out on such affection that would steal my soul. You do not know how dear I hold you, insisted Dirk in a trembling voice. Come back to me, and I will let your lady be. She can scorn ye, defy ye, as I do now. Will she? Certes, I wonder. Will she? He cried. You will have none of me, you say. You reject me. But for how long? Forever, answered Theirry hoarsely. Or until Jacobea of Martzburg falls? Theirry swung round. That leaves it still forever. Maybe. However, only for a few poor weeks. Your lily is very fragile, Theirry, so look to see it broken in the mud. If you harm her, cried Theirry fiercely, if you blast her with your hellish spells. Nay, I will not. Of herself she shall come to ruin. When that is, I will return to you. So farewell for ever. Wait, Dirk called to him. What of this that you know of me? Theirry paused. So much I owe you that I should be silent. Since if you speak you bring to light your own history, smiled Dirk. But about the Emperor? God helping me, I will prevent that. How will you prevent it? Dirk asked quietly. Would you betray me as a first offering to your outraged God? Theirry pressed his hand to his brow in a bewildered, troubled manner. No, no, not that, but I will take occasion to warn him, to warn some one of the Empress. Dirk hunched his shoulders scornfully. Ah, begone! Ye are a foolish creature. Go and put them on their guard. Theirry flushed. Ay, I will, he answered hotly. I know one honest man about the court, Hugh of Rooselaare. A quick change came over Dirk's face. The Lord of Rooselaare? he said. I should remember him, certes. His daughter was Balthasar's wife, Ursula. Warn whom you will, say what you will, save if ye can, Melchoir of Brabant. Begone. See, I seek not to detain you. One day you shall come back to me, when yon soft saint fails, and I shall be waiting for you. Till then, farewell." Their eyes met. Theirry's were the first to falter. He muttered something like a malediction on himself, lifted the latch and strode away. Dirk had not been long alone when the door was pushed open and Nathalie crept in. The witch came to the table, took up the youth's passive hand and fawned over it. " Let him go," she said in an insinuating voice. " He is a fool." " Why, I have put no strain on him to stay," Dirk smiled faintly. " But he will return." " Nay," pleaded Nathalie, " forget him." " Forget him," repeated Dirk mournfully. " But I love him." Nathalie stroked the still, slim fingers anxiously. " This affection will be your ruin," she moaned. Dirk gazed past her at the autumn sky and the overblown red roses. " Well, if it be so," he said pantingly, " it will be his ruin also. He must go with me when I leave the world — the world. After all, Nathalie," he turned his strange gaze on the witch, " it does not matter if she hold him here so long as he is mine through eternity." His lips flushed and quivered, the long lashes drooped over his eyes, then suddenly he smiled. " Nathalie, he has good intentions, he hopes to save the Emperor." The witch blinked up at him. " But is it too late?" " Certes, I conveyed the potion to Ysabeau this morning," and Dirk's smile deepened. End of Project Gutenberg's Molly Craig Section 17 of Black Magic by Marjorie Bowen. Is in the public domain. Part 1, Chapter 17. The Murder. "Balthasar," said the Emperor in pity of his friend's sullen face, " I will send ye to Rome to make treaty with the Pope, since it goes so heavily with you to stay in Frankfort." The Margrave bit the ends of his yellow hair and made no answer. The Empress half lay along the seat against the wall. On low stools near her sat her maidens, sewing, 3 of them, embroidering between them a strip of scarlet silk. It was the dining hall, the table laid already with rudely magnificent covers. " Nay, be pleasant with me," smiled the Emperor. He laid his arm affectionately round the Margrave's huge shoulders. " Certes, since I took this resolution not to go to Rome I have naught but sour looks from all save Hugh." Balthasar's good humoured face cleared. " Ye are wrong, my Prince, but God wot, I am not angered. We can manage without Rome." He heroically stifled his sigh. " And who knows that ye may not change yet?" he added cheerfully. Ysabeau looked at them as they paced up and down, their arms about each other. Her husband seemed not to know of her presence, but the Margrave was hotly conscious of her eyes upon him, and though he would not turn his upon her, nevertheless she marked it, and in a half smiling way came and leant on the table that divided them. " Surely we are late to night," said the Emperor. " Yea," answered Balthasar. " I do not love to wait." He stopped to pour himself a tankard of amber wine and drank it at a draught. Ysabeau watched him. " Will not my lord also drink?" she asked. The fingers of her right hand were hidden in a cluster of red roses; with her left hand she raised a chased flagon in which the sunlight burnt and sparkled. " As you please, Princess," answered Melchoir, and gazed towards the light indifferently. Ye might have poured for me," murmured the Margrave in a half voice. Her hand came from the roses and touched a horn glass bound with silver; it lingered there a moment, then rose to her bosom. Balthasar, absorbing her face, did not notice the gesture. " Another time," she answered. " I will serve you, Balthasar of Courtrai." She filled the glass until wine bubbled at the brim. " Give it to my lord," she said. Balthasar laughed uneasily; their fingers touched upon the glass, and a few drops were spilt. " Take care," cried the Empress. Melchoir turned and took the goblet. " Why did you say — take care?" he asked. " Between us we upset the wine," said Ysabeau. Melchoir drank. " It has an ugly taste," he said. She laughed. " Is it the cupbearer, perchance?" The Emperor drank again, then set it down. " I say it is strange — taste it, Balthasar." In an instant the Empress intervened. " Nay," she caught up the glass with a movement swifter than the Margrave's. " Since I poured, the fault, if fault there be, is mine." " Give it to me," cried Balthasar. But she made a quick motion aside, the glass slipped from her fingers and the wine was lost on the floor. As Balthasar stooped to pick up the goblet the Emperor smiled. " I warn you of that flagon, Margrave." The pages and varlets entered with the meats and set them on the table; they who sat at the Emperor's board came to take their places. Theirry followed his master and fixed quick eyes on the Emperor. He knew that Melchoir had been abroad all day at the hunt and could not have long returned; hardly could their designs upon him be put in practice to night. After the supper he meant to speak to Hugh of Rooselaare, this as an earnest of his final severance with Dirk. As the beautiful shining crowd settled to their seats the young secretary, whose place was behind his master's chair, took occasion to note carefully the lord who was to receive his warning. Theirry marked the Empress, sitting languorously and stripping a red rose of its petals; Melchoir, austere, composed, as always; Balthasar, gay and noisy. Then he turned his gaze on Hugh of Rooselaare. That noble sat close to the Emperor. Theirry had not, so far, studied his personal appearance, though acquainted with his reputation. There was something in the turn of his features, the prominent chin, dark, clear eyes, pale complexion, and resolute set of the mouth that gradually teased Theirry as he gazed. The whole expression reminded him of another face seen under different circumstances, whose he could not determine. Suddenly the Lord of Rooselaare, becoming aware of this scrutiny, turned his singularly intent eyes in the direction of the young scholar. At once Theirry had it; he placed the likeness. In this manner had Dirk Renswoude often looked at him; the resemblance was unmistakable if elusive. This man's face was, of necessity, sterner, darker, older and more set; he was of larger make, moreover, than Dirk could ever be; his nose was heavier, his jaw more square, yet the likeness, once noticed, could not be again overlooked. It strangely discomposed Theirry; he felt he could not take his warning to one who had Dirk's trick of the intense gaze and inscrutable set of the lips. He considered if there were not some one else. Let him go straightway, he thought, to the Emperor himself. His reflections were interrupted by a little movement near the table, a pause in the converse. All eyes were turned to Melchoir of Brabant. He leant back in his seat and stared before him as if he saw a sight of horror at the other end of the table. He was quite pale, his mouth open, his lips strained and purplish. The Empress sprang up from beside him and caught his arm. " Melchoir!" she shrieked. " Jesu, he does not hear me." The Emperor moved faintly, like one struggling hopelessly under water. " Melchoir!" The Margrave pushed back his chair and seized his friend's cold hand. " Do you not hear us? Will you not speak?" " Balthasar!" The Emperor's voice came as if from depths of distance. " I am bewitched." Ysabeau shrieked and beat her hands together. Melchoir sank forward, while his face glistened with drops of agony; he gave a low crying sound and fell across the table. With an instantaneous movement of fright and horror the company rose from their seats and pressed towards the Emperor, but the Margrave shouted at them. " Stand back! Would you stifle him? He is not dead, nor, God be thanked, dying." He lifted up the unconscious man and gazed eagerly into his face; as he did so his own blanched despite his brave words. Melchoir's eyes and cheeks had fallen hollow, a ghastly hue overspread his features, his jaw dropped and his lips were cracked as if his breath burnt the blood. " We must take him hence," said Hugh of Rooselaare with authority. " Help me, Margrave." He forced his way to Balthasar's side. The Empress had fallen to her husband's feet, a gleam of white and silver against the dark trappings of the throne. " What shall I do?" she moaned. " What shall I do?" The Lord of Rooselaare glanced at her fiercely. " Cease to whine and bring hither a physician and a priest," he commanded. Ysabeau crouched away from him and her purple eyes blazed. The Margrave and Hugh lifted the Emperor between them; there was a swaying confusion as chair and seats were pulled out, lights swung higher, and a passage forced through the bewildering crowd for the two nobles and their burden. Some flung open the door of the winding stairway that ascended to the Emperor's bedchamber, and slowly, with difficulty, Melchoir of Brabant was borne up the narrow steps. Ysabeau rose to her feet and watched it. She considered a moment, then ran across the room and followed swiftly after the cumbrous procession. It was now a quarter of an hour since the Emperor had fainted, and the hall was left empty. Only Theirry remained, staring about him with sick eyes. He crossed to the Emperor's seat, where the gorgeous cushions were thrown to right and left. In Ysabeau's place lay a single red rose, half stripped of its leaves, a great cluster of red roses on the floor beside it. This was confirmation; he did not think there was any other place in Frankfort where grew such blooms. So he was too late; Dirk might well defy him, knowing that he would be too late. His resolution was very quickly taken; he would be utterly silent; not by a word or a look would he betray what he knew, since it would be useless. What could save the Emperor now? It was one thing to give warning of evil projected, another to reveal evil performed. Besides, he told himself, the Empress and her faction would be at once in power, Dirk a high favourite. He backed fearfully from the red roses, glowing sombrely by the empty throne, and reflected eagerly on how this affected him and Jacobea of Martzburg. To the man dying miserably above he gave no thought at all; the woman who waited impatiently for her husband's death to put his friend in his place he did not consider. Nor did the fate of the kingship trouble him; he pictured Dirk as triumphant, potent, the close ally of the wicked Empress, and he shivered for his own treasured soul that he had just snatched from perdition. He knew he could not fight nor face Dirk triumphant, armed with success, and his outlook narrowed to the one idea. " Let me get away — but where? Martzburg? Would the chatelaine let him follow her? It was too near Basle. He clasped his hands over his hot brow, calling on Jacobea. As he dallied and trembled with his fears and terrors, one entered the hall from the little door leading to the Emperor's chamber. Hugh of Rooselaare, holding a lamp. A feverish feeling of guilt made Theirry draw back. The Lord of Rooselaare held up the lamp, glanced down and along the empty seats, then noticed the crimson flowers by Ysabeau's chair, and picked them up. As he raised his head his grey eyes caught Theirry's glance. "Ah, the Queen's Chamberlain's scrivener," he said. "Do you chance to know how these roses came here?" "Nay," answered Theirry hastily. "I could not know." "They do not grow in the palace garden," remarked Hugh. He laid them on the throne, and walked the length of the table, scrutinizing the dishes and goblets. In the flare of flambeaux and candles there was no need for his lamp, but he continued to hold it aloft as if he hoped it held some special power. Suddenly he stopped, and called to Theirry in his quiet, commanding way. The young man obeyed unwillingly. "Look at that," said Hugh of Rooselaare grimly. He pointed to two small marks in the table, black holes in the wood. "Burns," said Theirry with pale lips, "from the candles, lord." "Candles do not burn in such a fashion." As he spoke Hugh came round the table and cast the lamplight over the shadowed floor. "What is that?" He bent down before the window. Theirry saw that he motioned to a great scar in the board, as if fire had been flung and had bitten into the wood before extinguished. The Lord of Rooselaare lifted a grim face. "I tell you the flames that made that mark are now burning the heart and blood out of Melchoir of Brabant." "Do not say that, do not speak so loud," cried Theirry desperately. "It cannot be true." Hugh set his lamp upon the table. "I am not afraid of the Eastern witch," he said sternly. "The man was my friend, and she has bewitched and poisoned him. Now God hear me, and you, scrivener, mark my vow, if I do not publish this before the land." A new hope rose in Theirry's heart. If this lord would denounce the Empress before power was hers, if her guilt could be brought home before all men, yet through no means of his own, why, she and Dirk might be defeated yet. "Well," he said hoarsely, "make haste, lord, for when the breath is out of the Emperor it is too late. She will have means to silence you, and even now be careful, she has many champions." Hugh of Rooselaare smiled slowly. "You speak wisely, scrivener, and know, I think, something. Hereafter I shall question you." Theirry made a gesture for silence. A heavy step sounded on the stair, and Balthasar, pallid but still magnificent, swept into the room. A great war sword clattered after him. He wore a gorget and carried his helmet. His blue eyes were wild in his colourless face. He gave Hugh a look of some defiance. "Melchoir is dying," he said, his tone rough with emotion, "and I must go look after the soldiery, or some adventurer will seize the town." "Dying," repeated Hugh. "Who is with him?" "The Empress. They have sent for the bishop. Until he come none is to enter the chamber." "By whose command?" "By the order of the Empress." "Yet I will go." The soldier paused at the doorway. "Well, ye were his friend, belike she will let you in." He swung away with a chink of steel. "Belike she will not," said Hugh, "but I can make the endeavour." With no further glance at the shuddering young man who held himself rigid against the wall, Hugh of Rooselaare ascended to the Emperor's chamber. He found the anteroom crowded with courtiers and monks. The Emperor's door was closed. and before it stood 2 black mutes brought by the Empress from Greece. Hugh touched a black-robed brother on the arm. "By what authority are we excluded from the Emperor's deathbed?" Several answered him. "The Queen. She claims to know as much of medicine as any of the physicians." "She is in possession." Hugh shouldered his way through them. "Certes, I must see him — and her." But not one stepped forward to aid or encourage. Melchoir was beyond protecting his adherents; he was no longer Emperor, but a man who might be reckoned with the dead. The Empress and Balthasar of Courtrai had already seized the governance, and who dared interfere? The great nobles even held themselves in reserve and were silent. But Hugh of Rooselaary's blood was up; he had always held Ysabeau vile, nor had he any love for the Margrave, whose masterful hand he saw in this. "Since none of you will stand by me," he cried, speaking aloud to the throng, "I will by myself enter and by myself take the consequences." He advanced to the door with his sword drawn and ready, and the crowd drew back, neither supporting nor preventing. The slaves closed together and made a gesture warning him to retire. He seized one by his gilt collar and swung him violently against the wall; then, while the other crouched in fear, he opened the door and strode into the Emperor's bedchamber. It was a low room hung with gold and brown tapestry; the windows were shut and the air faint. The bed stood against the wall, and the heavy dark curtains, looped back, revealed Melchoir of Brabant, lying in his clothes on the coverlet, with his throat bare and his eyes staring across the room. A silver lamp stood on a table by the window, and its faint radiance was the only light. On the steps of the bed stood Ysabeau. Over her white dress she had flung a long scarlet cloak, and her pale bright hair had fallen on to her shoulders. At the sight of Hugh she caught hold of the bed hangings and gazed at him fiercely. He sheathed his sword as he came across the room. "Princess, I must see the Emperor," he said sternly. "He will see no man. He knows none, nor can he speak," she answered, her bearing prouder and more assured than he had ever known it. "Get you gone, sir, I know not how ye forced an entry." "You have no power to keep the nobles from their lord," he replied, "nor will I take your bidding. I will have you put without the doors if you so disturb the dying." But Hugh of Rooselaare advanced to the bed. "Let me see him," he demanded. "He speaks to me." The Empress drew the curtain, further concealing the dying man. "He speaks to none. Begone!" As she spoke Hugh sprang lightly and suddenly on to the steps, pushed aside the slight figure of the Empress and caught back the curtains. "Melchoir!" he cried, and snatched up the Emperor by the shoulders. "He is dead," breathed the Empress. With a slow step she went to the table and seated herself beside the silver lamp, while she uttered sigh on sigh and clasped her hands over her eyes. Then the hot stillness began to quiver with the distant sound of numerous bells; they were holding service for the dying in every church in Frankfort. The Emperor stirred in Hugh's arms; without opening his eyes he spoke. "Pray for me, Balthasar, they did not slay me honourably." He raised his hands to his heart, to his lips, moaned and sank from Hugh's arm to the pillow. "Quia apud Dominum misericordia et copiosa apud eum," he murmured. "Eum redemptio," flushed Hugh. "Amen," moaned Melchoir of Brabant, and so died. For a moment the chamber was silent, save for the insistent bells; then Hugh turned his white face from the dead, and Ysabeau shivered to her feet. "Call in the others," murmured the Empress. since he is dead. Ay, I will call in the others, thou Eastern witch, and show them the man thou hast murdered." She stared at him a moment, her face like a mask of ivory set in the glittering hair. "Murdered?" she said at last. "Murdered." He fingered his sword fiercely. "And it shall be my duty to see you brought to the stake for this night's work." She gave a shriek and ran towards the door. Before she reached it, it was flung open, and Balthasar of Courtrai sprang into the room. "You called?" he panted, his eyes blazing on Hugh of Rooselaare. "Yes, he is dead, Melchoir is dead, and this lord says I slew him. Balthasar, answer for me." "Certes," cried Hugh, "a fitting one to speak for you, your accomplice." With a short sound of rage the Margrave dragged out his sword and struck the speaker a blow across the breast with the flat of it. "So ho!" he shouted, "it pleases you to lie?" He yelled to his men without, and the death chamber was filled with a clatter of arms that drowned the mournful peals of the bells. "Take away this lord on my authority." Hugh drew his sword, only to have it wrenched away. The soldiers closed round him and swept their prisoner from the chamber, while Balthasar, flushed and furious, watched him dragged off. "I always hated him," he said. Ysabeau fell on her knees and kissed his mailed feet. "Melchoir is dead, and I have no champion save you." The Margrave stooped and raised her, his face burning with blushes till it was like a great rose. "Ysabeau, Ysabeau," he stammered. She struggled out of his arms. "Nay, not now," she whispered in a stifled voice. "Not now can I speak to you, but afterwards, my lord, my lord." She went to the bed and flung herself across the steps, her face hidden in her hands. Balthasar took off his helmet, crossed himself, and humbly bent his great head. Melchoir IV lay stiffly on the lily-sown coverlet, and without the great bells tolled and the monk's chant rose. De profundis. End of section 17. Recording by Molly Craig. Section 18 of Black Magic by Marjorie Bowen. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 1, Chapter 18, The Pursuit of Jacobea. The chatelaine of Martzburg sat in the best guest chamber of a wayside hostel that lay a few hours' journeying from her home. So swiftly had she fled from Frankfort that its last scenes were still before her eyes, like a gorgeous and disjointed pageant. The Emperor stricken down at the feast, the brief flashing turmoil, Ysabeau's peerless face that her own horrid thoughts coloured with a sinister expression, Balthasar of Courtrai bringing the city to his feet, Hugh of Rooselaare snatched away to a dungeon, and over it all the leaping red light of 100 flambeaux. Presently she passed into the little bedchamber and took up a mirror into which she gazed long and earnestly. "Is it a wicked face?" she answered herself. "No, no." "Is it a weak face?" Alas! The wind rose higher, fluttered the lamp flame, and stirred the arras on the wall, and laying the mirror down she returned to the outer chamber. Up and down walked Jacobea of Martzburg, clasping and unclasping her soft young hands, her grey eyes turning from right to left. She wished she had asked for a fire, and that she had kept one of the women to sleep with her, it was so lonely. She wanted to go to the door and call some one, but a curious heaviness in her limbs began to make movement irksome. She could no longer drag her steps, and with a sigh she sank into the frayed velvet chair by the fireplace. She tried to tell herself that she was free, that she was on her way to escape, but could not form the words on her lips, hardly the thought. Her head throbbed, and a cold sensation gripped her heart. She moved in the chair, only to feel as if held down in it. She struggled in vain to rise. "Barbara," she whispered, and thought she was calling aloud. Her brain whirled with memories, with anticipations and vague expectations, tinged with fear like the sensations of a dream. She felt that she was sinking into soft enfolding darkness. The lamp flame changed into a 5-pointed star that rested on a knight's helm. The sound of wind and rain became faint human cries. She whispered, as the dying Emperor had done, "I am bewitched." Then the knight, with the star glittering above his brow, came towards her and offered her a goblet. "Sebastian!" she cried, and sat up with a face of horror. The chamber was spinning about her. She saw the knight's long painted shield and his bare hand holding out the wine. His visor was down. She shrieked and laughed together and put the goblet aside. Some one spoke out of the mystery. "The Empress found happiness. Why not you? May not a woman die as easily as a man?" She tried to remember her prayers, to find her crucifix, but the cold edge of the gold touched her lips, and she drank. The hot wine scorched her throat and filled her with strength. As she sprang up the knight's star quivered back into the lamp flame. The vapours cleared from the room. She found herself staring at Dirk Renswoude, who stood in the centre of the room and smiled at her. "Oh!" she cried in a bewildered way, and put her hands to her forehead. "Well?" said Dirk. He held a rich gold goblet, empty, and his was the voice she had already heard. "Why did you leave Frankfort?" Jacobea shuddered. I do not know." Her eyes were blank and dull. "I think I was afraid." "Lest you might do as Ysabeau did?" asked Dirk. "What has happened to me?" was all her answer. "What of your steward?" whispered Dirk. "I have no steward. I am going alone to Martzburg." Dirk set the goblet beside the lamp. The while he watched her intently with frowning eyes. "What of Sebastian?" he repeated. "Ye fled from him, but have ye ceased to think of him?" "No," said the chatelaine of Martzburg. "No, day and night. What is God that He lets a man's face to come between me and him?" "The Emperor is dead," said Dirk. "Is dead," she repeated. "Ysabeau knows how." "Ah!" she whispered. I think I knew it." "Shall the Empress be happy and you starve your heart to death?" Jacobea sighed. "Sebastian, Sebastian." She had the look of one walking in sleep. "What is Sybilla to you?" "His wife," answered Jacobea in the same tone. "His wife." "The dead do not bind the living." Jacobea laughed. "No, no. How cold it is here. Do you not feel the wind across the floor?" Her fingers wandered aimlessly over her bosom. "Sybilla is dead, you say?" "Nay, Sybilla might die — so easily." Jacobea laughed again. "Ysabeau did it. She is young and fair," she said, "and she could do it — why not I? But I cannot bear to look on death." Her expressionless eyes turned on Dirk still in sightless fashion. "A word," said Dirk. "That is all your part. Send him ahead to Martzburg." Jacobea nodded aimlessly. "Why not? Why not? Sybilla would be in bed, lying awake, listening to the wind as I have done — so often, and he would come up the steep dark stairs. Oh, and she would raise her head Dirk put in. Has the chatelaine spoken? She would say, and he would make an end of it. Perhaps she would be glad to die, said Jacobea dreamily. I have thought that I should be glad to die. And Sebastian? said Dirk. Her strangely altered face lit and changed. Does he care for me? she asked piteously. Enough to make life and death of little moment, answered Dirk. Has he not followed you from Frankfort? Followed me, murmured Jacobea. I thought he had forsaken me. Sebastian, said Dirk softly. He waved his little hand, and the steward appeared in the dark doorway of the inner room. He looked from one to the other swiftly, and his face was flushed and dangerous. Sebastian, said Jacobea. There was no change in voice nor countenance. He came across the room to her, speaking as he came, but a sudden fresh gust of wind without scattered his words. "Have you followed me?" she asked. "Yea," he answered hoarsely, staring at her. He had not dreamed a living face could look so white as hers. No, nor dead face either. He dropped to one knee before her and took her limp hand. She bent forward, and with her other hand touched his tumbling hair. "Lord of Martzburg, and my lord," she said, and smiled sweetly. "Do you know how much I love you, Sebastian? Why, you must ask the image of the Virgin, I have told her so often, and no one else, nay, no one else." Sebastian sprang to his feet. "Oh God!" he cried. "I am ashamed. Ye have bewitched her. She knows not what she says." Dirk turned on him fiercely. "Did ye not curse me when ye thought she had escaped? Did I not swear to recover her for you? Is she not yours? Saint Gabriel cannot save her now." "If she had not said that," muttered Sebastian. He turned distracted eyes upon her standing with no change in her expression, the tips of her fingers resting on the table, her wide grey eyes gazing before her. "Fool," answered Dirk. "And she did not love you? What chance had you? I left my fortunes to help you to this prize, and I will not see you palter now. Lady, speak to him." "Ay, speak to me," cried Sebastian earnestly. "Tell me if it be your wish that I, at all costs, should become your husband. Tell me if it is your will that the woman in our ways should go." A slow passion stirred the calm of her face, her eyes glittered. "Yes," she said, "yes." "Jacobea!" He took her arm and drew her close to him. "Look me in the face and repeat that to me. Think if it is worth hell to you and me." She gazed up at him, then hid her face on his sleeve. "Ay, hell," she answered heavily. "Go to Martzburg to night. She cannot claim you when she is dead. How I have striven not to hate her, my lord, my husband." He put her from him into the worn old chair. "I will come back to you to morrow." The wind rushed between them and made the lamp flame leap wildly. "Make haste," cried Dirk. "Away, the horse is below." Sebastian opened the door on to the dark stairway and went softly out. "Now it is done," murmured Dirk in a swelling whisper, "and she is lost." He snatched up the lamp, and holding it aloft looked down at the drooping figure in the chair. Jacobea's head sank back against the tarnished velvet, there was a smile on her white lips, and her hand rested in her lap. Even with Dirk's intent face bending over her and the full light pouring down on her, she did not look up. "Gold hair and grey eyes, and her little feet," murmured Dirk. "One of God's own flowers. What are you now?" Jacobea moved in her seat. "Is he gone?" she asked fearfully. "Certes, he has gone," smiled Dirk. "Would you have him dally on such an errand?" Jacobea rose swiftly and stood a moment listening to the unhappy wind. " I thought he was here," she said under her breath. " I thought that he had come at last." " He came," said Dirk. The chatelaine looked swiftly round at him; there was a dawning knowledge in her eyes. " Who are you?" she demanded, and her voice had lost its calm. " What has happened?" " Do you not remember me?" smiled Dirk. Jacobea staggered back. " Why," she stammered, " he was here, down at my feet, and we spoke — about Sybilla." " And now?" said Dirk. " He is gone to free you of Sybilla as you bid him." " As I bid him?" " At this moment he rides to Martzburg on this service of yours, and I must be gone to Frankfort where my fortunes wait. For you these words — should you meet again one Theirry, a pretty scholar, do not prate to him of God and judgment, nor try to act the saint. Let him alone, he is no matter of yours, and maybe some woman cares for him as ye care for Sebastian — ay, and will hold him, though she have not yellow hair." " You are the devil!" she shrieked. " I have delivered myself unto the devil." She beat her hands together and fell towards his feet. Dirk stepped close and peered curiously into her unconscious face. " Why, she is not so fair," he murmured, " and grief will spoil her bloom — and 'twas only her face he loved." He extinguished the lamp and smiled into the darkness. He drew the curtain away from the deep set window, and the moon, riding the storm clouds like a silver armoured Amazon, cast a ghastly light over the huddled figure of Jacobea of Martzburg, and threw her shadow dark and trailing across the cold floor. Dirk left the chamber and the hostel unseen and unheard; the wind made too great a clamour for stray sounds to tell. Out in the wild wet night he paused a moment to get his bearings, then turned towards the shed where he and Sebastian had left their horses. There were the chatelaine's horses asleep in their stalls, here was his own, but the place beside it where Sebastian's steed had waited was empty. Dirk, shivering a little in the tempest, unfastened his horse and was prepared to depart, when a near sound arrested him. Some one was moving in the straw at the back of the shed. Dirk listened, his hand on the bridle, till a moonbeam striking across his shoulder revealed a cloaked figure rising from the ground. The stranger got to his feet. " I have but taken shelter here, sir," he said, deeming it too late to rouse the hostel. " Theirry!" cried Dirk, and laughed excitedly. " Now this is strange." The figure came forward. " Theirry, yes — have you followed me?" he exclaimed wildly, and his face showed drawn and wan in the silver light. " I left Frankfort to escape you — what fiend's trick has brought you here?" " Are you afraid of me, Theirry?" Dirk asked mournfully. " Certes, there is no need." But Theirry cried out at him with the fierceness of one at bay. " Begone, I want none of you nor of your kind. I know how the Emperor died, and I fled from a city where such as you came to power — ay, even as Jacobea of Martzburg did — I am come after her." " And where think you to find her?" asked Dirk. " By now she is at Basle." " Are ye not afraid to go to Basle?" Theirry trembled and stepped back into the shadows of the shed. " I want to save my soul — no, I am not afraid — if need be I will confess." Dirk laughed. " At the shrine of Jacobea of Martzburg? Look to it she be not trampled in the mire by then." " You lie, you malign her," cried the other in strong agitation. But Dirk turned on him with imperious sternness. " I did not leave Frankfort on a fool's errand. I was triumphant, at the high tide of my fortunes, my foot on Ysabeau's neck. I had good reason to have left this alone. Come with me to Martzburg and see my work, and know the saint you worship. Is the chatelaine there? If not yet, she will be soon. Take one of these horses," he added. " I know not your meaning," answered Theirry fearfully, " but my road was to Martzburg. I mean to pray Jacobea, who left without a word to me, to give me some small place in her service." " Belike she will," mocked Dirk. Impatiently and feverishly Theirry unfastened and prepared himself a mount. " If ye have evil designs on her," he cried, " be very sure ye will be defeated, for her strength is as the strength of angels." Dirk delicately guided his steed out of the shed. The moon had at last conquered the cloud battalions, and a clear cold light revealed the square dark shape of the hostel, the flapping sign, the bare pine trees, and the long glimmer of the road. Dirk's eyes turned to the blank window of the room where Jacobea lay, and he smiled wickedly. " The night has cleared," he said, as Theirry, leading one of the chatelaine's horses, came out of the stable, " and we should reach Martzburg before the dawn." Section 19 of Black Magic by Marjorie Bowen. Part 1, Chapter 19. Sybilla. Sebastian paused on the steep dark stairs and listened. Castle Martzburg was utterly silent. He knew that there were 1 or 2 servants only within the walls, and that they slept at a distance; he knew that his cautious entry by the donjon door had made no sound, yet on every other step or so he stood still and listened. He had procured a light; it fluttered in danger of extinction in the draughty stairway, and he had to shield it with his hand. Once, when he stopped, he took from his belt the keys that had gained him admission and slipped them into the bosom of his doublet; hanging at his waist, they made a little jingling sound as he moved. When he gained the great hall he opened the door as softly and slowly as if he did not know emptiness alone awaited him the other side. He entered, and his little light only served to show the expanses of gloom. It was very cold; he could hear the rain falling in a thin stream from the lips of the gargoyles without. He remembered that same sound on the night the 2 students took shelter, the night when the deed he was about to do had by a devil, in a whisper, been first put into his head. He crossed to the hearth and set the lamp in the niche by the chimney piece. He wished there was a fire; certainly it was cold. The dim rays of the lamp showed the ashes on the hearth, the cushions in the window seat, and something that, even in that dulness, shone with fiery hue. Sebastian looked at it in a half horror; it was Sybilla's red lily, finished and glowing from a samite cushion. By the side of it slept Jacobea's little grey cat. The steward, gazing in curiously intent fashion, recalled the fact that he had never conversed with his wife and never liked her; he could not tell of one sharp word between them, yet had she said she hated him he would have felt no surprise. He wondered, in case he had ever loved her, would he have been here to night on this errand? Lord of Martzburg, lord of as fine a domain as any in the Empire, with a chance of the imperial crown itself. Nay, had he loved his wife it would have made no difference; what sorry fool even would let a woman interfere with a great destiny? Lord of Martzburg! With little reflection on the inevitable for his wife, he fell to considering Jacobea. Until to night she had been a cipher to him; that she favoured him a mere voucher for his crime, for the procuring of this or that for him; a fact to be accepted and used, but that she should pray about him, speak as she had, that was another matter, and for the first time in his cold life he was both moved and ashamed. His thin dark face flushed, he looked askance at the red lily, and took the light from its niche. The shadows seemed to gather and throng out of the silence, bearing down on him and urging him forward. He found the little door by the fireplace open, and ascended the steep stone stairs to his wife's room. Here there was not even the drip of the rain or the wail of the wind to disturb the stillness. He had taken off his boots, and his silk-clad feet made no sound, but he could not hush the catch of his breath and the steady thump of his heart. When he reached her room, he paused again, and again listened. Nothing. How could there be? Had he not come so softly even the little cat had slept on undisturbed? He opened the door and stepped in. It was a small, low chamber. The windows were unshrouded, and fitful moonlight played upon the floor. Sebastian looked at once towards the bed that stood to his left. It was hung with dark arras, now drawn back from the pillows. Sybilla was asleep. Her thick, heavy hair lay outspread under her cheek. Her flesh and the bedclothes were turned to one dazzling whiteness by the moon. Worked into the coverlet that had slipped half to the polished floor were great wreaths of purple roses, showing dim yet gorgeous. Her shoes stood on the bed steps. Her clothes were flung over a chair. Near by a crucifix hung against the wall, with her breviary on a shelf beneath. The passing storm clouds cast luminous shadows across the chamber, but they were becoming fainter. The tempest was dying away. Sebastian put the lamp on a low coffer inside the door and advanced to the bed. A large dusky mirror hung beside the window, and in it he could see his wife again, reflected dimly in her ivory whiteness with the dark lines of her hair and brows. He came to the bedside so that his shadow was flung across her sleeping face. "Sybilla," he said. Her regular breathing did not change. "Sybilla." Now she stirred. He heard her fetch a sigh, as one who wakens reluctantly from soft dreams. "Do you not hear me speak? Sybilla!" From the bewildering glooms of the bed he heard her silk bedclothes rustle and slip. The moon came forth again and revealed her sitting up, wide awake now and staring at him. "So you have come home, Sebastian," she said. "Why did you rouse me?" He looked at her in silence. She shook back her hair from her eyes. "What is it?" she asked softly. "The Emperor died," said Sebastian. "I know. What is that to me? Bring the light, Sebastian, I cannot see your face." "There is no need. The Emperor had not time to pray, and I would not deal so with you, therefore I woke you." "Sebastian!" "By my mistress's commands you must die tonight, and by my desire I shall be Lord of Martzburg, and there is no other way." She put her hand to her long throat. "I wondered if you would ever say this to me. I did not think so, for it did not enter my mind that she could give commands." "Then you knew?" Sybilla smiled. "Before ever you did, Sebastian, and I have so thought of it in these long days when I have been alone. It seemed that I must sew it even into my embroidering. Jacobea loves Sebastian." He gripped the bedpost. "I am not here to talk of that," answered Sebastian. "Nor have we long, the dawn is not far off." Sybilla rose, letting her long feet on the bedstep. "So I must die," she said. "Must die. Certes, I have not lived so ill that I should fear to die, nor so pleasantly that I should yearn to live. It will be a poor thing in you to kill me, but no shame to me to be slain, my lord." As she stood now against the shadowed curtains, her hair caught the lamplight and flashed into red gold about her colourless face. Sebastian looked at her with hatred and some terror, but she smiled strangely at him. "You never knew me, Sebastian, but I am very well acquainted with you, and I do scorn you so utterly that I am sorry for the chatelaine." "She and I will manage that," answered Sebastian fiercely. and if you seek to divert or delay me by this talk, it is useless, for I am resolved, nor will I be moved." She moved from the bed in the long linen garment that she wore, slim and childish to see. She took a wrap of gold-coloured silk from a chair and put it about her. The man gazed at her the while with sullen eyes. She glanced at the crucifix. "I have nothing to say. God knows it all. I am ready." "I do not want your soul," he cried. Sybilla smiled. "I made confession yesterday. How cold it is for this time of year. I do not shiver for fear, my lord." "Make haste," breathed Sebastian. His wife raised her face. "How long have we been wed?" she asked. "Let that be." He paled and bit his lip. "3 years — nay, not 3 years. When I am dead, give my embroideries to Jacobea. They are in these coffers. I have finished the red lily. I was sewing it when the 2 scholars came. That night she first knew, and you first knew, but I had known a long while." Sebastian caught up the lamp. "Be silent, or speak to God," he said. She came gently across the floor, holding the yellow silk at her breast. "What are you going to do with me?" she whispered. "Strangle me? Nay, they would see that afterwards." Sebastian went to a little door that opened beside the bed and pulled aside the arras. "That leads to the battlements," she said. He pointed to the dark steps. "Go up, Sybilla." He held the lamp above his haggard face, and the light of it fell over the narrow winding stone steps. She looked at them and ascended. Sebastian followed, closing the door after him. In a few moments they were out on the donjon roof. The vast stretch of sky was clear now and paling for the dawn. Faint pale clouds clustered round the dying moon, and the scattered stars pulsed wearily. Below them lay the dark masses of the other portions of the castle, and beside them rose the straining pole and wind-tattered banner of Jacobea of Martzburg. Sybilla leant against the battlements, her hair fluttering over her face. "How cold it is," she said in a trembling voice. "Make haste, my lord." He was shuddering too, in the keen, insistent wind. "Will you not pray?" he asked again. "No," she answered, and looked at him vacantly. "If I shriek, would anyone hear me? Will it be more horrible than I thought? Make haste, or I shall be afraid." She crouched against the stone, shivering violently. Sebastian put the lamp upon the ground. "Take care it does not go out," she said, and laughed. "You would not like to find your way back in the dark. The little cat will be sorry for me." She broke off to watch what he was doing. A portion of the tower projected; here the wall was of a man's height and pierced with arblast holes. Through there Sybilla had often looked, and seen the country below framed in the stone like a picture in a letter of an aura. So small it seemed, and yet clear and brightly coloured. Beneath the wall was a paving stone, raised at will by an iron ring; when lifted it revealed a sheer open drop the entire height of the donjon, through which stones and fire could be hurled in time of siege upon the assailants in the courtyard below. But Jacobea had always shuddered at it, nor had there been occasion to open it for many years. Sybilla saw her husband strain at the ring, and bend over the hole and step forward. "Must it be that way? Oh, Jesu, Jesu, shall I not be afraid?" She clasped her hands and fixed her eyes on the figure of Sebastian as he raised the slab and revealed the black aperture. Quickly he stepped back as stone rang on stone. "So," he said, "I shall not touch you, and it will be swiftly over. Walk across, Sybilla." She closed her eyes and drew a long breath. "Have you not the courage?" he cried violently. "Then I must hurl you from the battlements. It shall not look like murder." She turned her face to the beautiful brightening sky. "My soul is not afraid, but how my body shrinks! I do not think I can do it." He made a movement towards her; at that she gathered herself. "No, you shall not touch me." Across the donjon roof she walked with a firm step. "Farewell, Sebastian, may God assoil me and thee." She put her hands to her face and moaned as her foot touched the edge of the hole. No shriek nor cry disturbed the serenity of the night; she made no last effort to save herself, but disappeared silently to the blackness of her death. Sebastian listened to the strange indefinite sound of it, and drops of terror gathered on his brow; then all was silent again save for the monotonous flap of the banner. "Lord of Martzburg," he muttered to steady himself. "Lord of Martzburg." He dropped the stone into place, picked up the lantern and returned down the close cold stairs. Her room; on the pillow the mark where her head had lain, her clothes over the coffer. Well, he hated her no less than he had ever done; to the last she had shamed him. Why had he been so long? Too long. Soon some one would be stirring, and he must be far from Martzburg before they found Sybilla. He crept from the chamber with the same unnecessary stealth he had observed in entering, and in a cautious manner descended the stairs to the great hall. The pale glow of a dreary dawn filled the great hall as he entered it; the grey cat was still asleep, and the shining silks of the red lilies shone like the hair of the strange woman who had worked it patiently into the samite. He tiptoed across the hall, descended the wider stairs, and made his way to the first chamber of the donjon. Carefully he returned the lamp to the niche where he had found it, wondering, as he extinguished it, if any would note that it had been burnt that night. Carefully he drew on his great muddy boots and crept out by the little postern door into the court. So sheltered was the castle, and situated in so peaceful a place, that when the chatelaine was not within the walls, the huge outer gates that required many men to close them stood open on to the hillside. Beyond them Sebastian saw his patient horse, fastened to the ring of the bell chain, and beyond him the clear grey blue hills and trees. His road lay open, yet he closed the door slowly behind him and hesitated. He strove with a desire to go and look at her. He knew just how she had fallen. When he had first come to Martzburg the hideous hole in the battlements exercised a great fascination over him; he had often flung down stones, clods of grass, and even once a book, that he might hear the hollow whistling sound and imagine a furious enemy below. Afterwards he had noticed these things, and how they struck the bottom of the shaft, lying where she would be now. He desired to see her, yet loathed the thought of it. There was his horse, there the open road, and Jacobea waiting a few miles away, yet he must linger while the accusing daylight gathered about him, while the rising sun discovered him; he must dally with the precious moments, bite the ends of his black hair, frown and stare at the round tower of the donjon the other side of which she lay. At last he crossed the rough cobbles, skirted the keep and stood still, looking at her. Yes, he had pictured her, yet he saw her more distinctly than he had imagined he would in this grey light. Her hair and her cloak seemed to be wrapped close about her; one hand still clung to her face; her feet showed bare and beautiful. Sebastian crept nearer; he wanted to see her face, and if her eyes were open, to be certain; also if that dark red that lay spread on the ground was all her scattered locks. The light was treacherous. He was stooping to touch her when the quick sound of an approaching horseman made him draw back and glance round, but before he could even tell himself it were well to fly, they were upon him. 2 horsemen, finely mounted, the foremost Dirk Renswoude, bareheaded, a rich colour in his cheek and a sparkle in his eye; He reined up the slim brown horse. " So it is done," he cried, leaning from the saddle towards Sebastian. The steward stepped back. " Whom have you with you?" he asked in a shaking voice. " A friend of mine and a suitor to the chatelaine, of which folly you and I shall cure him." Theirry pressed forward, the hoofs of his striving horse making musical clatter on the cobbles. " The steward!" he cried, " and " His voice sank, he turned burning eyes on Dirk. " The steward's wife that was," smiled the youth. " But certes, you must do him worship now, he will be Lord of Martzburg." Sebastian was staring at Sybilla. " You tell too much," he muttered. " Nay, my friend is one with me, and I can answer for his silence." Dirk patted the horse's neck and laughed again, laughter with a high triumphant note in it. Theirry swung round on him in a desperate bitter fierceness. " Why have you brought me here? Where is the chatelaine? By God his saints, that woman has been murdered!" Dirk turned in the saddle and faced him. " Ay, and by Jacobea of Martzburg's commands." Theirry laughed aloud. " The lie is dead as you give it being," he answered, " nor can all your devilry make it live." " Sebastian," said Dirk, " has not this woman come to her death by the chatelaine's commands?" He pointed to Sybilla. " You know it, since in your presence she bade me hither," answered Sebastian heavily. Dirk's voice rose, clear and musical. " You see, your piece of uprightness thought highly of her steward, and that she might endow him with her hand his wife must die." " Peace, peace!" cried Sebastian fiercely, and Theirry rose in his saddle. " It is a lie," he repeated wildly. " If 'tis not a lie, God has turned His face from me and I am lost indeed." " If 'tis no lie," cried Dirk exultingly, " you are mine — did ye not swear it?" " And she be this thing you name her?" answered Theirry passionately. " Then the devil is cunning indeed, and I his servant. But if you speak false I will kill you at her feet." " And by that will I abide," smiled Dirk. " Sebastian, you shall return with us to give this news to your mistress." " Is she not here?" cried Theirry. Dirk pointed to the silver plated harness. " You ride her horse — see her arms upon his breast. Sweet fool, we left her behind in the hostel, waiting the steward's return." " Always ye trap and deceive me," exclaimed Theirry hotly. " Let us be gone," said Sebastian. He looked at Dirk as if at his master. " Is it not time for us to be gone?" It was full daylight now, though the sun had not yet risen above the hills; the lofty walls and high towers of the huge grey castle blocked up the sky and threw into the gloom the three in their shadow. " Hark!" said Dirk, and lifted his finger delicately. A white horse appeared against the cold misty background of the grey country; a woman was in the saddle — Jacobea of Martzburg. She paused, peered up at the high little windows in the donjon, then turned her gaze on the silent three. " Now can the chatelaine speak for herself?" breathed Dirk. Theirry gave a great sigh, his eyes fixed with a painful intensity on the approaching lady, but she did not seem to see either of them. " Sebastian," she cried, and drew rein gazing at him. " Where is your wife?" Her words rang on the cold clear air like strokes of a bell. " Sybilla died last night," answered the steward. " But I did not. And you should not have come." Jacobea shaded her brows with her gloved hand and stared past the speaker. " What is that on the ground?" she cried. " Sybilla — he has slain Sybilla — but, sirs," she looked round her distractedly, " ye must not blame him — he saw my wish." " From your own lips!" cried Theirry. " Who are you who speak?" she demanded haughtily. " I sent him to slay Sybilla." She interrupted herself with a hideous shriek. Sebastian, ye are stepping in her blood!" And letting go of the reins she sank from the saddle. The steward caught her, and as she slipped from his hold to her knees her unconscious head came near to the stiff white feet of the dead. "Her yellow hair!" cried Dirk. "Let us leave her to her steward. You and I have another way." "May God curse her as He has me," said Theirry in an agony, "for she has slain my hope of heaven." "You will not leave me?" called Sebastian. "What shall I say? What shall I do?" "Lie, and lie again," answered Dirk with a wild air. "Wed the dame and damn her people, let fly your authority and break her heart as quickly as you may." "Amen to that," added Theirry. "And now to Frankfort!" cried Dirk, exultant. They set their horses to a furious pace and galloped out of Castle Martzburg. Section 20 of Black Magic by Marjorie Bowen. This LibriVox is in the public domain. Part 1, Chapter 20. Hugh of Rooselaare. Dirk took off his riding coat and listened with a smile to the quick step of Theirry overhead. He was again in the long low chamber looking out on the witch's garden, and nothing was changed save that the roses bloomed no longer on the bare thorny bushes. "So you have brought him back," said Nathalie, caressing the youth's soft sleeve. "Pulled his saint out of her shrine and given her over to the demons?" Dirk turned his head. A beautiful look was in his eyes. "Yea, I have brought him back," he said musingly. "You have done a foolish thing," grumbled the witch. "He will ruin you yet. Beware, for even now you hold him against his will. I marked his face as he went into the chamber." Dirk seated himself with a sigh. "In this matter I am not to be moved. And now some food, for I am so weary that I can scarcely think. Nathalie, the toll it has been, the rough roads, the delays, the long hours in the saddle, but it was worth it." The witch set the table with a rich service of ivory and silver. "Worth leaving your fortunes at the crisis? Ye left Frankfort the day after the Emperor died and have been away 2 months. Ysabeau thinks you dead." Dirk frowned. "No matter, to-morrow she shall know me living. Martzburg is far away and the weather delayed us, but it had to be. Now I am free to work my own advancement." He drank eagerly of the wine put before him and began to eat. "Ye have heard," asked Nathalie, "that Balthasar of Courtrai has been elected Emperor?" "Yea," smiled Dirk, "and is to marry Ysabeau within the year. We knew it, did we not? Next spring they will go to Rome to receive the imperial crown." "I shall be with them," said Dirk. "Well, it is good to rest. What a thick fool Balthasar is." He smiled, and his eyes sparkled. "The Empress is a clever woman," answered the witch. "She came here once to know whither you had gone. I told her, for the jest, that you were dead. At that she must think her secret dead with you, yet she gave no sign of joy nor relief, nor any hint of what her business was. She is never betrayed by her puppet's face. An iron-hearted fiend, the Empress. They say, though, that she is a fool for Balthasar, a dog at his heels. Until she change." "Belike you will be her next fancy," said Nathalie. "The crystals always foretell a throne for you." Dirk laughed. "I do not mean to share my honours with any woman," he answered. "Pile up the fire, Nathalie, certes, it is cold." He pushed back his chair with a half sigh on his lips and turned contented eyes on the glowing hearth Nathalie replenished. "And none has thought evil of Melchoir's death?" he asked curiously. "Ay, there was Hugh of Rooselaare." Dirk sat up. "The Lord of Rooselaare?" "Certes, the night Melchoir died he flung murderous in the Empress's face." Dirk showed a grave, alert face. " I never heard of that." " Nay," answered the witch with some malice. " Ye were too well engaged in parting that boy from his love. It is a pretty jest. Certainly she is a clever woman. She enlists Balthasar as her champion, he becomes enraged, furious, and Hugh is cast into the dungeons for his pains." The witch laughed softly. " He would not retract, his case swayed to and fro, but Balthasar and the Empress always hated him, he had never a chance." Dirk rose and pressed his clasped hands to his temple. " What do you say? Never a chance?" " He is to die to night at sunset." " He must not die — he on the scaffold. I, as you say, was following that boy and his love while this was happening." The witch fell back against the wall, while overhead the restless tread of Theirry sounded. Dirk dashed from the room and out into the quiet street. For a second he paused; it was late afternoon, he had perhaps an hour or an hour and a half. Clenching his hands he drew a deep breath and turned in the direction of the palace at a steady run. By reason of the snow clouds and bitter cold there were few abroad to notice the slim figure running swiftly and lightly; those who were about made their way in the direction of the market place, where the Lord of Rooselaare was presently to meet his death. Dirk arrived at the palace, one hand over his heart, stinging him with the pain of his great speed. He demanded the Empress. None among the guards knew either him or his name, but at his imperious insistence they sent word by a page to Ysabeau that the young Doctor Constantine had a desire to see her. The boy returned, and Dirk was admitted instantly, smiling gloomily to think with what feelings Ysabeau would look on him. So far all had been swiftly accomplished; he was conducted to her private chamber and brought face to face with her while he still panted from his running. Until the page had gone neither spoke, then Dirk said quickly: " I returned to Frankfort to day." Ysabeau was agitated to fear by his sudden appearance. " Where have you been?" she asked. " I thought you dead." " I have no time for speech with you now; you owe me something, do you not? Well, I am here to ask part payment." The Empress winced. " Well, what? I had no wish to be ungrateful, 'twas you avoided me." She crossed to the hearth and fixed her superb eyes intently on the youth. " Hugh of Rooselaare is to die this evening," he said. " Yea," answered Ysabeau, and her childish loveliness darkened. For a while Dirk was silent; he showed suddenly frail and ill; on his face was an expression of emotion, mastered and held back. " He must not die," he said at last, and lifted his eyes shadowed with fatigue. " That is what I demand of you — his pardon, now and at once; we have but little time." Ysabeau surveyed him curiously and fearfully. " You ask too much," she replied in a low tone. " Do you know why this man is to die?" " For speaking the truth," he said with a sudden sneer. The Empress flushed and clutched the embroidery on her bodice. " You of all men should know why he must be silenced," she retorted bitterly. " What is your reason for asking his life?" Dirk's mouth took on an ugly curl. " My reason is no matter, it is my will." " Have I made you so much my master?" she muttered. The young man answered impatiently. " You will give me his pardon and make haste, for I must ride with it to the market place." " I think I will not. I am not so afraid of you, and I hate this man — my secret is your secret after all." Dirk gave a wan smile. " I can blast you as I blasted Melchoir of Brabant, Ysabeau, and do you think I have any fear of what you can say?" But he leaned towards her. " Suppose I go with what I know to Balthasar?" The name humbled the Empress like a whip held over her. " So I am helpless," she muttered, loathing him. " The pardon," insisted Dirk. " Sound the bell and write me a pardon." Still she hesitated. It was a hard thing to lose her vengeance against a dangerous enemy. " Choose another reward," she pleaded. " Of what value can this man's life be to you?" " You seek to put me off until it be too late," cried Dirk hoarsely. He stepped forward and seized the handbell on the table. " Now, an you show yourself obstinate, I go straight from here to Balthasar and tell him of the poisoning of Melchoir." Instinct and desire rose in Ysabeau to defy him with everything in her possession, from her guards to her nails. She shuddered with suppressed wrath and pressed her little clenched hands against the wall. Her chamberlain entered. " Write out a pardon for the Lord of Rooselaare," commanded Dirk. " And haste, as you love your place." When the man had gone, Ysabeau turned with an ill concealed savagery. " What will they think? What will Balthasar think?" " That must be your business," said Dirk wearily. " And Hugh himself?" flashed the Empress. The youth coloured painfully. " Let him be sent to his castle in Flanders," he said, with averted face. " He must not remain here." " So much you give in!" cried Ysabeau. " I do not understand you." He responded with a wild look. " No one will ever understand me, Ysabeau." The chamberlain returned, and in a shaking hand the Empress took the parchment and the reed pen, while Dirk waved the man's dismissal. " Sign," he cried to her. Ysabeau set the parchment on the table and looked out at the gathering clouds. The Lord of Rooselaare must have already left the prison. She dallied with the pen, then took a little dagger from her hair and sharpened it. Dirk read her purpose in her lovely evil eyes, and snatched the lingering right hand into his own long fingers. The Empress drew together and looked up at him bitterly and darkly, but Dirk's breath stirred the ringlets that touched her cheek. His cool grip guided her reluctant pen. She shivered with fear and defiance. She wrote her name. Dirk flung her hand aside with a great sigh of relief. " Do not try to foil me again, Marozia Porphyrogenitus," he cried, and caught up the parchment, his hat and cloak. She watched him leave the room, heard the heavy door close behind him, and she writhed with rage, thrusting with an uncontrollable gesture of passion the dagger into the table. It quivered in the wood and then broke under her hand. With an ugly cry she ran to the window, flung it open and cast the handle out. When it rattled on the cobbled yard Dirk was already there. He marked it fall, knew the gold and red flash, and smiled. Showing the parchment signed by the Empress, he had commanded the swiftest horse in the stables. The market place lay at the other end of the town, and the hour for the execution was close at hand, but the white horse he rode was fresh and strong. The thick grey clouds had obscured the sunset and covered the sky. A few trembling flakes of snow fell, a bitter wind blew between the high narrow houses; here and there a light sparkling in a window emphasised the colourless cold without. Dirk urged the steed till he rocked in the saddle. He passed the high walls of the college, galloped over the bridge that crossed the sullen waters of the Main, swept by the open doors of St. Wolfram, then had to draw rein, for the narrow street began to be choked with people. He pulled his hat over his eyes and flung his cloak across the lower half of his face; with one hand he dragged on the bridle, with the other waved the parchment. " A pardon!" he cried. " A pardon! Make way!" They drew aside before the plunging steed. Some answered him. " It is no pardon; he wears not the Empress's livery." One seized his bridle. Dirk leant from the saddle and dashed the parchment into the fellow's face; the horse snorted, and plunging cleared a way and gained the market place. Here the press was enormous. Men, women, and children were gathered close round the mounted soldiers who guarded the scaffold. The armour, yellow and blue uniforms and bright feathers of the horsemen showed vividly against the grey houses and greyer sky. On the scaffold were two dark, graceful figures, a man kneeling with his long throat bare, and a man standing with a double-edged sword in his hands. " A pardon!" shrieked Dirk. " In the name of the Emperor!" He was wedged in the crowd, who made bewildered movements but could not give place to him. The soldiers did not or would not hear. Dirk rose desperately in his stirrups; as he did so the hat and cloak fell back, and his head and shoulders were revealed clearly above the swaying mass. Hugh of Rooselaare heard the cry, looked across the crowd, and his eyes met the eyes of Dirk Renswoude. " A pardon!" cried Dirk hoarsely. He saw the condemned man's lips move; the sword fell. " A woman screamed," said the monk on the scaffold, " and proclaimed a pardon." And he pointed to the commotion gathered about Dirk, while the executioner displayed to the crowd the serene head of Hugh of Rooselaare. " Nay, it was not a woman," one of the soldiers answered the monk. " 'Twas this youth." Dirk forced to the foot of the scaffold. " Let me through," he said in a terrible voice. The guard parted, and seeing the parchment in his hand let him mount the steps. " You bring a pardon," whispered the monk. " I am too late," said Dirk. He stood among the hurrying blood that stained the platform, and his face was hard. " Dogs! and this an end for a lord of Rooselaare!" he cried, and clasped his hand on a straining breast. " Could you not have waited a little, but a few moments more?" The snow was falling fast; it lay on Dirk's shoulders and on his smooth hair. The monk drew the parchment from his passive hand and read it in a whisper to the officer. They both looked askance at the young man. " Give me his head," said Dirk. The executioner had placed it at a corner of the scaffold; he left off wiping his sword and brought it forward. Dirk watched without fear or repulsion, and took Hugh's head in his slim fair hands. " How heavy it is," he whispered. The quick distortion of death had left the proud features. Dirk held the face close to his own, with no heed to the blood that trickled down his doublet. Priest and captain, standing apart, noticed a horrible likeness between the dead and the living, but would not speak of it. " Churl," said Dirk, gazing into the half closed grey eyes that resembled so his own. " He spoke as he saw me — what did he say?" The headsman polished the mighty blade. " Nought to do with you, or with any," he answered. " The words had no meaning — certes." " What were they?" whispered the youth. " Have you come for me, Ursula?" Then he said again, " Ursula." A quiver ran through Dirk's frame. " She shall repent this, the Eastern witch," he said wildly. " May the devil snatch you all to bitter judgment." He turned to the captain with the head held against his breast. " What are you going to do with this?" " His wife has asked for his head and his body, that he may be buried befitting his estate." " His wife," echoed Dirk; then slowly, " Ay, he had a wife — and a son, sir?" " The child is dead." Dirk set the head down gently by the body. " And his lands?" he asked. " They go, sir, by favour of the Empress, to Balthasar of Courtrai, who married, as you may know, this lord's heiress, Ursula, dead now many years." The snow had scattered the crowd; the soldiers were impatient to be gone. " Sir," said the officer, " will you return with me to the palace, and we will tell the Empress how this mischance arose, and how you came too late?" " Nay," replied Dirk fiercely. " Take that good news alone." He turned and descended the scaffold steps in a proud, gloomy manner. One of the soldiers held his horse; he mounted in silence and rode away. They who watched saw the thick snowflakes blot out the solitary figure, and shuddered with no cause they understood. Section 21 of Black Magic by Marjorie Bowen. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 1, Chapter 21, Betrayed. Natalie stood at the door with a lantern in her hand. Dirk was returning. The witch held up the light to catch a glimpse of his face, then, whispering and crying under her breath, followed into the house. " There is blood on your shoes and on your breast," she whispered, when they reached the long chamber at the back. Dirk flung himself on a chair and moaned. The snow lay still on his hair and on his shoulders; he buried his face in the bend of his arm. " Zerdusht and his master have forsaken us," whimpered the witch. " I could work no spells to night, and the mirror was blank." Dirk spoke in a muffled voice without raising his head. " Of what use is magic to me? I should have stayed in Frankfort." Nathalie drew his wet cloak from his shoulders. " Have I not warned you? Has not the brass head warned you that the young scholar will be your ruin, bringing you to woe and misery and shame?" " Look at his blood on me," cried Dirk. " His blood! Balthasar and Ysabeau make merry with his lands, but my hate shall mean something to them yet. I should not have left Frankfort." " Alas, who was this man?" " I did all I could," whispered Dirk. " The Empress shall burn in hell." The sickly creeping flames illuminated his pallid face and his small hand hanging clenched by his side. " This is an evil day for us," moaned the witch. " The spirits will not answer, the flames will not burn, some horrible misfortune threatens." Dirk turned his gaze into the half dark room. " Where is Theirry?" " Soon after you left he crept from his chamber, and his face was evil — he went into the street." Dirk paced up and down with uneven steps. " He will come back — he must come back — ah, my heart! — You say Zerdusht will not speak to night?" The witch moaned and trembled over the fire. " Nay, nor will the spirits come." Dirk shook his clenched fist in the air. " They shall answer me." He went to the window, opened it and looked out into the blackness. " Bring the lamp." Nathalie obeyed; the faint light showed the hastening snowflakes, no more. " Maybe they will listen to me — nay, as I say, they shall." The witch followed with the swinging lamp in her hand, while they made their way in silence through the darkness and the snow, in between the bare rose bushes, over the wet cold earth until they reached the trap door at the end of the garden that led to the witch's kitchen. Here she paused while Dirk raised the stone. " Surely the earth shook then," he said. " I felt it tremble beneath my feet. Hush, there is a light below." The witch peered over his shoulder and saw a faint glow rising from the open trap, while at that moment her own lamp went suddenly out. They stood in outer darkness. " Will you dare descend?" muttered Nathalie. " What should I fear?" came the low, wild answer, and Dirk put his foot on the ladder. The witch followed. They found themselves in the chamber, and saw that it was lit by an immense fire, seated before which was an enormous man, with his back towards them. He was dressed in black, and at his feet lay stretched a huge black hound. " Good even," said Dirk in a low voice. The stranger turned a face as black as his garments; round his neck he wore a collar of most brilliant red and purple stones. " A cold night," he said, and again it seemed as if the earth rumbled and shook. " You find our fire welcome," answered Dirk, but the witch crouched against the wall muttering to herself. A good heat, a good heat," said the Blackamoor. Dirk crossed the room, his arms folded on his breast, his head erect. " What are you doing here?" he asked. " Warming myself, warming myself." " What have you to say to me?" The Blackamoor drew closer to the fire. " Ugh, how cold it is," he said, and stuck out his legs and thrust them deep into the seething flames. Dirk drew still nearer. " If you be what I think you, you have some reason in coming here. I have been to the palace, I have been to the palace. I sat under the Empress's chair while she talked to a pretty youth whose name is Theirry. Aha! It was cold in the palace, there was snow on the youth's garments as there is blood on yours, and the Emperor was there." " Theirry has betrayed me," said the youth. The Blackamoor took his legs from the fire, unscorched and untouched, and the hell hound rose and howled. " He has betrayed you, and Ysabeau accuses you to save herself, but the devils are on your side, since there is other work for you to do. Flee from Frankfort and I will see that you fulfil your destiny. And now," he glanced over his shoulder, " the witch comes home to night. To night the work here is done. Take the road through Frankfort." He stood up and his head touched the roof. The gems on his throat gave out long rays of light. The fire grew dim, the Blackamoor changed into a thick column of smoke that spread. " Hell will not forsake you, Ursula of Rooselaare." Dirk fell back against the wall, thick vapours encompassing him; he put his hands over his face. When he looked up again the room was clear and lit by the beams of the dying fire. He gazed round for the witch, but Nathalie had gone. With a thick sob in his throat he sprang up the ladder into the outer air and rushed towards the desolate house. Desolate indeed, empty, dark and cold it stood, the snow drifting in through the open windows, the fires extinguished on the hearths, a dead place never more to be inhabited. Dirk leant against the door breathing hard. Here was a crisis of his fate, betrayed by one whom he loved, deserted too, it seemed, since Nathalie had disappeared. The Blackamoor, he remembered him as a vision, a delusion perhaps. Oh, how cold it was! Would his accusers come for him to night? He crept to the gate that gave on to the street and listened. Out of the further darkness came a distant hurry and confusion of sound, horses, shouting, eager feet, a populace roused, on the heels of the dealer in black magic, armed with fire and sword for the witches. Dirk opened the gate, for the last time stepped from the witches' garden. He wondered if Theirry was with the oncoming crowd, yet he did not think so; probably he was in the palace, probably he had repented already of what he had done. But the Empress had found her chance, her accusation falling first, who would take his word against her? He listened to the noises of the approaching people, till through these another sound, nearer and stranger, made him turn his head. It came from the witch's house. " Nathalie!" called Dirk in a half hope. But the blackness rippled into fire, swift flames sprang up, a column of gold and scarlet enveloped house and garden in a curling embrace. Dirk ran out into the road where the glare of the fire lit the swirling snow for a trembling circle, and shading his eyes he stared at the flames that consumed all his books, his magic herbs and potions, the strange things, rich and beautiful, that Nathalie had gathered in her long evil life. Then he turned and ran down the street as the crowd surged in at the other end, to fall back upon one another aghast before the mighty flames that gave them mocking welcome. Their dismayed and angry shouts came to Dirk's ears as he ran through the snow. He fled the faster, towards the eastern gate; it was not yet shut; light of foot and swift he darted through before they could challenge him. Perhaps even before the careless guards saw him. He was a fine runner, not easily fatigued, but he had already strained his endurance to the utmost, and, after he had well cleared the city gates, his limbs failed him and he fell to a walk. After a while he saw glimmering ahead of him a light. It was neither in a house nor carried in the hand, for it shone low on the ground, lower, it seemed to Dirk, than his own feet. He paused, listened, and proceeded cautiously for fear of the river. That must lie, he thought, very close to his left. As he neared the light he saw it to be a lantern that cast long rays across the clearing snowstorm. A glittering, trembling reflection beneath it told him it belonged to a boat roped to the bank. Dirk crept towards it, went on his knees in the snow and mud, and beheld a small empty craft, the lantern hanging at the prow. He paused. The waters, rushing by steadily and angrily, must be flowing towards the Rhine and the town of Cologne. He stepped into the boat that rocked while the water splashed beneath him, but with cold hands he undid the knotted rope. The boat trembled a moment, then sped on with the current as if glad to be freed. An oar lay in the bottom with which for a while Dirk helped himself along, fearful lest the owners of the boat should pursue. Then he let himself float downstream as he might. The water lapped about him and the snow fell on his unprotected and already soaked figure. He stretched himself along the bottom of the boat and hid his face in the cushioned seats. His anguished tears, the cruel cold, the steady sound of the unseen water, exhausted and numbed him till he fell into a sleep that was half a swoon, while the boat drifted towards the town. When he awoke he was still in the open country. The snow had ceased, but lay on the ground thick and untouched to the horizon. Dirk found it ill to move, for his limbs were frozen, his clothes wet and clinging to his wincing flesh, while his eyes smarted with his late weeping, and his head was racked with giddy pains. For a while he sat, remembering yesterday, till his face hardened and darkened, and he set his pale lips and crawled painfully out of the boat, which had been caught in a clump of stiff withered reeds by the flat river bank. Before him was a sweep of snow leading to the forest, and as he gazed at this with dimmed, hopeless eyes, a figure in a white monk's habit emerged from the trees. He carried a rude wooden spade in his hand and walked with a slow step. He was coming towards the river, and Dirk waited. As the stranger neared he lifted his eyes that had hitherto been cast on the ground, and Dirk recognized Saint Ambrose of Menthon. Nevertheless Dirk did not despair. Before the saint had recognized him his part was resolved upon. Ambrose of Menthon gazed with pity and horror at the forlorn little figure shivering by the reeds. It was not strange that he did not at once know him. Dirk's face was of a ghastly hue, his eyes shadowed underneath, red and swollen, his lank hair clinging close to his small head, his clothes muddy, wet and soiled, his figure bent. "Sir," he said, and his voice was weak and sweet, "have pity on an evil thing." He fell on his knees and clasped his hands on his breast. "Rise up," answered the saint. "What God has given me is yours, poor soul. Ye are very miserable." "More miserable than ye wot of," said Dirk through chattering teeth, still on his knees. "Do you not know me?" Ambrose of Menthon looked at him closely. "Alas," he murmured slowly, "I know you." Dirk beat his breast. "Mea culpa," he moaned, "mea culpa." "Rise, come with me," said the saint. "I will attend your wants." The youth did not move. "Will you solace my soul, sir?" he cried. "God must have sent you here to save my soul. For long days I have sought you." Saint Ambrose's face glowed. Have ye, then, repented?" "Remorse and sorrow fill my heart," murmured Dirk. "I have cast off my evil comrades, renounced my vile gains, and journeyed into the loneliness to find God His pardon, and it seemed He would not hear me." " He hears all who come in grief and penitence," said the saint joyously. " And He has heard you, for has He not sent me to find you, even in this most desolate place?" " You feed me with hope," answered Dirk in a quivering voice, " and revive me with glad tidings. May I dare — I, poor lost wretch, to be uplifted and exalted?" " Poor youth," was the tender murmur. " Come with me." He led the way across the thick snow, Dirk following with downcast eyes and white cheeks. They skirted the forest and came upon a little hut set back and sheltered among the scattered trees. Saint Ambrose opened the rude door. " I am alone now," he said softly as he entered. " I had with me a frail holy youth who was travelling to Paris. Last night he died. I have just laid his body in the earth. His soul rests on the bosom of the Lord." Dirk stepped into the hut and stood meekly on the threshold, and Saint Ambrose glanced at him wistfully. " Maybe God has sent me this soul to tend and succour in place of that He has called home." Dirk whimpered humbly. " If I might think so." The saint opened an inner door. " Your garments are wet and soiled." A sudden colour stained Dirk's face. " I have no others." Ambrose of Menthon pointed to the inner chamber. " There Blaise died yestereve — there are his clothes — enter and put them on." " It will be the habit of a novice?" asked Dirk softly. " Yea." Dirk bent and kissed the saint's fingers with ice cold lips. " I have dared," he whispered, " to hope that I might die wearing the garb of God His servants, and now I dare even to hope that He shall grant my prayer." He stepped into the inner chamber and closed the door. Section 22. Of Black Magic by Marjorie Bowen. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 1, Chapter 22. Blaise. Ambrose of Menthon and his meek and humble follower rested at Chalons on their way to Paris. For many weeks they had begged from door to door, sleeping in some hermit's cell or by the roadside when the severity of the bitter nights permitted, occasionally finding shelter in a wayside convent. So patient, so courageous before hardship, so truly sad and remorseful, so grateful for the distant chance of ultimate pardon was Dirk, that the saint grew to love the penitent vagabond. No one eager to look for it could have found any fault with his behaviour. He was gentle as a girl, obedient as a servant, rigid in his prayers, and he had a strangely complete knowledge of the offices and penances of the Church. Silent and sorrowful often, taking no pleasure in anything save the saint's talk of paradise and holy things. Particularly he loved to hear of the dead youth Blaise, of his saintly life, of his desire to join the stern brotherhood of the Sacred Heart in Paris, of his fame as one beloved of God, of the convent's wish to receive him, of his great learning, of his beautiful death in the snowy evening. To all this Dirk listened with still attention, and from Saint Ambrose's rapt and loving recital he gathered little earthly details of the subject of their speech, such as that he was from Flanders, of a noble family, that his immediate relatives were dead, that his years were no more than 20, and that he was dark and pale. For himself Dirk had little to say. He described simply his shame and remorse after he had stolen the holy gold, his gradual sickening of his companions, the long torture of his awakening soul, his attempts to find the saint, and how, finally,
After he had resolved to flee his evil life and enter a convent, he had run out of Frankfort, found a boat waiting, and so drifted to St. Ambrose's feet. The saint, rejoicing in his penitence, suggested that he should enter the convent, whither they journeyed, with the tidings of the holy youth's death, and Dirk consented with humble gratitude. And so they passed through Chalons and rested in a deserted hut overlooking the waters of the Marne. Having finished their scanty meal, they were seated together under the rough shelter. The luxury of a fire was denied their austerity. A cold wind blew in and out of the ill-built doors, and a colourless light filled the mean, bare place. Dirk sat on a wooden stool reading aloud the writings of Saint Jerome. He wore a coarse brown robe, very different from his usual attire, fastened round the waist with a rope into which was twisted a wooden rosary. His feet were encased in rude leather boots, his hands reddened with the cold, his face hollow and of a bluish pallor in which his eyes shone feverishly large and dark. His smooth hair hung on to his shoulders, he stooped in contrast with his usual erect carriage. Pausing on his low and gentle reading, he looked across at the saint. Ambrose of Menthon sat on a rough-hewn bench against the rougher wall. Weariness, exposure, and sheer weakness of body had done their work at last. Dirk knew that for 3 nights he had not slept; he was asleep now, or had swooned. His fair head fell forward on his breast, his hands hung by his side. As Dirk became assured that his companion was unconscious, he slowly rose and set down the holy volume. He was himself half starved, cold to the heart and shuddering. He looked round the plaster walls, and the meek expression of his face changed to one of scorn, derision and wicked disdain. He darted a bitter glance at the wan man and crept towards the door. Opening it softly, he gazed out. The scene was fair and lonely. The distant tourelle of Chalons rose clear and pointed against the winter clouds. Near by, the grey river flowed between its high banks, where the bare willows grew and the snow wreaths lay. Dirk took shivering steps into the open and turned towards the Marne. The keen wind penetrated his poor garments and lifted the heavy hair from his thin cheeks. He beat his breast, chafed his hands, and walked rapidly. Reaching the bank, he looked up and down the river. There was no one in sight, neither boat nor animal nor house to break the monotony of land, sky and water, only those distant towers of the town. Dirk walked among the twisted willows, then came to a pause. A little ahead of him were a black man and a black dog, both seated on the bank and gazing towards Chalons. The youth came a little nearer. " Good even," he said. " It is very cold." The Blackamoor looked round. " Are you pleased with the way you travel?" he asked, nodding his head. " And your companion?" Dirk's face lowered. "How much longer am I to endure it?" " You must have patience," said the black man, " and endurance." " I have both," answered Dirk. " Look at my hands, they are no longer soft, but red and hard. My feet are galled and wounded in rough boots. I must walk till I am sick, then pray instead of sleeping. I see no fire, and scarcely do I touch food." " You will be rewarded — and revenged too. Oh, oh! It is very cold, as you say, very cold." " What must I do?" asked Dirk. The black man rubbed his hands together. " You know, you know." Dirk's pinched wan face grew intent and eager. " Am I to use this?" He touched the breast of his rough habit. " Yea." " Then shall I be left defenceless?" Dirk's voice shook a little. " If anything should happen — I would not — I could not — oh, Sathanas! I could not be revealed." The Blackamoor rose from among the willows. " Do you trust yourself and me?" he asked. Dirk put his thin hand over his eyes. "Yea, master." "Then you know what to do. You will not see me for many years. When you have triumphed I shall come." He turned swiftly and ran down the bank, the hound at his heels. One after another they leapt into the waters of the Marne and disappeared with an inner sound. Dirk straightened himself and set his lips. He re-entered the hut to find Ambrose of Menthon still against the wall, now indeed wearily asleep. Dirk came softly forward. Slowly and cautiously he put his hand into his bosom and drew out a small green-coloured vial. With his eyes keenly on the saint he broke the seal, then crept close. By Saint Ambrose's side hung his rosary, every bead smooth with the constant pressure of his lips. Dirk raised the heavy crucifix attached and poured onto it the precious drop contained in the vial. Saint Ambrose did not wake nor move. Dirk drew away and crouched against the wall, cursing the bitter wind with fierce eyes. When the saint awoke, Dirk was on the broken stool reading aloud the writings of Saint Jerome. "Is it still light?" asked Ambrose of Menthon amazedly. "It is the dawn," answered Dirk. "And I have slept the night through." The saint dragged his stiff limbs from the seat and fell on his knees in a misery of prayer. Dirk closed the book and watched him, watched his long fingers twining in the beads of his rosary, watched him kiss the crucifix again and again. Then he too knelt, his face hidden in his hands. He was the first to rise. "Master, shall we press on to Paris?" he asked humbly. The saint lifted dazed eyes from his devotions. "Yea," he said, "yea." Dirk began putting together in a bundle their few books and the wooden platter in which they collected their broken food, this being their all. "I dreamt last night of Paradise," said Saint Ambrose faintly. "The floor was so thick strewn with close little flowers, red, white and purple, and it was warm as Italy in May." Dirk swung the bundle on to his shoulder and opened the door of the hut. They passed out into the dreary landscape and took their slow way along the banks of the Marne. Until midday they did not pause, scarcely spoke. Then they passed through a little village and the charitable gave them food. That night they slept in the open, under shelter of a hedge, and Ambrose of Menthon complained of weakness. Dirk, waking in the dark, heard him praying, heard too the rattle of the wooden rosary. When the light came and they once more recommenced their journey, the saint was so feeble he was fain to lean on Dirk's shoulder. "I think I am dying," he said. His face was flushed, his eyes burning. He smiled continuously. "Let me reach Paris," he added, "that I may tell the brethren of Blaye." The youth supporting him wept bitterly. Towards noon they met a woodsman's cart that helped them on their way. That night they spent in the stable of an inn. The next day they descended into the valley of the Seine, and by the evening reached the gates of Paris. As the bells all over the beautiful city were ringing to vespers, they arrived at their destination, an old and magnificent convent, surrounded with great gardens set near the river bank. The monks were singing the Magnificat, their thin voices came clearly on the frosty air. "Fecit potentiam in brachio suo, dispersit subos mente cordi su." Ambrose of Menthon took his feeble hand from Dirk's arm and sank on his knees. "Deposuit potentes de sede, et exaltavit humilies." But Dirk's pale lips curled, and he gazed at the sun flaming beyond the convent walls. There was a haughty challenge in his brooding eyes. "Esurientes implevit bones, et divites dimisit inenes, suscepit Israel puerum sum, recordatus misericordiae suae. The saint murmured the chanted words and clasped his hands on his breast, while the sun brightened vividly above the wild waters of the Seine. Sicut locutus ead patre nostros, Abraham et semini eius in saecula. The chant faded away on the still evening, but the saint remained kneeling. "Master," whispered Dirk, "shall we not go in to them?" Ambrose of Menthon raised his fair face. "I am dying," he smiled. "A keen flame licks up my blood and burns my heart to ashes. Sustinuit animae me in verbo ejus." His voice failed, he sank forward and his head fell against the grey beds of rue and fennel. "Alas! alas!" cried Dirk. He made no attempt to bring assistance nor called aloud, but stood still gazing with intent eyes at the unconscious man. But when the monks came out of the chapel and turned 2 by 2 towards the convent, Dirk pulled off his worn cap. "Divinum auxilium mancat semper nobiscum." "Amen," said Dirk. Then he ran lightly forward and flung himself before the procession. "My father!" he cried with a sob in his voice. The priests stopped, the amens still trembling on their lips. "Ambrose of Menthon lies within your gates, a dying man," said Dirk meekly and sadly. With little exclamations of awe and grief the grey clad figures followed him to where the saint lay. "He has done with his body," said an old monk, holding up the dying man. The flushed sky faded behind them. The saint stirred and half opened his eyes. "Blaise," he whispered. "Blaise." He tried to point to Dirk who knelt at his feet. "He will tell you." His eyes closed again, he strove to pray. The De Profundis trembled on his lips. He made a sudden upward gesture with his hands, smiled and died. For a while there was silence among them, broken only by a short sob from Dirk. Then the monks turned to the ragged, emaciated youth who crouched at the dead feet. Dirk roused himself as if from a silent prayer, made the sign of the cross and rose. "Who art thou?" they asked reverently. "The youth, Blaise, my fathers," he answered humbly. End of section 22. Recording by Molly Craig. Section 23 of Black Magic by Marjorie Bowen. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 2. The Pope. Chapter 1. Cardinal Luigi Caprarola. The evening service in the Basilica of St. Peter was over. Pilgrims, peasants and monks had departed. The last chant of the officiating cardinal's train still trembled on the incense-filled air when a man, richly and fantastically dressed, entered the bronze door and advanced a little way down the centre aisle. He bent his head to the altar, then paused and looked about him with the air of a stranger. He was well used to magnificence, but this first sight of the chapel of the Vatican caused him to catch his breath. To one side of the high altar stood a purple chair and a purple footstool, the seat of the cardinal, sometimes of the pontiff. This splendid and holy beauty abashed, yet inspired the stranger. He leant against one of the smooth columns and gazed at the altar. The novices were putting out the candles and preparing to close the church. Their swift feet made no sound. Silently the little stars about the high altar disappeared, and deeper shadows fell over the aisles. The stranger watched the white figures moving to and fro until no light remained, save the purple and scarlet lamps that cast rich rays over the gold and stained the pure lilies into colour. Then he left his place and went slowly towards the door. Already the bronze gates had been closed. Only the entrance to the Vatican and one leading into a side street remained open. Several monks issued from the chapels and left by this last; the stranger still lingered. Down from the altar came the 2 novices, prostrated themselves, then proceeded along the body of the church. They extinguished the candles in the candelabra set down the aisles, and a bejewelled darkness fell on the basilica. The stranger stood under a malachite and platinum shrine that blinded with the glimmer and sparkle of golden mosaic. Before it burnt graduated tapers. One of the novices came towards it, and the man waiting there moved towards him. "Sir," he said in a low voice, "may I speak to you?" He spoke in Latin, with the accent of a scholar, and his tone was deep and pleasant. The novice paused and looked at him, gazed intently, and beheld a very splendid person, a man in the prime of life, tall above the ordinary, and above the ordinary gorgeous to the eyes. His face was sunburnt to a hue nearly as dark as his light bronze hair, and his western eyes showed clearly bright and pale in contrast. In his ears hung long pearl and gold ornaments that touched his shoulders. His dress was half Eastern, of fine violet silk and embroidered leather. He carried in his belt a curved scimitar inset with turquoise. By his side a short gold sword, and against his hip he held a purple cap ornamented with a plume of peacock's feathers, and wore long gloves fretted in the palm with the use of rein and sword. But more than these details did the stranger's face strike the novice, a face almost as perfect as the marks of the gods found in the temples. The rounded and curved features were over full for a man, and the expression was too indifferent, troubled, almost weak, to be attractive, but taken in itself the face was notably beautiful. Noting the novice's intent gaze, a flush crept into the man's dark cheek. " I am a stranger," he said. " I want to ask you of Cardinal Caprarola. He officiated here to day?" " Yea," answered the novice. " What can I tell you of him? He is the greatest man in Rome; now his Holiness is dying," he added. " Why, I have heard of him, even in Constantinople. I think I saw him many years ago, before I went to the East." " It may be, sir," he said. " His Eminence was a poor youth, as I might be; he came from Flanders." " It was in Courtrai I thought I saw him. I know not if he was ever there. He became a disciple of Saint Ambrose of Menthon when very young, and after the saint's death he joined the convent of the Sacred Heart in Paris. You have heard of that, sir?" " I have heard nothing. I have been away many years. This man, Cardinal Caprarola, he is a saint also, is he not? Tell me more of him." " Born of Dendermonde he was, sir, Louis his name, in our tongue Luigi; Blaise the name he took in the convent. He came to Rome 7, nay, it must be 8 years ago. His Holiness created him Bishop of Ostia, then of Caprarola, which last name he retains now he is Cardinal. He is the greatest man in Rome," repeated the novice. " And a saint?" asked the other with a wistful eagerness. " Certes, when he was a youth he was famous for his holy, austere life; now he lives in magnificence as befits a prince of the Church. He is very holy." " There was a great service here to day?" the stranger asked. " Yea, very many pilgrims were here." " I grieve that I was too late. Think you Cardinal Caprarola would see one unknown to him?" " If the errand warranted it, sir." " I seek peace; if it be anywhere it is in the hands of this servant of God. My soul is sick — will he help me heal it?" " Yea, I do think so." The youth turned as he spoke towards the little side door. " I must close the basilica, sir," he added. The stranger seemed to rouse himself from depths of unhappy thoughts, and followed through the quivering gloom. " Where should I find the Cardinal?" he asked. " His palace lies in the Via di San Giovanni in Laterano. Any will tell you the way, sir." The novice opened the door. " God be with you." "And with you." The stranger stepped into the open, and the church door was locked behind him. The purple afterglow still lingered over Rome; it was May and sweetly warm. As the stranger crossed the Piazza of St. Peter the breeze was like the touch of silk on his face. He walked slowly, and presently hesitated, looked round the ruined temples, broken palace and walls. There were people about, not many, mostly monks. He turned toward the Arch of Titus. The ladies laughed and stared as he passed; one took a flower from her hair and threw it after him, at which he frowned, blushed, and hastened on. He had never been equal to the admiration he roused in women, though he disliked neither them nor their admiration. He carried still on his wrist the mark of a knife left there by a Byzantine princess who had found his face fair and his wooing cold. Passing the fountain of Meta Sudans and the remains of the Flavian amphitheatre, he gained the Via di San Giovanni in Laterano, leading to the Kellamontana gate. Here he drew a little apart from the crowd and looked about him. In the distance the Vatican and the Castel San Angelo showed faintly against the remote Apennines; he could distinguish the banner of the Emperor hanging slackly in the warm air, the little lights in St. Peter's. A few moments brought him to the magnificent gates of the Villa Caprarola; they stood open upon a garden of flowers, just gleamingly visible in the dusk. The stranger hesitated in the entrance, fixing his gaze on the luminous white walls of the palace that showed between the boughs of citron and cypress. This cardinal, this prince, who was the greatest man in Rome, which was to say in Christendom, had strangely captured his imagination. He liked to think of him as an obscure and saintly youth devoting his life to the service of God, rising by no arts or intrigues but by the pure will of his master, solely until he dominated the great empire of the West. The stranger, now at his beautiful gates, had been searching for peace for many years, in many lands, and always in vain. In Constantinople he had heard of the holy Frankish priest, who was already a greater power than the old and slowly dying Pope, and it had comforted his tired heart to think that there was one man in a high place set there by God alone, one, too, of a pure life and noble soul. If any could give him promise of salvation, if any could help him to redeem his wasted, weak life, it would be he, this cardinal, who could not know evil save as a name. With this object he came to Rome; he wished to lay his sins and penitence at the feet of him who had been a meek and poor novice, and now by his virtues was Luigi Caprarola, as mighty as the Emperor and as innocent as the angels. Shame and awe for a while held him irresolute. How could he dare relate his miserable and horrible story to this saint? But God had bidden him, and the holy were always merciful. He walked slowly between the dim flowers and bushes to the stately columned portico. With a thickly beating heart and a humble carriage he mounted the low wide steps and stood at the Cardinal's door, which should open on a marble vestibule dimly lit with a soft roseate violet colour. Two huge negroes wearing silver collars and tiger skins were on guard at each column of the door, and as the newcomer set foot within the portals one of them struck the silver bell attached to his wrist. Instantly appeared a slim and gorgeous youth, habited in black, a purple flower fastened at his throat. The stranger took off his cap. "This is the residence of His Eminence Cardinal Caprarola?" he asked.
and the hint of hesitation always in his manner was accentuated. "Yea," the youth bowed gracefully. "I am his Eminence's secretary, Messer Paolo Orsini. I do desire to see the Cardinal." "What is your purpose, sir?" "One neither political nor worldly." He paused, flushed, then added, "I would confess to his Eminence. I have come from Constantinople for that alone." "The Cardinal hears confession in the Basilica." "Certes, I know, yet I would crave to see him privately. I have matters relating to my soul to put before him. Surely he will not refuse me." The stranger's voice was unequal, his bearing troubled, as the secretary curiously observed. Penitents, anxious for their souls, did not often trouble the Cardinal, but Orsini's aristocratic manner showed no surprise. "His Eminence," he said, "is ever loath to refuse himself to the faithful. I will ask him if he will give you audience. What, sir, is your quality and your name?" "I am unknown here," answered the other humbly. "Lately I have come from Constantinople, where I held an office at the Court of Basle, but by birth I am a Frank, of the Cardinal's own country." "Sir, your name?" repeated the elegant secretary. "I have been known by many, but let his Eminence have the truth. I am Theirry, born of Dendermonde." Paolo Orsini bowed again. "I will acquaint the Cardinal," he said. "Will you await me here?" He was gone, as swiftly and silently as he had come. Theirry, hand to brow, gazed about him. He had seen nothing more lavishly splendid in the East. Cardinal Caprarola was no ascetic, whatever the youth Blaise may have been. And for a moment Theirry was bewildered and disappointed. Could a saint live thus? Then he reflected. Good it was to consider that God, and not the devil, who so often used beauty and wealth for his lures, had given a man this. He walked up and down, none to watch him but the 4 silent and motionless negroes. The exquisite lights, the melody of the fountain, the sweet odours that rose from the slow curling blue vapours, the gorgeous surroundings, lulled and soothed. He felt that at last, after his changeful wanderings, his restless unhappiness, he had found his goal and his haven. In this man's hands was redemption, this man was housed as befitted an ambassador of the Lord of Heaven. Paolo Orsini, in person as rare and splendid as the palace, returned. "The Cardinal will receive you, sir," he said. If the message astonished him he did not show it. He bowed before Theirry and preceded him up the magnificent stairs. Paolo Orsini opened a gilt door and held it wide while Theirry entered, then he bowed himself away, saying, "His Eminence will be with you presently." Theirry found himself in a fair-sized chamber, walls, floor and ceiling composed of ebony and mother of pearl. Incense burnt in a gold brazier, the rich scent of it glowing almost insupportable in the close confined space. The dim blue light, the strong perfumes were confusing to the senses. His pulses throbbed, his heart leapt. It did not seem as if he could speak to the Cardinal, then it seemed as if he could tell him everything and leave absolved. Yet, what was there in the place reviving memories that had been thrust deep into his heart for years? A certain room in an old house in Antwerp, with the August sunlight over the figure of a young man gilding a devil, a chamber in the college at Basle and 2 youths bending over a witch's fire, a dark wet night and the sound of a weak voice coming to him, Frankfort and a garden blazing with crimson roses. Other scenes, crowded, horrible. Why did he think of them here, in this remote land among strangers, here where he had come to purge his soul? There was a shiver of silks, and the Cardinal stepped into the chamber. Theirry sank on his knees and bowed his throbbing head. The Cardinal slowly closed the door,
A low rumble of thunder sounded. A great storm was gathering over the Tyrrhenian sea. End of section 23. Recording by Molly Craig. Section 24 of Black Magic by Marjorie Bowen. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 2, Chapter 2, The Confession. In nomine Patris et Filii et Spiritus Sancti. I give you greeting, said the cardinal, in a low, grave voice. He crossed to the ivory chair and seated himself. Theirry lifted his head and looked eagerly at the man who he hoped would be his saviour. The cardinal was young, of the middle height, of a full but elegant person, and conveying an impression of slightness and delicacy, though he was in reality neither small nor fragile. His face was pale, by this light only dimly to be seen. He wore a robe of vivid pink and violet silk that spread about the step on which his chair was placed. His hands were very beautiful, and ornamented with a variety of costly rings. On his head was a black skullcap, and outside it his hair showed thick, curling, and of a chestnut red colour. His foot, very small and well shaped, encased in a gold slipper, showed beneath his gown. He caught hold of the ivory arms of his seat and looked straight at Theirry with intense dark eyes. "On what matters did you wish to speak with me?" he asked. Theirry could not find words. A choking sense of horror, of something dreadful and blasphemous beyond all words, clutched at his heart. He stared at the young cardinal. He must be going mad. "The air, the incense makes me giddy, Holy Father," he murmured. The cardinal touched a bell and motioned to Theirry to rise. A beautiful boy in a white tunic answered the summons. "Extinguish the incense," said the cardinal, "and open the windows, Gian. It is very hot. A storm gathers, does it not?" The youth drew apart the painted curtains and unlatched the window. As the cooler air was wafted into the close chamber, Theirry breathed more freely. "The stars are all hidden, your Eminence," said Gian, looking at the night. "Certainly it is a storm." He raised the brazier, shook out the incense, leaving it smouldering greyly, went on one knee to the cardinal, then withdrew backwards. As the door closed behind him, Luigi Caprarola turned to the man standing humbly before him. "Now you can speak?" he said gravely. Theirry flushed. "Scarcely have I the heart. Your Eminence abashes me. I have a sickening tale to relate. Hearing of you, I thought, this holy man can give me peace, and I came half across the world to lay my troubles at your feet. But now, sir, now, I fear to speak, indeed am scarce able. Unreal and hideous it seems in this place." "In brief, sir," said the cardinal, "ye have changed your mind? I think ye were ever of a changeful disposition, Theirry of Dendermonde." "How does your Eminence know that of me? It is, alas, true." "I see it in your face," answered the cardinal. "And something else I see. You are, and long have been, unhappy. It is my great unhappiness that has brought me before your Eminence. Weary of sin and afraid of heaven, ye have come to seek absolution of me," said the cardinal. "Yea, if it might be granted me, if by any penitence I might obtain pardon." Then Theirry, whose gaze was fixed on the ground as he spoke, had an extraordinary vivid impression that the cardinal was laughing. He looked up quickly, only to behold Luigi Caprarola calm and grave. A peal of thunder sounded, and the echoes hovered in the chamber. "The confession must come before the absolution," said the cardinal. "Tell me, my son, what troubles you?" Theirry shuddered. "It involves others than myself. The seal of the confession is sacred, and I will ask for no names. Theirry of Dendermonde, kneel here and confess." He pointed to the ivory footstool close to his raised seat. Theirry came and humbly knelt. The curtains fluttered in the hot wind, a flash of lightning darted in between them and mingled with the luminous colour cast by the faint lamps. The Cardinal took up the gold book and laid it on his knee. His pink silk sleeve almost touched Theirry's lips. His garments gave out a strange and beautiful perfume. " Tell me of these sins of thine," he said, half under his breath. " I must go far back," answered the penitent in a trembling voice, " for your Eminence to understand my sins. They had small beginnings." He paused and fixed his gaze on the Cardinal's long fair fingers resting across the gold cover of the breviary. " I was born in Dendermonde," he said at last. " My father was a clerk who taught me his learning. When he died I came to Courtrai. I was 18, ambitious and clever beyond other scholars of my age. I wished above everything to go to one of the colleges; to gain a living I taught the arts I was acquainted with. Among others I gave lessons in music to a daughter of a great lord in Courtrai. In this manner I came to know her brother, who was a young knight of lusty desires. He was, as I, restless and impatient with Courtrai, but, unlike me, he was innocent, for I " he moistened his lips. " I, about this time, began to practise black magic." " Black magic!" repeated the Cardinal. " Go on." " I read forbidden books that I found in an old library in the house of a Jew whose son I taught. I tried to work spells, to raise spirits. I was very desperate to better myself. I wished to become as Alcuin, as Saint Jerome, nay, as Zerdusht himself, but I was not skilful enough. I could do little or nothing. The young knight I have spoken of was in love with a mighty lady who came through Courtrai. He wished to follow her to Frankfort. She had given him hopes that she would find him service there. He asked me to bear him company, and I was glad to go. On the journey he told me of his marriage to the daughter of a neighbouring lord, and, although it is no matter here, he knew not if she were alive or dead, but he knew of the place where she had last been known of, and we went thither. It was in the old half deserted town of Antwerp. We found the house, and there we met a youth, who told us of the maid's death and showed us her grave." " What of this youth?" asked the Cardinal softly. " Tell me of him." " He ruined me. By night he came to me and told me of his studies. Black magic, black magic. He cast spells and raised a devil. In a mirror he showed me visions. I swore with him faithful friendship. He ruined my soul. He sold some of the goods in the house, and we went together to Basle College. He was high born, I think, dainty in his ways and pleasant to look upon. My faltering soul was caught by his wiles, for he spoke of great rewards. I know not who he was, man or demon. I think he loved me." There was a little silence in the chamber, then the Cardinal spoke. " Loved you? What makes you think he loved you?" " Certes, he said so, and acted so. We went to Basle College. Then I also thought I loved him. He was the only thing in the world I had ever spoken to of my hopes, my desires. We continued our experiments. Our researches were blasphemous, horrible. He was ever more skilful than I. Then one day I met a lady, and then I knew myself hideous. But that very night I was drawn into the toils again. We cast a spell over another student. We were discovered and fled the college." A flash of lightning pierced the blue gloom like a sword rending silk. Theirry winced and shuddered as the thunder crashed overhead. " Does your tale end here?" demanded the Cardinal. " Alas, alas, no. I fell from worse sin to worse sin. We were poor, we met a monk, robbed him of God his money, and left him for dead. We came to Frankfort and lived in the house of an Egyptian hag, and I began to loathe the youth because the lady was ever in my thoughts, and he hated the lady bitterly because of this. He tempted me to do murder for gain, and I refused for her sake." Theirry's voice became hot and passionate. "Then I found that he was tempting her, my saint, but I had no fear that she would fall, and while she spurned him I thought I could also. Ay, and I did. But she proved no stronger. She loved her steward and bid him slay his wife. 'You staked on her virtue,' the devil cried to me, 'and you've lost, lost!'" The sobs thickened his voice, and the bitter tears gathered in his beautiful eyes. I was the youth's prey again, but now I hated him for his victory. We came back to Frankfort, and he was sweet and soft to me, while I was thinking how I might injure him as he had injured me. I dwelt on that picture of her, dishonoured and undone, and I hated him, so waited my chance, and the night we reached the city I betrayed him for what he was, betrayed him to whom I had sworn friendship. Well, half the town came howling through the snow to seize him, but we were too late. We found a flaming house, it burnt to ashes, he with it. I had had my revenge, but it brought me no peace. I left the West and went to the East, to India, Persia, to Greece. I avoided both God and the devil. I dreaded hell and dared not hope for heaven. I tried to forget, but could not. I tried to repent, but could not. Good and evil strove for me until the Lord had pity. I heard of you, and I have come to Rome to cast myself at your feet, to ask your aid to help throw myself on God his mercy. God wins, I think, this time," he continued in an unsteady voice. "I have confessed my sins, I will do penance for them, and die at least in peace. God and the angels win." The Cardinal rose. With one hand he held to the back of the ivory chair, with the other he clasped the golden book to his breast. The light shining on his red hair showed it in filmy brightness against the wall of ebony and mother of pearl. His face and lips were very pale above the vivid hue of his robe. His eyes, large and dark, stared at Theirry. Again the lightning flashed between the two and seemed to sink into the floor at the Cardinal's feet. He lifted his head proudly and listened to the following mighty roll. When the echoes had quivered again into hot stillness, he spoke. "The devil and his legions win, I think," he said. "At least they have served Dirk Renswoude well." Theirry fell back and back until he crouched against the gleaming wall. "Cardinal Caprarola!" he cried fearfully. "Cardinal Caprarola, speak to me, even here I hear the fiend's gibe." The Cardinal stepped from the ebony dais, his stiff robes making a rustling as he walked. He laughed. "Have I learned a mien so holy my old comrade knows me not? Have I changed so? I who was dainty and pleasant to look upon, your friend and your bane?" He paused in the centre of the room. The open window, the dark behind it, the waving curtains, the fierce lightning made a terrific background for his haughty figure, but Theirry moaned and whispered in his throat. "Look at me," commanded the Cardinal. "Look at me well, you who betrayed me. Am I not he who gilded a devil one August afternoon in a certain town in Flanders?" Theirry drew himself up and pressed his clenched hands to his temples. "Betrayed!" he shrieked. "It is I who am betrayed. I sought God and have been delivered unto the devil." The thunder crashed so that his words were lost in the great noise of it. The blue and forked lightning darted between them. "You know me now?" asked the Cardinal. Theirry slipped to his knees, crying like a child. "Where is God? Where is God?"
The Cardinal smiled. "He is not here," he answered, "nor in any place where I have been." An awful stillness fell after the crash of thunder. Theirry hid his face, cowering like a man who feels his back bared to the lash. " Cannot you look at me?" asked the Cardinal in a half mournful scorn. " After all these years am I to meet you thus at my feet?" Theirry sprang up, his features mask like in their unnatural distortion and lifeless hue. " You do well to taunt me," he answered, " for I am an accursed fool. I have been seeking for what does not exist — God. Ay, now I know that there is no God and no heaven, therefore what matter for my soul, what matter for any of it, since the devil owns us all?" " Your soul!" cried the Cardinal, as before. " Always have you thought too much and not enough of that. You served too many masters, and not one faithfully. Had you been a stronger man you had stayed with your fallen saint, not spurned her and then avenged her by my betrayal." He crossed to the window and closed it, the while the lightning picked him out in a fierce flash, and waited until the after crash had rocked to silence, his eyes all the while not leaving the shrinking, horror stricken figure of Theirry. " Well, it is a long while ago," he said, " and I and you have changed." " How did you escape that night?" asked Theirry hoarsely. " The master I serve is powerful," smiled the Cardinal. " He saved me then and set me where I am now, the greatest man in Rome, so great a man that did you wish a second time to betray me you might shout the truth in the streets and find no one to believe you." " Betray you!" cried Theirry, wild eyed. " No, I bow the knee to the greatest thing I have met and kiss your hand, your Eminence." The Cardinal turned and looked at him over his shoulder. " I never broke my vows," he said softly, " the vows of comradeship I made to you. Just now you said you thought I loved you — then, I mean, in the old days." He paused, and his delicate hand crept over his heart. " Well, I loved you, and it ruined me, as the devils promised. Last night I was warned that you would come to day, and that you would be my bane. Well, I do not care, since you are come, for, sir, I love you still." " Dirk!" cried Theirry. " Do you suppose it matters to me that you are weak, foolish, or that you betrayed me? You are the one thing in all the world I care for. Love — what was your love when you left her at Sebastian's feet? Had she been my lady I had stayed and laughed at all of it." " It is not the Devil who has taught you to be so faithful," said Theirry. For the first time a look of trouble, almost of despair, came into the Cardinal's eyes. He turned his head away. " You shame me," continued Theirry. " I have no constancy in me. Thinking of my own soul, almost have I forgotten Jacobea of Martzburg. And yet " "And yet you loved her." " Maybe I did — it is long ago." A bitter smile curved the Cardinal's lips. " Is that the way men care for women?" he said. " Certes, not in that manner had I wooed and remembered — had I been a lover." " Strange that we, meeting here like this, should talk of love," cried Theirry, his heart heaving, his eyes dilating. " Strange that I, driven round the world by fear of God, that I, coming here to one of God's own saints, should find myself in the devil's net again. Come, he has done much for you, what will he do for me?" The Cardinal smiled sadly. " Neither God nor devil will do anything for you are not single hearted, neither constant to good nor evil, but I will risk everything to serve your desires." Theirry laughed. " Heaven has cast the world away and we are mad." You famous as a holy man, did you murder the young Blay? I will back to India, to the East, and die an idol worshipper. See yonder crucifix, it hangs upon your walls, but the Christ does not rise to smite you. You handle the holy mysteries in the church, and no angel slays you on the altar steps. Let me away from Rome." He turned to the gilt door, but the Cardinal caught his sleeve. "Stay," he said, "stay, and all I promise you in the old days shall come true. Do you doubt me? Look about you, see what I have won for myself." "Nay, let me go." The last rumble of the thunder crossed their speech. "Stay, and I will make you Emperor." "Oh, devil!" cried Theirry. "Can you do that?" "We will rule the world between us. Yea, I will make you Emperor if you will stay in Rome and serve me. I will snatch the diadem from Balthasar's head and cast his Empress out as I ever meant to do, and you shall bear the sceptre of the Caesars. Oh, my friend, my friend!" He held out his right hand as he spoke. Theirry caught it, crushed the fingers in his hot grasp and kissed the brilliant rings. The Cardinal flushed and dropped his lids over sparkling eyes. "You will stay?" he breathed. "Yea, my sweet fiend, I am yours, and wholly yours. Lo, were not rewards such as these better worth crossing the world for than a pardon from God?" He laughed and staggered back against the wall, his look dazed and reckless. The Cardinal withdrew his hand and crossed to the ivory seat. "Now, farewell," he said. "The audience has been overlong. I know where to find you, and in a while I shall send for you. Farewell, O Theirry of Dendermonde. Farewell, O disciple of Satanas. I, your humble follower, shall look for fulfilment of your promises." When Luigi Caprarola was alone, he put his hand over his eyes and swayed backwards as if about to fall, while his breath came in tearing pants. With an effort he steadied himself, and clenching his hands now over his heart, paced up and down the room, his Cardinal's robes trailing after him, his golden rosary glittering against his knee. As he struggled for control the gilt door was opened, and Paolo Orsini bowed himself into his presence. "A messenger has just come from the Vatican, my lord." "Ah, His Holiness?" "Was found dead in his sleep an hour ago, your Eminence." The Cardinal paled and fixed his burning eyes on the secretary. "Thank you, Orsini. I thought he would not last the spring. Well, we must watch the conclave." He moved his handkerchief from his mouth and twisted it in his fingers. The secretary was taking his dismissal when the Cardinal recalled him. "Orsini, it is desirable we should have an audience with the Empress. She has many creatures in the church who must be brought to heel. Write to her, Orsini." "I will, my lord." The young man withdrew, and Luigi Caprarola stood very still, staring at the gleaming walls of his gorgeous cabinet. End of section 24. Recording by Molly Craig. Section 25 of Black Magic by Marjorie Bowen. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 2, Chapter 3, The Empress. Isabeau, wife of Balthasar of Courtrai and Empress of the West, waited in the porphyry cabinet of Cardinal Caprarola. She sat on a low chair by the window and rested her chin on her hand. Her superb eyes were grave and thoughtful. She did not move from her reflective attitude during the time the haughty priest kept her waiting. When at last he entered with a shimmer and ripple of purple silks, she rose and bent her head. "It pleases you to make me attendant on your pleasure, my lord?" she said. Cardinal Caprarola gave her calm greeting. "My time is not my own," he added. "God, his service comes first, lady." The Empress returned to her seat. "Have I come here to discuss God with your Eminence?" she asked, and her fair mouth was scornful. The Cardinal crossed to the far end of the cabinet and slowly took his place on his carved gold chair. " It is of ourselves we will speak," he said, smiling. " Certes, your Grace will have expected that." " Nay," she answered. " What is there we have in common, Cardinal Caprarola?" " Ambition," said his Eminence, " which is known alike to saint and sinner." Ysabeau looked at him swiftly. He was smiling with lips and eyes, sitting back with an air of ease and power that discomposed her; she had never liked him. " If your talk be of policy, my lord, it is to the Emperor you should go. I think you have as much influence in Rome as your husband, my daughter." " It is our influence you wish, my lord? Certes, a matter for the Emperor." " Yea, you understand me. Your Eminence desires our support in the Conclave now sitting," she continued haughtily. " But have you ever shown so much duty to us that we should wish to see you in St. Peter's seat?" She thought herself justified in speaking thus to a man whose greatness had always galled her, for she saw in this appeal for her help an amazing confession of weakness on his part. But Luigi Caprarola remained entirely composed. " You have your creatures in the Church," he said, " and you intend one of them to wear the tiara. There are 16 cardinals in the Conclave, and I, perhaps, have half of them. Your Grace, you must see that your faction does not interfere with what these priests desire — my election, namely." " Must?" she repeated, her violet eyes dilating. " Your Eminence has some reputation as a holy man, and you suggest the corruption of the Conclave." The Cardinal leant forward in his chair. " I do not play for a saintly fame," he said, " and as for a corrupted Conclave, your Grace should know corruption, seeing that your art, and your art alone, achieved the election of Balthasar to the German throne." Ysabeau stared at him mutely. He gave a soft laugh. " You are a clever woman," he continued. " Your husband is the first king of the Germans to hold the Empery of the West for 10 years and keep his heel on the homelands as well, but even your wits will scarcely suffice now. Bohemia revolts, and Basil stretches greedy fingers from Ravenna, and to keep the throne secure you desire a man in the Vatican who is Balthasar's creature." The Empress rose and placed her hand on the gilded ribbing of the window frame. " Your Eminence shows some understanding," she flashed, pale beneath her paint. " We gained the West, and we will keep the West, so you see, my lord, why my influence will be against you, not with you, in the Conclave." " Your Grace speaks boldly — you think me your enemy?" " You declare yourself hostile, my lord." " Nay, I may be a good friend to you — in St. Peter's." She smiled. " The Conclave have not declared their decision yet, your Eminence. You are a great prince, but the Imperial party have some power." The Cardinal sat erect, and his intense eyes quelled her despite herself. " Some power — which I ask you to exert in my behalf." She looked away, though angry with herself that his gaze overawed her. " You have declared your ambition, my lord; your talents and your wealth we know; you are too powerful already for us to tolerate you as master in Rome." " Again you speak boldly," smiled the Cardinal. " Perhaps too boldly. I think you will yet help me to the tiara." Ysabeau gave a quick glance at his pale, handsome face framed in the red hair. " Do you seek to bribe me, my lord?" She remembered the vast riches of this man and their own empty treasury. " Nay," said Luigi Caprarola, still smiling. " I threaten." " Threaten?" " I threaten that I will make you an outcast in the streets unless you serve me well." She was the tiger cat now, ready to turn at bay Marozia Porphyrogenitus of Byzantium. " I know that of you," said the Cardinal, " that once revealed would make the Emperor hurl you from his side." She sucked in her breath and waited. Melchoir of Brabant died by poison and by witchcraft. All the world knows that. Her eyes were long and evil. He was bewitched by a young doctor of Frankfort College who perished for the deed. The Cardinal looked down at the hand on his lap. Yea, that young doctor brewed the potion, you administered it. Ysabeau took a step forward into the room. You lie. I am not afraid of you. You lie most utterly. Luigi Caprarola sprang to his feet. Silence, woman, speak not so to me. It is the truth, and I can prove it. The Cardinal still stood and dominated her. Do you recall a youth who was scrivener to your chamberlain and friend of the young doctor of rhetoric? Thierry his name, born of Dendermonde? Yea, he is now dead or in the East. He is alive and in Rome. He served you well once, Empress, when he came to betray his friend, and you were quick to seize the chance. It suited him then to truckle to you. I think he was afraid of you. He is not now. He knows, and if I bid him he will speak. Ysabeau answered swiftly. I am not of a nation easily cowed, my lord, nor are the people of my blood readily trapped. I can tear your reputed saintship to rags by spreading abroad this tale of how you tried to bargain with me for the popedom. The Cardinal smiled in a way she did not care to see. But first, I say to the Emperor, your wife slew your friend that she might be your wife, your friend Melchoir of Brabant. You loved him better than you loved the woman. Will you not avenge him now? The Empress pressed her clenched hands against her heart, and with an effort raised her eyes to her accuser's masterful face. My lord's love against it all, she said hoarsely. He knows Melchoir's murderer perished in Frankfort in the flames. He knows that I am innocent, and he will laugh at you. Weave what tissues of falsehood you will, sir, I do defy you, and will do no bargaining to set you in the Vatican. The Cardinal rested his fingertips on the arm of the chair and looked down at them with a deepening smile. You speak, he answered, as one whom I can admire. It requires great courage to put the front you do on guilt, but I have certain knowledge of what I say. Come, I will prove to you that you cannot deceive me. You came first to the house of a certain witch in Frankfort on a day in August. A youth opened the door and took you into a room at the back that looked on to a garden growing dark red roses. You knew that he had been driven from Basle College for witchcraft, even as I know you compassed the death of your first husband, and you asked him to help you, even as I ask you to help me now. The Cardinal reseated himself in his gold chair and marked with brilliant merciless eyes the woman struggling to make a stand against him. Hugh of Rooselaare died, he said with sudden venom, died basely for justly accusing you, and so shall you die basely unless you aid me in the conclave. Cardinal Caprarola, she said, you ask me to use my influence to bring about your election to the popedom. Knowing you as I know you now, I cannot fail to see you are a man who would stop at naught. If I help you, I shall help my husband's enemy. Once you are in the Vatican, how long will you tolerate him in Rome? You will be no man's creature, and I think no man's ally. What chance shall we have in Rome once you are master? Sylvester was old and meek, he let Balthasar hold the reins. Will you do that? That I will not, said Luigi Caprarola. If it please me, I will hurl him down and set one of my own followers up. I have no love for Balthasar of Courtrai. Ysabeau's face hardened with hate. But you think he can help you to the tiara? Through you, lady. You can tell him I am his friend, his ally, what you will, or you may directly influence the cardinals, I care not. So the thing be done. What I shall do if it be not done, I have said." "Then you are wrong. Neither threats nor bribery can make me do this thing. Say what you will to the Emperor, I am secure in his good affections. Blight my fame, and turn him against me if you can. I am not so mean a woman that fear can make me betray the fortunes of my husband and my son." The Cardinal lowered his eyes. He was very pale. "You dare death," he said, "a shameful death. If my accusation be proved, as proved it shall be." The Empress looked at him over her shoulder. "Dare death!" she cried. "You say I have dared hell for him. Shall I be afraid then of paltry death?" Luigi Capriola's breast heaved beneath the vivid silk of his robe. "Of what are you afraid?" he asked. "Of nothing, save evil to my lord." The Cardinal's lids dropped. He moistened his lips. "This is your answer?" "Yea, your Eminence. All the power I possess shall go to prevent you mounting the throne you covet so. And now, seeing you have that answer, I will leave. My courtiers grow weary in your halls." She moved to the door. As she opened it the Cardinal turned his head. "Give me a little longer, your Grace," he said softly. "I have yet something to say." She reclosed the door and stood with her back against it. "Well, my lord?" The Cardinal was pale and scornful. His narrow eyes and curving mouth expressed bitterness and passion. "Here is the weapon that shall bring you to your knees," he said, "and make your boasting die upon your lips. You are not the wife of Balthasar, and the only heritage your son will ever have is the shame and weariness of the outcast." "Not his wife? Why, you rave. We were married before all Frankfort. Not Balthasar's wife." "Your lord was wed before." "Yea, I know. What of it?" "This. Ursula of Rooselaare lives." "Ursula of Rooselaare died in Antwerp," she cried wildly, "in the convent of the White Sisters." "She did not, and Balthasar knows she did not. He thinks she died thereafter. He thinks he saw her grave, but he would find it empty. She lives. She is in Rome, and she is his wife, his Empress before God and man." "How do you know this?" She made a last pitiful attempt to brave him, but the terrible Cardinal had broken her strength. The horror of the thing he said had chilled her blood and choked her heartbeats. "The youth who helped you once, the doctor Constantine. From him Balthasar obtained the news of his wife's death, for Ursula and he were apprenticed to the same old master. Ask Balthasar if this be not so. Well, the youth lied, for purposes of his own. The maid lived then and is living now, and if I choose it she will speak." "It is not possible," shuddered the Empress. "No, you wish to drive me mad, and so you torture me. Why did not this woman speak before?" The Cardinal smiled. "She did not love her husband as you do, lady, and so preferred her liberty. You should be grateful. She has his ring, and her wedding deeds, signed by him and by the priest. There are those at Rooselaare who know her, albeit it is near 20 years since she was there. Also she hath the deposition of old Master Lucas that she was a supposed nun when she came to him, and in reality the wife of Balthasar of Courtrai. She can prove no one lies buried in the garden of Master Lucas's house, and she can bring forward sisters of the order to which she belonged to show that she did not die on her wedding day. This and further proof can she show." "She must be silenced. By Christus his mother, she must be silenced." secure me the casting vote in the conclave, and she will never speak. I have said I cannot, for his sake, for my son's sake. Then I will bring forth Ursula of Rooselaare, and she shall prove herself the Emperor's wife. Then instantly you must leave him, or both of you will be excommunicated. Your alternative will be to stay and be his ruin, or go to obscurity, never seeing his face again. Your son will no longer be King of the Romans, but a nameless wanderer, spurned and pitied by those who should be his subjects, and another woman will sit by Balthasar's side on the throne of the West." For a little while she was silent, and the Cardinal also, as he looked at her. Then she raised her eyes to meet his. Steadily now she kept them at the level of his gaze, and her base, bold blood served her well in the manner of her speech. "Lord Cardinal," she said, "you have won. Before you, as before the world, I stand Balthasar's wife. Nor can you fright me from that proud station by telling of this impostor. Yet I am afraid of you. I dare not come to an issue with you, Luigi Caprarola, and to buy your silence on these matters I will secure your election. And afterwards you and my lord shall see who is the stronger." "We part as enemies," he answered, "but I kiss the hem of your gown, Empress, for you are brave as you are beautiful." He gracefully lifted the purple robe to his lips. "And above all things do I admire a constant woman." His voice was strangely soft. She moved away, steadying her steps with difficulty. The two chamberlains in the antechamber rose as she stepped out of the cabinet. "Benedictus, my daughter," smiled the Cardinal, and closed the door. "How she loves him still," he said aloud. "Yet why do I wonder? Is he not as fair a man as—" he broke off, then added reflectively, "also she is beautiful." His long fingers felt among his silk robes. He drew forth a little mirror and gazed at his handsome face, with the darkened upper lip and tonsured head. As he looked he smiled, then presently laughed. End of section 25. Recording by Molly Craig. Section 26 of Black Magic by Marjorie Bowen. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 2, Chapter 4, The Dancer in Orange. Theirry walked slowly through the gorgeous ruins of Imperial Rome. It was something after noon and glowingly hot. The Tiber curled in and about the stone houses and broken palaces like a bronze and golden serpent, so smooth and glittering it was. He followed the river until it wound round the base of Mount Aventine, and there he paused and looked up at the Emperor's palace, set splendidly on the hill. A little Byzantine chariot, gilt with azure curtains and drawn by a white horse, came towards him. The occupant was a lady in a green dress. The grooms ran either side of the horse's head to assist it up the hill. The chariot passed Theirry at a walking pace. The lady was unveiled, and the sun was full on her face. It was Jacobea of Martzburg. She did not see him. Her car continued its slow way towards the palace, and Theirry stood staring after it. He had last seen her 10 years and more ago in her steward's arms in the courtyard of Castle Martzburg, beyond them Sebastian's wife. The sound of cymbals and laughter roused him from his agitated thoughts. He looked along the road that wound by the Tiber, and saw a little crowd approaching, evidently following a troupe of jugglers or mountebanks. As they came nearer to where he loitered, Theirry, ever easily attracted by any passing excitement or attraction, could not choose but give them a half sullen attention. The centre of the group was a girl in an orange gown; they who followed her the mere usual citizens of Rome, some courtiers of the Emperor's, soldiers, merchants' clerks, and the rabble of children, lazy mongrel foreigners and Franks. The dancer stopped and spread a scarlet carpet on the roadway. The crowd gathered about in a circle, and Theirry drew up with the rest, interested by what interested them. The two facts, namely, that marked the girl as different from her kind. Firstly, she affected the unusual modesty or coquetry of a black mask that completely covered her face, and secondly, she was attended only by a hideous ape. Although the mask concealed the charms of her face, it was obvious that she was young, and probably Greek. Her figure was tall, full, and splendidly graceful. She held a pair of brass cymbals and struck them with a stormy joyousness above her proud head. The ape, wearing a collar of bright red stones and a long blue jacket trimmed with spangles, curled himself on the corner of the carpet and went to sleep. The girl began dancing. She had no music save her cymbals, and needed none. Suddenly she lowered the cymbals, struck them together before her breast, and looked from right to left. Theirry caught the gleam of her dark eyes through the holes in her mask. For a while she crouched together, panting, then drew herself erect and let her hands fall apart. The burning sun shone in her hair, in the metal hems of her robe, in her sandals, and changed the cymbals into discs of fire. She began to sing. Her voice was deep and glorious, though muffled by the mask. Slowly she moved round the red carpet, and the words of her song fell clearly on the hot air. " If love were all, his perfect servant I would be, kissing where his foot might fall, doing him homage on a lowly knee. If love were all, if love were all, and no such thing as pride nor empery, nor God, nor sins or great or small, if love were all." She passed Theirry so close her fluttering robe touched his slack hand. He looked at her curiously, for he thought he knew her voice. He had heard many women sing, and somewhere this one: "If love were all, but love is weak, and hate oft giveth him a fall, and wisdom smites him on the cheek. If love were all, if love were all, and I had lived glad and meek, nor heard ambition call and valor speak. If love were all." The song ended as it had begun, on a clash of cymbals. The dancer swung round, stamped her foot, and called fiercely to the ape, who leapt up and began running round the crowd, offering a shell and making an ugly jabbering noise. Theirry flung the hideous thing a silver bezant and moved away. He was thinking, not of the dancer with the unknown memory in her voice, but of the lady in the gilt chariot behind the azure curtains. Jacobea, how little she had changed. A burst of laughter made him look round. He saw a quick picture, the girl's orange dress flashing in the strong sunlight, the ape on her shoulder hurling the contents of the shell in the air, which glittered for a second with silver pieces, and the jesting crowd closing round both. He passed on moodily into the centre of the town. In the unrest and agitation of his thoughts he had determined to seek Cardinal Caprarola, since the Cardinal gave no sign of sending for him, even of remembering him. But to day it was useless to journey to the palace on the Palatine, for the Conclave sat in the Vatican, and the Cardinal would be of their number. The streets, the wine shops, the public squares were full of a mixed and excited mob, the adherents of the Emperor, who wished to see a German pontiff, and they who were ardent Romans or churchmen came, here and there, to open brawls. The endless processions that crossed and recrossed from the various monasteries and churches were interrupted by the lawless jeers of the Frankish inhabitants, who, under a strong emperor and a weak pope, had begun to assume the bearing of conquerors. Theirry left them all, too concerned as always in his own small affairs to have any interest in larger issues. He turned into the Via Sacra, and there, under the splendid but broken arch of Constantine, he saw again the dancing girl and her ape. She looked at him intently, of that he could have no doubt, despite her mask, and as he turned his hesitating steps toward the Palatine, she rose and followed him. As he ascended the narrow grey road that wound above the city, he kept looking over his shoulder, and she was always there, following, with the ape on her shoulder. They passed scattered huts, monasteries, decaying temples and villas, and came out on to the deserted stretches of the upper Palatine, where the fragmentary glories of another world lay under the cypress and olive trees. Here Theirry paused and again looked, half fearfully, for the bright figure of the dancer. She stood not far from him, leaning against a slender shaft of marble, the sole remaining column of a temple to some heathen god. Theirry flung himself on a low marble seat that stood in the shade of a cypress, and his blood-red robe was vivid even in the shadow. He looked at the veiled city at his feet, and at the dancing girl resting against the time-stained moss-grown column. She loosened the cymbals from her hands and flung them on the ground. The ape jumped from her shoulder and caught them up. Again she sang her passionate little song. As she sang, another and very different scene was suddenly brought to Theirry's mind. He remembered a night when he had slept on the edge of a pine forest, in Germany, many years ago, and had suddenly awoke. Nay, he had dreamt he heard singing, and a woman singing. If it were not so mad a thought he would have said, this woman singing. He turned bitter dark eyes towards her. Why had she followed him? Swiftly and lightly she came across the grass, glittering from head to foot in the sunlight, and paused before him. "Certes, you should be in Rome to day," she said. "The conclave come to their decision this afternoon. Do you wish to hear it announced from the Vatican?" "Nay," smiled Theirry, "I would rather see you dance." Her answer was mocking. "You care nothing for my dancing. I would wager to stir any man in Rome sooner than you." Theirry flushed. "Why did you follow me?" he asked in a half indifferent dislike. She seated herself on the other end of his marble bench. "My reasons are better than my dancing, and would, could I speak them, have more effect on you." She leant towards him across the length of the bench, and the perfume of her orange garments mingled with the odour of the violets. "Take me for something other than what I appear," she continued in a mournful and passionate voice. "In being here I risk an unthinkable fate, I stake the proudest hopes, the fairest fortune." "Who are you?" cried Theirry. "Why are you masked?" She drew back instantly, and her tone changed to scorn again. "When there are many pilgrims in Rome the monks bid us poor fools wear masks, lest with our silly faces we lure souls away from God." Theirry was silent. The dancing girl laughed softly. "Are you thinking of her?" she asked. He turned with a start. "Thinking of whom?" he demanded. "The lady in the Byzantine chariot, Jacobea of Martzburg?" He sprang up. "Who are you, and what do you know of me?" "This, at least, that you have not forgotten her, yet you would be Emperor too, would you not?" "Ye are some witch," he said. "I come from Thessaly, where we have skill in magic," she answered, and now she sat erect, her yellow dress casting a glowing reflection into the marble. "And I tell you this," she added passionately, "if you would be Emperor, let that woman be. She will do nought for you. Let her go. This is a warning, Theirry of Dendermonde." His face flushed, his eyes sparkled. Have I a chance of wearing the imperial crown?" he cried. "May I rule the West? Tell me that, witch." She whistled the ape on her side. "I am no witch, but I warn you to think no more of Jacobea of Martzburg." He answered hotly: "I love not to hear her name on your tongue. She is nothing to me. I need not your warning." The dancer rose. "For your own sake forget her, Theirry of Dendermonde, and you may be indeed Emperor of the West and Caesar of the Romans." "How came you by your knowledge?" he asked, and clutched the cypress trunk. "I read your fortune in your eyes," she answered. "We in Thessaly have skill in these things, as I have said. Look at the city beneath us; is it not worth much to reign in it?" The gold vapour that lay about the distant hills seemed to be resolving into heavy menacing clouds. Theirry, following the direction of her slender pointing finger, gazed at the city and saw the clouds beyond. "A storm gathers," he said, and knew not why he shivered suddenly until his pearl earrings tinkled on the collar round his neck. The dancer laughed wildly and musically. "Come with me to the Piazza of St. Peter," she said, "and you shall hear strange words." With that she caught hold of his blood red garments and drew him towards the city. As they went down the road that wound through the glorious desolation, Theirry heard the sound of pattering feet and looked over his shoulder. It was the ape who followed them. He walked on his hind legs. How tall he was! Theirry had not thought him so large, nor of such a human semblance. The dancer was silent, and Theirry could not speak. When they entered the city gates, the dun coloured clouds had swallowed up the gold vapour and half covered the sky. As they crossed the Tiber and neared the Vatican, the last beams of the sun disappeared under the shadow of the oncoming storm. Enormous crowds were gathered in the Piazza of St. Peter. It seemed as if all Rome had assembled there. Many faces were turned towards the sky, and the sudden gloom that had overspread the city seemed to infect the people, for they were mostly silent, even sombre. The enormous and terrible ape cleared an easy way for himself through the crowd, and Theirry and the dancing girl followed until they had pushed through the press of people and found themselves under the windows of the Vatican. "I cannot see," she said, "not even the window." He, with an instinct to assist her, and an impulse to use his strength, caught her round the waist and lifted her up. For a second her breast touched his; he felt her heart beating violently behind her thin robe, and an extraordinary sensation took possession of him, occasioned by the touch of her, the sense of her in his arms. There was communicated, as if from her heart to his, a high and rapturous passion. It was the most terrible and the most splendid feeling he had ever known, at once an agony and a delight such as he had never dreamed of before. Unconsciously he gave an exclamation and loosened his hold. She slipped to the ground with a stifled and miserable cry. "Let me alone," she said wildly. "Let me alone." "Who are you?" he whispered excitedly, and tried to catch hold of her again, but the great ape came between them, and the seething crowd roughly pushed him. Cardinal Maria Orsini had stepped out on to one of the balconies of the Vatican. He looked over the expectant crowd, then up at the black and angry sky, and seemed for a moment to hesitate. When he spoke, his words fell into a great stillness. "The Sacred College has elected a successor to St. Peter in the person of Louis of Dendermonde, Abbot of the Brethren of the Sacred Heart in Paris, Bishop of Ostia and Cardinal Capriola, who will ascend the papal throne under the name of Michael II." He finished. The cries of triumph from the Romans, the yells of rage from the Franks, were drowned in a sudden and awful peal of thunder. The lightning darted across the black heavens and fell on the Vatican and Castel San Angelo. The clouds were rent in two behind the temple of Mars the Avenger, and a thunderbolt fell with a hideous crash into the Forum of Augustus. Theirry, whipped with terror, turned with the frightened crowd to flee. He heard the dancing girl laugh and tried to snatch at her orange garments, but she swept by him and was lost in the surge. Rome quivered under the onslaught of the thunder, and the lightning alone lit the murky, hot gloom. " The reign of the Antichrist has begun!" shrieked Theirry, and laughed insanely. End of Section 26. Recording by Molly Craig. Section 27 of Black Magic by Marjorie Bowen. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 2, Chapter 5. The Pope. The chamber in the Vatican was so dimly, richly lit with jewelled and deep-coloured lamps that at first Theirry thought himself alone. He looked round and saw silver walls hung with tapestries of violet and gold, pillars with columns of sea-green marble and capitals of shining mosaic supported a roof encrusted with jasper and jade. The floor, of Numidian marble, was spread with Indian silk carpets. Here and there stood crystal bowls of roses, white and crimson fainting in the close sweet air. At the far end of the room was a dais, and Theirry, as his eyes became used to the wine-coloured gloom, saw that someone sat there, someone so splendidly robed and so still that it seemed more like one of the images Theirry had seen worshipped in Constantinople than a human being. He shivered. Presently he could discern intense eyes looking at him out of a dazzle of dark gold and shimmering shadowed colours. Michael II moved in his seat. " You sent for me," said Theirry. To himself his voice sounded hoarse and unnatural. " At last." "At last?" " I have been waiting. You have been Pope 30 days and never have you given me a sign. Is 30 days so long? You have done nothing for me. You spoke of favours." " Favours?" echoed Michael. " You are the only man in Christendom who would stand in my presence. The Emperor kneels to kiss my foot." " The Emperor does not know," shuddered Theirry. " But I do, and knowing, I cannot kneel to you. Ah God, how can you dare it?" The Pope's soft voice came from the shadows. " Your moods change, first this, then that. What humour are you in now, Theirry of Dendermonde? Would you still be Emperor?" Theirry put his hand to his brow. " Yea, you know it. Why do you torture me with suspense, with waiting? If evil is to be my master, let me serve him and be rewarded." The Pope held back the blossom-strewn brocade so that he could see the other's face. " I ask of you to let Jacobea of Martzburg be." Theirry flushed. " How ye have always hated her. Since I came to Rome I have seen her the once." The Pope's smooth pale face showed a stain of red from the dim beams of one of the splendid lamps. Theirry observed it as he leant forward. " She did not marry her steward," he said. The Pope's eyes narrowed. " Ye have been at the pains to discover that?" Theirry laughed mournfully. " You have won. You, sitting where you sit now, can afford to mock at me, at my love, at my hope, both of which I placed once at stake on her, and lost. And lost. 10 years ago, but having again seen her, sometimes I must think of her, and that she was not vile after all, but only trapped by you, as I have been. Sebastian went to Palestine, and she has gone unwed." The Pope gave a quick sigh and bit his lip. " I will make you Emperor," he said, " but that woman shall not be your Empress. Did I love her even, which I do not, I would put her gladly aside to sit on the Imperial throne. Come, I have dallied long enough on the brink of devilry, let me sin grandly now and be grandly paid."
Michael II gave so quick a breath the jewels on his breast scattered coloured light. " Come nearer to me," he commanded, " and take my hand, as you used to in Frankfort. I am always Dirk to you — you who never cared for me, hated me, I think. Oh, the traitors our hearts are, neither god nor devil is so fierce to fight." Theirry approached the gold steps; the Pope leant down and gave him his cool white hand, heavy with gemmed rings, and looked intently into his eyes. " When they announced your election, how the storm smote the city," whispered Theirry fearfully. " Were you not daunted?" The Pope withdrew his hand. " I was not in the Conclave," he said in a strange tone. " I lay sick in my villa. As for the storm "" It has not lifted since," breathed Theirry. " Day and night have the clouds hung over Rome. Is not there, after all, a God?" " Silence!" cried the Pope in a troubled voice. " You would be Emperor of the West, would you not? Let us speak of that." Theirry leant against the arm of the throne and stared with an awful fascination into the other's face. " Ay, let us speak of that," he answered wildly. " Can all your devilries accomplish it? It is common talk in Rome that you secured your election by Frankish influence because you vowed to league with Balthasar — they say you are his ally. Nevertheless I will cast him down and set you in his place. He comes to day to ask my aid against Lombardy and Bohemia, and therefore I have sent for you, that you may overhear this audience and see how I mate and checkmate an Emperor for your sake." As he spoke he pointed to the other end of the room, where hung a sombre and rich curtain. " Conceal yourself behind that tapestry and listen carefully to what I say, and you will understand how I may humble Balthasar and shake him from his throne." Theirry, not joyous nor triumphant, but agitated and trembling with a horrible excitement, crept across the room and passed silently behind the arras. As the long folds shook into place again the Pope touched a bell. Paolo Orsini entered. " Admit the Emperor." The secretary withdrew. There was a soft sound in the antechamber, the voices of priests. A heavy tread sounded without, and the Emperor advanced into the splendid glooms of the audience chamber. He was bareheaded, and at sight of the awe inspiring figure went on his knees at the foot of the dais. Michael II looked at him in silence. The silver door was closed and they were alone, save for the unseen listener behind the arras. At last the Pope said slowly: " Arise, my son." The Emperor stood erect, showing his magnificent height and bearing. " Your Holiness knows that it is my humble desire to form a firm alliance between Rome and Germany. I have ruled both long enough to prove myself neither weak nor false. I have ever been a faithful servant of Holy Church." Michael II smiled. " On what right does your Grace presume when you ask us to aid you in steadying a trembling throne?" " I was assured, Holy Father, of your friendliness before the election. The Empress " Again the Pope cut him short. " Cardinal Caprarola was not the vicegerent of Christ, the high priest of Christendom, as we are now, and those whom Louis of Dendermonde knew became as nothing before the Pope of Rome, in whose estimate all men are the same." " Your Holiness can have no object in refusing my alliance," he answered. " Sylvester crowned me with his own hands, and I always lived in friendship with him. He aided me with troops when the Lombards rebelled against their suzerain, and Suabia he placed under an interdict." " We are not Sylvester," said the Pope haughtily, " nor accountable for his doings; as you may show yourself the obedient son of the Church, so may we support you; otherwise we can denounce as we can uphold, pull down as we can raise up, and it wants but little, Balthasar of Courtrai, to shake your throne from under you." The Emperor bit his lip, and the scales of his mail gleamed as they rose with his heavy breathing. He knew that if the power of the Vatican was placed on the side of his enemies he was ruined. In what way have I offended your Holiness?" he asked with what humility he could. " Ye have offended Heaven, for whom we stand," he answered, " and until by penitence ye assoil your soul we must hold you outcast from the mercies of the Church." " Tell me my sins," said Balthasar hoarsely, " and what I can do to blot them out. Masses, money, lands — none of these can make your peace with God and us, only one thing can avail there." " Tell it me," cried the Emperor eagerly. " If it be a crusade, surely I will go — after Lombardy is subdued." The Pope flashed a quick glance over him. " We want no knight erranty in the East. We demand this, that you put away the woman whom you call your wife." Balthasar stared with dilating eyes. " Saint Joris guard us!" he muttered. " The woman whom I call my wife?" " Ysabeau, first wedded to the man whom you succeeded." " I do not understand, your Holiness." The Pope turned in his chair so that the lamplight made his robe one bright purple sheen. " Come here, my lord." The Emperor advanced to the gold steps; a slim fair hand was held out to him, holding between finger and thumb a ring set with a deep red stone. Balthasar of Courtrai looked at the ring; round the bezel 2 coats of arms were delicately engraved in the soft red gold. " Why," he said in a troubled way, " I know the ring — yea, it was made many years ago." " The woman to whom in your name it was given still lives." " Ursula of Rooselaare?" cried Balthasar. " Yea, Ursula of Rooselaare, your wife." " My first wife, who died before I had seen her, Holiness," stammered the Emperor. " Who told you she was dead?" continued the Pope. " A certain youth who for his ends, I think, lied. A wicked youth he was, and he died in Frankfort for compassing the death of the late Emperor — or escaped that end by firing his house — the tale grows faint with years. 'Twas he who told you Ursula of Rooselaare was dead, even showed you her grave, and you were content to take his word, and she was content to be silent." " Oh, Christus !" cried the Emperor. " Oh, Saint Joris ! But, Holy Father, this thing is impossible." He wrung his hands together and beat his mailed breast. " From whom had you this tale?" " From Ursula of Rooselaare." " It cannot be. Why was she silent all these years? Why did she allow me to take Ysabeau to wife?" A wild expression crossed the Pope's face; he looked beyond the Emperor with deep, soft eyes. " Because she loved another man." A pause fell for a second, then Michael II spoke again. " I think too she something hated you who had failed her and scorned her; there was her father also, who died shamefully by Ysabeau's command. She meant, I take it, to revenge that upon the Empress, and now perhaps her chance has come. Where is this woman who has so influenced your Holiness against me? An impostor — do not listen to her." " She speaks the truth, as God and devils know," flashed the Pope, " and we, with all the weight of Holy Church, will support her in the maintenance of her just rights. We also have no love for this Eastern woman who slew her lord." " Nay, that is false." Balthasar ground his teeth. " I know some said it of her, but it is a lie." " This to me," cried the Pope. " Beware how ye anger God's Vicegerent. I bend my neck for your Holiness to step on, so you do not ask me to listen to evil of the Empress. Ysabeau is not Empress, nor your wife; her son is not your heir, and you must presently part with both of them, or suffer the extremity of our wrath. Yea, the woman shall ye give into the hands of the executioner to suffer for the death of Melchoir, and the child shall ye turn away from you, and with pains and trouble shall ye search for Ursula of Rooselaare, and finding her, cause her to be acknowledged your wife and Empress of the West. That she lives I know, the rest is for you." " I have but one answer," said Balthasar. and it would be the same did I deliver it in the face of God, that while I live and have breath to speak I shall proclaim Ysabeau and none other as my wife, and our son as an Empress's son, and my heir and successor. Kingdom and even life may your Holiness despoil me of, but neither the armies of the earth nor the angels of heaven shall take from me these two. This my answer to your Holiness." The Pope resumed his seat. " Ye dare to defy me?" he said. " Well, ye are a foolish man to set yourself against Heaven. Go back and live in sin and wait the judgment." Balthasar's flesh crept and quivered, but he held his head high, even though the Pope's words opened the prospect of a sure hell. Michael II gazed at him in silence as he bent his head and backed towards the silver door. Presently he rose and descended from the dais, the dark arras was lifted cautiously, and Theirry crept into the room. " What you said was false?" whispered Theirry questioningly. The jewelled light flickered over the Pope's face. " Nay, it was true. Ursula of Rooselaare lives. I would like to see her. Who is it that she loves?" The Pope showed pale. He moved slowly across the room with his head bent. " A man for whose sake she puts her very life in jeopardy," he said in a low, passionate voice. " A man, I think, who is unworthy of her." The Pope lifted an arras that concealed an inner door. " The first move is made," he said. " Farewell now, I will acquaint you of the progress of your fortunes." He gave a slight, queer smile. " As for Ursula of Rooselaare, ye have seen her." " Seen her?" " Yea, she wears the disguise of a masked dancer in orange." With that he pointed Theirry to the concealed doorway, and turning, left him. Section 28 of Black Magic by Marjorie Bowen. This LibriVox is in the public domain. Part 2, Chapter 6. San Giovanni in Laterano. In the palace on the Aventine, Balthasar stood at a window looking over Rome. The clouds that had hung for weeks over the city cast a dull yellow glow over marble and stone; the air was hot and sultry. Now and then thunder rolled over the Vatican, and a flash of lightning revealed the angel on Castel San Angelo, poised above the muddy waters of the Tiber. A furious, utter dread and terror gripped Balthasar's heart. Days had passed since his defiance of the Pope, and he had heard no more of his daring, but he was afraid — afraid of Michael II., of the Church, of Heaven behind it, afraid of this woman who had risen from the dead. He knew the number of his enemies and with what difficulty he held Rome; he guessed that the Pope intended his downfall and to put another in his place, but not this almost certain ruin disturbed him day and night. No, the thought that the Church might throw him out and consign his soul to the smoky hell. Bravely enough he had dared the Pope at the time when his heart was hot within him, but in the days that followed his very soul had fainted to think what he had done. He could not sleep, nor rest while waiting for outraged Heaven to strike. He darkly believed the continual storm brooding over Rome to be omen of God's wrath with him. His trouble was the greater because it was secret, the first that since they had been wedded he had concealed from Ysabeau. As this touched her in an infamous and horrible manner, he could neither breathe it to her nor any other, and the loneliness of his miserable apprehension was an added torture. This morning he had interviewed the envoys from Germany and his chamberlain. Tales of anarchy and turmoil in Rome, of rebellion in Germany, had further distracted him. Now alone in his little marble cabinet he stared across the gorgeous, storm-wrapped city. Not long ago he heard some one quietly enter, and because he knew who it was he would not turn his head. She came up to him and laid her hand on his plain brown doublet. " Balthasar," she said, " will you never tell me what it is that sits so heavily on your heart?" He commanded his voice to answer. " Nothing, Ysabeau, nothing." " Oh, my lord !" she cried passionately. " No anguish is so bitter when shared." " Certes, you know my troubles, Ysabeau, the discontent, the factions, matter enough to make any man grave." " And the Pope," she said, raising her eyes to his. " Most of all it is the Pope." " His Holiness is no friend to me," said the Emperor in a low voice. " Oh, Ysabeau, we were deceived to aid him to the Tiara." She shuddered. " I persuaded you — blame me — I was mad — I set your enemy in authority." " Nay," he answered in a great tenderness. " You are to blame for nothing — you, sweet Ysabeau." She saw it and terror shook her. " He said more to you that day than you will tell me," she cried. " You fear something that you will not reveal to me." " He is a poor knight who tells his lady of his difficulties," he said. " I cannot come crying to you like a child." " I am very jealous of you, Balthasar," she said thickly. " Jealous that you should shut me out — from anything." " You will know soon enough," he answered in a hoarse voice. " But never from me." " Are we not as strong as this man, Balthasar?" " Nay," he shivered, " for he has the Church behind him. To morrow we shall see him again — I dread to morrow." "Why?" she asked thickly. " To morrow is the feast of the Assumption and we go to the Basilica." " Yea, and the Pope will be there in his power, and I must kneel humbly before him — yet not that alone." " Balthasar, what do you fear?" He breathed heavily. " Nothing — a folly, an ugly presentiment — of late I have slept so little. Why is he quiet? He meditates something." His blue eyes widened with fear. He put the Empress gently from him. " Take no heed, sweet, I am only weary, and your dear solicitude unnerves me. I must go pray Saint Joris to remember me." Angry scorn filled her heart when she considered the reputation this man had won in his youth. That indeed he still bore with some, yet it could not but stir her admiration to reflect what it must have cost a man of the Pope's nature to play the ascetic saint for so many years. But his piety had been well rewarded. The poor Flemish youth sat in the Vatican now, lord of her husband's fortunes and her own honour. Then she fell to pondering over the story of Ursula of Rooselaare, wondering where she was, where she had been these years, and how she had met Cardinal Caprarola. The Empress dwelt on these things till her head ached. She was interrupted by the entry of a lady tall and fair, leading a beautiful child by the hand — Jacobea of Martzburg and Ysabeau's son. " We seek for his Grace," smiled the lady. " Wencelaus wishes to say his Latin lesson and to tell the tale of the 3 dukes and the sack of gold that he has lately learnt." The Empress gave her son a quick glance. " You shall tell it to me, Wencelaus — my lord is not here." The boy, golden, large and glorious to look upon, scowled at her. The Prince tossed his yellow curls. " I want my father." Jacobea, in pity of the Empress's distracted bearing, tried to pacify him. The Empress crushed back the wild misery of her thoughts and caught the child's embroidered yellow sleeve. " Certes, ye shall see him," she said quietly. " If he promised you — I think he is in the oratory — we will wait at the door until he come forth." The boy kissed her hand and the shadow passed from his lovely face. Jacobea saw the Empress look down on him with a desperate and heartbroken expression.
She wondered at the anguish revealed to her in that second, but she was neither disturbed nor touched. Her own heart had been broken so long ago that all emotions were but names to her. The Empress dismissed her with a glance. Jacobea left the palace, mounted the little Byzantine chariot with the blue curtains, and drove to the church of San Giovanni in Laterano. She went there every day to hear a mass sung for the soul of one who had died long ago. A large portion of her immense fortune had gone in paying for masses and candles for the repose of Sybilla, one time wife of Sebastian, her steward. If gold could send the murdered woman there, Jacobea had opened to her the doors of paradise. In her quiet monotonous life in a strange land, caring for none and by none cared for, with a dead heart in her bosom and leaden feet walking heavily the road to the grave, this Sybilla had come to be with Jacobea the most potent thing she knew. Neither Balthasar nor the Empress nor any of their court were so real to her as the steward's dead wife. There were a few people in the church kneeling for the Angelus. Jacobea joined them, and fixed her eyes on the altar, where a strong purple light glowed and flickered, bringing out points of gold in the moulding of the ancient arches. A deep hush held the scented stillness. The scattered bent figures were dark and motionless against the mystic clouds of incense and the soft bright lights. Monks in long brown habits came and stood in the chancel, the bell struck the hour, and young novices entered singing: Angelus Domini nuntiavit Mariae, et concepit de Spiritu Sancto. The monks knelt and folded their hands on their breasts. The response, that still seemed very sweet to Jacobea, arose: Ave Maria, gratia plena. A side door near Jacobea opened softly, and a man stepped into the church. A strong sense that the newcomer was observing her made Jacobea turn, almost unconsciously, her head towards him as she repeated the Ave Maria. A tall, richly dressed man was gazing at her intently. His face was in shadow, but she could see long pearls softly gleam in his ears. Priests and novices left the church, the monks filed out and bent figures rose. The man stepped from the shadows as Jacobea rose to her feet, and their eyes met. " You remember me?" asked Theirry faintly. " I have forgotten nothing," she answered calmly. " Why do you seek to recall yourself to me?" " I cannot see you and let you pass." " Are you free of the devils?" she asked, and crossed herself. Theirry winced. He remembered that she believed Dirk was dead, that she thought of the Pope as a holy man. " Forgive me," he murmured. "For what?" " Ah, that I did not understand you to be always a saintly woman." Jacobea laughed sadly. " You must not think of the past, though you may think of nothing else, even as I do. We might have been friends once, but the devil was too strong for us." At that moment Theirry hated Dirk passionately; he felt he could have been happy with this woman, and with her only in the whole world, and he loathed Dirk for making it impossible. As she moved towards the door he came beside her. Then by a common impulse both stopped. Round one of the dark glittering pillars a brilliant figure flashed into the rich light, the masked dancer in orange. She stepped up to Theirry and laid her fingers on his scarlet sleeve. " How does Theirry of Dendermonde keep his word?" she mocked, and her eyes gleamed from their holes. " Is your heart of a feather's weight that it flutters this way and that with every breath of air?" " What does she mean?" asked Jacobea, as the man flushed and shuddered. " And what does she here in this attire?" The dancer turned to her swiftly. " What of one who drags his weary limbs beneath a Syrian sun in penitence for a deed ye urged him to?" she said in the same tone. Jacobea stepped back with a quick cry, and Theirry seized the dancer's arm. " Begone," he said threateningly. " I know you, or who you feign to be." She answered between laughter and fear. " Let me go, I have not hurt you. Why are you angry, my brave knight?" At the sound of her voice, that she in no way lowered, a monk came forward and sternly ordered her from the church. The dancer laughed. " So I am flung out of the house of God? Well, sir and sweet lady, will you come to the mass at the Basilica to morrow? Nay, do, it will be worth beholding — the Basilica to morrow — I shall be there." With that she darted before them and slipped from the church. Man and woman shuddered and knew not why. A peal of thunder rolled, the walls of the church shook, and an image of the Virgin was hurled to the marble pavement and shivered into fragments. Section 28 Section 29 of Black Magic by Marjorie Bowen. This LibriVox is in the public domain. Part 2, Chapter 7. The Vengeance of Michael II. From every church and convent in Rome the bells rang out. It was the feast of the Assumption and holiday in the city. Strange heavy clouds still obscured the sky, and intermittent thunder echoed in the distance. The Basilica of St. Peter was crowded from end to end. The vast congregation all knelt upon the marble floor, save the Emperor and his wife, who sat under a violet canopy placed opposite the pulpit. Between them on a lower step of the dais stood their little son, gleaming in white satin and overawed by the glitter and the silence. Surrounding the throne were ladies, courtiers, Frankish knights, members of the council, German margraves, Italian nobles, envoys from France, Spain, and resplendent Greeks from the court of Basil. Theirry, kneeling in the press, distinguished the calm face of Jacobea of Martzburg among the dames of the Empress's retinue, but he sought in vain through the immense and varied crowd for the dancer in orange. A faint chant rose from the sacristy, jewelled crosses showed above the heads of the multitude as the monks entered holding them aloft. The fresh voices of the choristers came nearer, acolytes took their places round the altar, and the blue clouds of incense floated over the hushed multitude. The bells ceased. The rise and fall of singing filled the basilica. Cardinal Orsini, followed by a number of priests, went slowly down the aisle towards the open bronze doors. His brilliant dalmatica shivered into gleaming light as he moved; at the doors he paused. The pontifical train was arriving in a gorgeous dazzle of colour and motion. Michael II stepped from a gilt car drawn by 4 white oxen, whose polished horns were wreathed with roses white and red. Preceded by cardinals, the vivid tints of whose silk robes burnt in the golden brightness of the basilica, the Pope passed down the aisle, while the congregation crouched low on their knees and hid their faces. Emperor and Empress rose. He looked at his son, but she at the Pontiff, who took no heed of either. Monks, priests and novices moved away from the high altar, where the rows upon rows of candles shone like stars against the sparkling, incense-laden air. He passed to his gold and ivory seat, and the cardinals took their places beside him. The Empress put her hand over her eyes; her jewels seemed so heavy they must drag her from the throne; the crown galled at her brow. The little Wencelaus stood motionless, a bright colour in his cheeks, his eyes brilliant with excitement. Now and then the Emperor looked at him in a secretive, piteous manner.
There was an involuntary stir among the people as the rich voices of the men took up the singing at the end of the epistle, a movement of joy, of pleasure in the triumphant music. Then the Pope moved, descended slowly from the dais and mounted the steps of the high altar, his train upheld by 2 archbishops. Emperor and Empress knelt with the rest as he performed the office of the mass, and intense stillness held the rapt assembly, but as he turned and displayed the host before the vast multitude who hid their eyes as he held it like a captured star above the hushed splendour of the altar, a crash of thunder shook the very foundations of the church, and the walls shivered as if mighty forces beat on them without. Michael II, the only man erect in the crouching multitude, smiled slowly as he replaced the Eucharist. Lightning darted through the high coloured windows and quivered a moment before it was absorbed in the rich lights. Down the chancel came a tall monk in the robe of the Order of the Black Penitents. His arms were folded, his hands hidden in his sleeves, his deep cowl cast his face into utter shadow. " I thought Cardinal Colonna preached," whispered Balthasar fearfully, as the monk ascended the pulpit. " I know not this man." The monk drew from his sleeve a parchment from which swung a mighty seal. Slowly he unfurled it. The Empress crouched closer to Balthasar. The monk began to speak, and both to Ysabeau and her husband the voice was familiar, a voice that had been long silent in death. "In the name of Michael II, servant of servants of God and vicegerent of Christ, I herewith pronounce the anathema over Balthasar of Courtrai, Emperor of the West, over Ysabeau, born Marozia Porphyrogenitus, over their son Wenceslas, over their followers, servants and hosts. I herewith expel them from the pale of Holy Church and curse them as heretics. I forbid any to offer them shelter, food or help. I hurl on their heads the wrath of God and the hatred of man. I forbid any to attend their sick bed, to receive their confession or to bury their bodies. I cut asunder the ties that bind the Latin people in obedience to them, and I lay under an interdict any person, village, town or state that succours or aids them against our wrath. May they and their children and their children's children be blighted and cursed in life, and in death may they taste misery and desolation on the earth before they go to everlasting torment in hell." And now the cowled monk caught up one of the candles that lit the pulpit and held it aloft. "May their race perish with them and their memories be swallowed in oblivion, thus, as I extinguish this flame, may the hand of God extinguish them." He cast the candle on to the marble floor beneath the pulpit. The flame was immediately dashed out, a slow smoke curled an instant and vanished. "For Balthasar of Courtrai cherishes a murderess on the throne, and until he cast her forth and receive his true wife, this anathema rests upon his head." Emperor and Empress listened, holding each other's hands and staring at the monk. As he ended, and while the awe of utter fear held the assembly numb, Ysabeau rose. But at that same instant the monk tossed back his cowl and revealed the stern, pale features of Melchoir of Brabant, crowned with the imperial diadem. A frenzied shriek broke from the woman, and she fell across the steps of the throne. Her crown slipped from her fair head and dazzled up on the pavement. Groaning in anguish, Balthasar stood to raise her up. When he again looked at the pulpit it was empty. Ysabeau's cry had loosened the souls of the multitude; they rose to their feet and began to surge wildly towards the door. But the Pontiff rose, approached the altar and began calmly to chant the Gratias. Balthasar gave him a wild and desperate look, staggered and fiercely recovered himself, then took his child by the hand, and supporting with the other the Empress, who struggled back to life,
He swept down the aisle, followed by a few of his German knights. The people shuddered away to right and left to give him passage; the bronze doors were opened and the excommunicated man stepped into the thunder wrapped streets of the city where he no longer reigned. Section 29. Section 30 of Black Magic by Marjorie Bowen. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 2, Chapter 8, Ursula of Rooselaare. Say I have done well for you. It seems that I must ask your thanks. The Pope sat at a little table near the window of his private room in the Vatican, and rested his face on his hand. Leaning against the scarlet tapestries that covered the opposite wall was Theirry, clothed in chain mail and heavily armed. " Yea," answered Theirry, " and is it for my sake ye have done this?" " Must you question it?" returned Michael, with a quick breath. " Yea, for your sake, to make you, as I promised, Emperor of the West. My vengeance had else been more quietly satisfied." He laughed. " I have not forgotten all my magic." Theirry winced. The vision in the Basilica was proof of that. What are you who can bring back the hallowed dead to aid your schemes? " Do you think I am not human, Theirry?" He gave a sigh. " If you would believe in me, trust me, be faithful to me, why, our friendship would be the lever to move the universe, and you and I would rule the world between us. But this is truth; if again you forsake me, you bring about your own downfall. Stand by me and I will share with you the dominion of this earth; this I say is truth." Theirry laughed unhappily. " Sweet devil, there is no God, and I have no soul. There, do not fear, I shall be very faithful to you, since what is there for man save to glut his desires of pomp and wealth and power?" He moved from the wall and took a quick turn about the room. " And yet I know not," he cried. " Can all your magic, all your learning, all your riches keep you where you are? The clouds hang angrily over Rome, nor have they lifted since Orsini announced you Pope. The people riot in the streets, all beautiful things are dead, many see ghosts and devils walking at twilight across the Maremma. The powers that put me here can keep me here, be you but true to me. Ay, I will be Emperor." Theirry grasped his sword hilt fiercely. " Though the world I rule rot about me, though ghouls and fiends make my imperial train, I will join hands with Antichrist and see if there be a God or no." The Pope rose. " You must go against Balthasar, you must defeat his hosts and bring to me his Empress, then will I crown you in St. Peter's." Theirry pressed his hand to his forehead. " We start to morrow with the dawn, beneath the banner of God His Church, I in this mail ye gave me, tempered and forged in hell." " Until then stay in the Vatican," said Michael II. suddenly. " My prelates and my nobles know you for their leader now." " Nay," Theirry flushed as he answered. " I must go to my own abode in the city." " Jacobea of Martzburg is still in Rome," said the other. " Do you leave me to go to her?" " What is Jacobea to me?" demanded Theirry desperately. " Why did you approach her after her devotions in San Giovanni in Laterano? Speak to her and recall yourself to her mind? You know that. Ah, it was the dancer, your accomplice. What mystery is this?" he asked in a distracted way. " Why does not Ursula of Rooselaare come forth under her true name and confound the Emperor? Why does she follow me, and in such a guise?" Without looking at him, Michael answered. " Maybe because she is very wise, maybe because she is a very fool. Let her pass, she has served her turn. You say you do not go to palter with Jacobea, then farewell until to morrow, I have much to do. Farewell, Theirry." Theirry left the rich scented chamber and the vast halls of the Vatican, and passed into the riotous and lawless streets of Rome. The storm that had hung so unnaturally long over the city had affected the people. Bravos and assassins crept from their hiding places in the catacombs or the Palatine, and flaunted in the streets. The wine shops were filled with mongrel soldiers of all nations, attracted by the declaration of war from the surrounding towns. Blasphemers mocked openly at the processions of monks and pilgrims that traversed the streets chanting the penitential psalms, or scourging themselves in an attempt to avert the wrath of heaven. Witches gathered in the low marshes of the Maremma and came at night into the city, trailing grey fever-laden vapour after them. The bell ropes began to rot in the churches, and the bells clattered from the steeples. The gold rusted on the altars, and mice gnawed the garments on the holy images of the saints. The people lived with reckless laughter and died with hopeless curses. And such, under Pope Michael II, was Rome, swiftly and in a moment. Theirry, like all others, went heavily armed. His hand was constantly on his sword hilt as he made his way through the city that was forsaken by God. Theirry walked beyond the Appian Gate and stopped at a low convent building, above the portals of which hung a lamp, its gentle radiance like a star in the heavy noisome twilight. The gate that led into a courtyard stood half open. Theirry softly pushed it wider and entered. There were no lights in the convent windows, but it was not yet too dark for Theirry to distinguish the slim figure of a lady seated on a wooden bench, her hands passive in her lap. He latched the gate and softly crossed the lawn. " You said that I might come." Jacobea turned her head, unsmiling, unsurprised. " Ay, sir, this place is open to all." He seated himself beside her. " What do you do here?" he asked. " So little. There are 2 sisters here, and I help them. One can do nothing against the plague, but for the little forsaken children something, and something for the miserable sick." " The wretched of Rome are not in your keeping," he said eagerly. " It will mean your life. Why did you not go with the Empress?" She shook her head. " I was not needed. I suppose what they said of her was true. I cannot remember it clearly, but I think that when Melchoir died I knew it was her doing." " We must not dwell on the past," said Theirry. " Have you heard that I lead the Pope's army against Balthasar?" " Nay." Her eyes were on the white rose. " Jacobea, I shall be the Emperor." In the now complete dark they could scarcely see each other; there were no stars, and distant thunder rolled at intervals. Theirry timidly put out his hand and touched the fold of her dress where it lay along the seat. " I wish you would not stay here — it is so lonely — I think she would wish me to do this." " She?" he questioned. " Sybilla." " She is dead." " Yea, she died on a cold morning. It was so cold you could see your breath before you as you rode along, and the road was hard as glass. There was a yellow dawn that day, and the pine trees seemed frozen — they stood so motionless. You would not think it was 10 years ago. I wonder how long it seems to her." A silence fell upon them for a while. Then Theirry broke out desperately. " Jacobea, my heart is torn within me. To day I said there was no God, but when I sit by you "" Yea, there is a God," she answered quietly. " Be very sure of that." " Oh, Jacobea," he cried at last. " I am beyond all measure mean and vile — I know not what to do. I can be Emperor, yet as I sit here that seems to me as nothing." Jacobea rose slowly from the bench. " Why do you come to me?" " Because ye seem to me nearer heaven than anything I know." He followed her dim seen figure across the grass. She lifted the latch of the convent door and went before him into the building. For a while she left him in the passage, then returned with a pale lamp in her hand and conducted him into a small bare chamber, which seemed mean in contrast with the glowing splendour of his appearance. "The sisters are abroad," said Jacobea, "and I stay here in case any ring the bell for succour." She set her lamp on the wooden table and slowly turned her eyes on Theirry. " Sir, I am very selfish," she spoke with difficulty, as if she painfully forced expression. " I have thought of myself for so many years, and somehow "— she lightly touched her breast —" I cannot feel — for myself or for others — nothing seems real save Sybilla — nothing matters save her. Sometimes I cry for little things I find dying alone, for poor unnoticed miseries of animals and children, but for the rest — you must not blame me if I do not sympathise — that has gone from me, nor can I help you — God is far away beyond the stars — I do not think He can stoop to such as you and me — and I do not feel as if I should wake until I die." Theirry covered his eyes and moaned. Jacobea was not looking at him, but at the one bright thing in the room, a samite cushion worked with a scarlet lily that rested on a chair by the window. She took her gaze from the red flower and turned her tired grey eyes on him. The blood surged into his face; he clenched his hands and spoke passionately. " I will renounce the world — I will become a monk." "What was that?" asked Jacobea. One was singing without. Theirry's strained eyes glistened. " If love were all, his perfect servant I would be, kissing where his foot might fall, doing him homage on a lowly knee. If love were all." Theirry turned and went out into the dark, hot night; he could see neither roses nor fountain, nor even the line of the convent wall against the sky. But the light above the gate revealed to him the dancer in orange, who leant against the stone arch of the entrance and sang to a strange long instrument that hung round her neck by a gleaming chain. At her feet the ape crouched, nodding himself to sleep. " What do you here?" he demanded fiercely. " The Pope's spy, you." " May I not come to worship here as well as another?" she answered. He caught her by the arms and held her against the stone gateway. " Now tell me the meaning of your disguise," he breathed, " and of your league with Michael II." She said a strange little word under her breath; the ape jumped up and tore away the man's hands, while the girl bent to a run and sped through the gate. Theirry gave a cry of pain and rage and glanced towards the convent; the door was closed, lady and lamp had disappeared in the darkness. " Shut out," whispered Theirry. " Shut out." He turned into the street and saw by the scattered lanterns along the Appian Way the figure of the dancer slipping fast towards the city gates. But he gained on her, and at the sound of his clattering step she looked round. " Ah!" she said. " I thought you had stayed with the sweet faced saint yonder." " She wants none of me," he panted. " But I mean to see your face to night." " I am not beautiful," answered the dancer, " and you have seen my face." " Seen your face!" " Certes, in the Basilica on the Fete." The ever gathering tempest was drawing near, with fitful flashes of lightning playing over his jewel like mail and her orange gown as they made their way through the ruins. " Do you wander here alone at night?" asked Theirry. " It is a vile place, a man might be afraid." " I have the ape," she said. " Where are we going?" asked Theirry. The wayside lanterns had ceased; he could see her only by the lightning gleams. " I know not — why do you follow me?" " I am mad, I think — the earth rocks beneath me and heaven bends overhead. You lure me and I follow in sheer confusion. Ursula of Rooselaare, why have you lured me? What power is it that you have over me? Wherefore are you disguised?" " I am Balthasar's wife." " Ay," he responded eagerly, " and I do hear ye loved another man." " What is that to you?" she asked. " This — though I have not seen your face, perchance I could love you, Ursula." There was no answer; he felt her arm quiver under his hand and heard the hems of her tunic tinkle against her buskins as if she trembled. At last she spoke, in a half swooning voice. " I have taken off my mask — bend your head and kiss me." Invisible and potent powers drew him towards her unseen face; his lips touched and kissed its softness. The thunder sounded with such a terrific force and clash that Theirry sprang back; a cry of agony went up from the darkness. He ran blindly forward. Her presence had gone from his side, nor could he see or feel her as he moved. He ran sobbing down the Appian Way, and his pace was very swift for all the mail he carried. End of Project Gutenberg's Molly Craig. Section 31 of Black Magic by Marjorie Bowen. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 2, Chapter 9, Pope and Empress. The Pope walked in the garden of the Vatican. Behind him Cardinal Orsini and Cardinal Colonna. Both talked of the horrible state of Rome, of the unending storm hanging over the capital, of the army that had gone forth 3 days ago to crush the excommunicated Emperor. Michael II was silent. He wore a white robe, his soft, heavy red hair showing a brilliant colour above it. His dark eyes were thoughtful, his pale mouth resolutely set. The cardinals fell further behind and conversed with the greater ease. Suddenly the Pope paused and stood waiting, for Paolo Orsini, with a sprig of pink flower at his chin, was coming across the lawn. Michael II tapped his gold-shod foot on the marble path. " What is it, Orsini?" " Your Holiness, a lady, who will neither unveil nor give her name, has obtained entry to the Vatican and desires to see your Holiness." Michael II reflected a moment, his slim fingers pulling at the laurel leaves beside him. " We will see her," he said at length. " Bring her here, Orsini." The yellow clouds broke over a brief spell of sunshine that fell across the Vatican gardens. Though the horizon was dark with a freshly gathering storm, Michael II seated himself on a bench where the sun gleamed. " Sirs," he said to the 2 cardinals, " stand by me and listen to what this woman may say." And picking a crimson rose from a thorny bush that brushed the seat, he considered it curiously, and only took his eyes from it when Paolo Orsini had returned and led the lady almost to his feet. Then he looked at her. She wore a dark rough dress, showing marks of ill usage, and over her face a thick veil. This she loosened as she knelt, and revealed the exceedingly fair, sad face of Ysabeau the Empress. Michael II went swiftly pale; he fixed large eyes on her. " What do you here, defying us?" he demanded. She rose. " I am not here in defiance. I have come to give myself up to punishment for the crime you denounced — the crime for which my lord now suffers. It did not occur to your Holiness," she added, facing him fearlessly, " that I should do this. You thought that he would never give me up, and you were right — crown, life, heaven he would forfeit for love of me, but I will not take the sacrifice." At last Michael spoke. " Ye slew Melchoir of Brabant — ye confess it?" Her bosom heaved. " I am here to confess it." " For love of Balthasar you did it?" " As for love of him I stand here now to take the consequences." The Pope cast the crushed rose from him. " Has Balthasar sent you here?" She smiled proudly. " I come without his knowledge." Her voice trembled a little. " I left a writing telling him where I had gone and why." Her hand crept to her brow. " Enough of that." Michael II rose. " Why have you done this?" he cried angrily. Ysabeau answered swiftly. " That you may take the curse off him. For my sin you cast him forth. Well, if I leave him, if I accept my punishment, if he be free to find the woman who can claim him, Your Holiness must absolve him of the excommunication." " Had you told him to his face of your crime, would he have given you over to our wrath?" " Nay," she flashed. " It would have been only noble in him to refuse, but since of myself I have come, I pray you, Lord Pope, to send me to death and take the curse off him." Michael II looked at his hand; the stem of the red rose had scratched his finger, and a tiny drop of blood showed on the white flesh. " You are a wicked woman by your own confession," he said, frowning. " Why should I show you any pity?" " I do not ask pity, but justice for the Emperor. I am the cause of the quarrel, and now ye have me ye can have no bitterness against him." He gave her a quick sidelong look. " Do you repent, Ysabeau?" She shook the clinging hood free of her yellow hair. " No, the gain was worth the sin, nor am I afraid of you nor Heaven. I am not of a faltering race, nor of a name easily ashamed. In my own eyes I am not abashed." Michael raised his head and their eyes met. " So you would die for him?" " When I was a child I was taught that they who live as kings and queens must not look for age. The flame soon burns away, leaving the ashes, and gorgeous years are like the flame — why should we taste the dust that follows? I have lived my life." He answered: " This shall not save Balthasar nor take our curse from off him. Theirry of Dendermonde has gone forth with many men and banners, and soon the Roman gates shall open to him and victory lead his charger through the streets. And his reward shall be the Latin world, his badge of triumph the Imperial crown. He is our choice to share with us the dominion of the West. Therefore no more of Balthasar; ye might speak until the heavens fell, and still our hearts be as brass." He turned swiftly and caught the arm of Cardinal Orsini. " Away, my lord, we have given this Greek time enough." She clutched in her desperation at the priest's white garments. " Show some pity — Balthasar dies beneath your wrath." " Take her away," said Michael. " Cast her from Rome." He glared at her over his shoulder. " Doubtless the Eastern she cat will find it worse so to die than as Hugh of Rooselaare perished. Come on, my lords." " This your Christian priest?" she cried hoarsely, starting after the white figure; then, as she saw the guards approaching, she fell into an utter silence. As Michael II entered the Vatican the sun was again obscured, and the thunder rolled; he passed up the silver stairs to his cabinet and closed the door on all. The storm grew and rioted angrily in the sky; in the height of it came a messenger riding straight to the Vatican. Blood and dust were smeared on his clothes, and he was weary with swift travel. They brought him to the ebony cabinet and face to face with the Pope. " From Theirry of Dendermonde, your Holiness." " What says he? Victory?" " Balthasar of Courtrai is defeated; his army lies dead, men and horses, in the Vale of Tivoli, and his conqueror marches home to day." A shaft of lightning showed the ghastly face of Michael II, and a peal of thunder shook the messenger back against the wall. Section 32 of Black Magic by Marjorie Bowen. This LibriVox is in the public domain. Part II, Chapter 10, Evening before the Coronation. The orange marble pillars, glowing in the light of 100 lamps, gave the chamber a dazzling brightness; the windows were screened by scarlet silk curtains, and crystal bowls of purple flowers stood on the serpentine floor. On a low gilt couch against the wall sat Theirry, his gold armour half concealed by a violet and ermine mantle; round his close dark hair was a wreath of red roses, and the long pearls in his ears glimmered with his movements. Opposite him, on a throne supported by basalt lions, was Michael II., robed in gold and silver tissues under a dalmatica of orange and crimson brocade. " It is done," he said in a low eager voice, " and to morrow I crown you in St. Peter's church. Theirry, it is done." " Truly our fortunes are marvellous," answered Theirry. " To day, when I heard the princes elect me, an unknown adventurer, when I heard the mob of Rome shout for me, I thought I had gone mad." " Are you afraid of me?" the other asked. " Why do you so seldom look at me?" Theirry slowly turned his beautiful face. " I am afraid of my own fortunes. I am not as bold as you," he said fearfully. " You never hesitated to sin." The Pope moved, and his garments sparkled against the gleaming marble wall. " I do not sin," he smiled. " I am sin. I do no evil, for I am evil. But you "— his face became grave, almost sad —" you are very human. Better it had been for me never to have met you. Theirry, for your sake I have risked everything, for your sake, maybe, I must leave this strange fair life and go back whence I came — so much I care for you, so dearly have I kept the vows we made in Frankfort. Cannot you meet with courage the destiny I offer you? Was not your blood warmed by that charge at Tivoli, when knight and horse fell before your spears and your host humbled an Emperor, when Rome rose to greet you and I came to meet you with a kingdom for a gift? Did not some fire creep into your veins that might serve to heat you now?" " A kingdom!" cried Theirry. " The kingdom of Antichrist! The victory was not mine. The cohorts of the Devil galloped beside us and urged us to unholy triumph. Rome is a place of horror, full of witches, ghosts and strange beasts." " You said you would be Emperor," answered the Pope, " and I have granted you your wish. If you fail me or betray me now, it is over — for both of us." Theirry stopped in his pacing to and fro. " Why do you say to me so often, ' Do not fail me, do not betray me'?" Michael II. answered in a low voice. " Because I fear it." Theirry laughed desperately. " To whom should I betray you? It seems that you have all the world." " There is Jacobea of Martzburg." " Why do you sting me with that name? Belike I thought ye might wish to make her your Empress," said the Pope in sudden mockery. Theirry pressed his hand to his brow. " She believes in God — what is that to me?" he cried. " The other day you lied to me, saying you knew not where she was, and straightway ye visited her. This is your spy's work, Ursula of Rooselaare." " She will not trouble you again," answered Michael II. " Let her go." " I cannot — she said I have seen her face." " Well, if you have. Take it from me, she is not fair." " I do not think of her fairness," answered Theirry sullenly, " but of the mystery there is behind all of it — why you never told me of her before, and why she haunts me with witches in her train." The Pope looked at him curiously. " For one who has never been an ardent lover ye dwell much on women. I had rather you thought on battles and kingdoms. Had I been a — were I you, dancer and nun alike would be nothing to me compared with my coronation on the morrow. Would ye had never come my way to be my ruin and your own — would you were not such a sweet fair fool that I must love you, and so we make ourselves the mock of destiny by these complaints. Oh, if you have the desire to be king, show the courage to dare a kingly fate." " You must think me a coward," Theirry said, " and I have been very weak, but that, I think, is past. I have reached the summit of all the greatness I ever dreamed, and it confuses me. But when the Imperial crown is mine you shall find me bold enough." " Then are we great indeed We shall join hands across the fairest dominion men ever ruled. Swabia is ours, Bohemia and Lombardy. France courts our alliance, Cyprus, the Isle of Candy and Malta town, in Rhodes they worship us, and Genoa town owns us master." He paused in his speech and stepped down from the throne. " Do you remember that day in Antwerp, Theirry, when we looked in the mirror?" he said, and his voice was tender and beautiful. " We hardly dared then to think of this." " We saw a gallows in that mirror," answered Theirry, " a gallows tree beside the Triple Crown." " It was for our enemies," cried Michael, " our enemies whom we have triumphed over. Theirry, think of it, we were very young then, and poor; now I have kings at my footstool, and you will sleep to night in the gold palace of the Aventine." He laughed joyously. Theirry's face grew gentle at the old memories. " The house still stands, I wot," he mused, " though the dust be thick over the deserted rooms, and the vine chokes the windows. When I was in the East I have thought with great joy of Antwerp." The Pope laid his delicate, fragrant hand on the glittering vambrace. " Theirry, do you not value me a little now?" " You have done more for me than man or God, and above both I do worship you," he answered. " I am not fearful any more, and to morrow ye shall see me a king indeed. Until to morrow then, farewell. I must attend a conclave of the Cardinals and show myself unto the multitude in St. Peter's Church. You to the palace on the Aventine, there to sleep soft and dream of gold." They clasped hands; a hot colour was in the Pope's face. " The Syrian guards wait below, and the Lombard archers who stood beside you at Tivoli; they will attend you to the Imperial palace." " What shall I do there?" asked Theirry. " It is early yet, and I do not love to sit alone." " Then come to the service in the Basilica. Come with a bold bearing and a rich dress to overawe these mongrel crowds of Rome." To that Theirry made no answer. The Pope came quickly to his side. " Do not go to Jacobea to night," he said earnestly. " Remember, if you fail me now "" I shall not fail you or myself again. Farewell." Theirry descended the stairs and now and then looked up, always to see fixed on him the yearning, fierce gaze of the one who stood by the gilded rails and stared down at his glittering figure. Only when he had completely disappeared in the turn of the stairs did Michael II. slowly return to the golden chamber and close the gorgeous doors. Theirry, splendidly attended, flashed through the riotous streets of Rome to the palace on the Aventine Hill; there he dismissed the knights. " I shall not go to the Basilica to night," he said. " Go thou there without me." He laid aside the golden armour, the purple cloak, and attired himself in a dark habit and a steel corselet. He meant to be Emperor to morrow, he meant to be faithful to the Pope, but it was in his heart to see Jacobea once more before he accepted the Devil's last gift and sign. Leaving the palace secretly when they all thought him in his chamber, he took his way towards the Appian Gate. He gently pushed the convent gate and entered. The hot dusk just revealed to him the dim shapes of the white roses and the dark figure of a lady standing beside them. " Jacobea," he whispered. She moved very slowly towards him. " Ah, you " Jacobea, you must not remain in this place. Where are the nuns?" She shook her head. " They are dead of the plague days past, and I have buried them in the garden." He thought she smiled. He followed her into the house, the chamber where they had sat before. A tall pale candle burnt on the bare table, and by the light of it he saw her face. She crept with a slow sick movement to a bench that stood against the wall, and sank down on it; her features showed pinched and wan, her eyes unnaturally blue in the pallor of her face. " You must return to Martzburg," cried Theirry distractedly. and thought of her as he had first seen her, bright and gay in a pale crimson dress. " Nay, I shall return to Martzburg no more," she answered. " He died to day." "He? Who died, Jacobea?" Very faintly she smiled. " Sebastian — in Palestine. God let me see him then, because I had never looked on him since that morning on which you saw us, sir. He has been a holy man fighting the infidel — they wounded him, I think, and he was sick with fever. He crept into the shade — for it is very hot there, sir — and died." Theirry stood dumb, and the mad hatred of the devil who brought about this misery anew possessed him. Jacobea spoke again. " Maybe they have met in Paradise, and as for me, I hope God may think me fit to die. Of late it seemed to me that the fiends were again troubling me." She clasped her hands tightly on her knees and shivered. " Something evil is abroad. Who is the dancer? Last night I saw her crouching by my gate as I was making the grave of Sister Angela, and it seemed that she bewitched me as the young scholar did long ago." Theirry leant heavily against the table. " She is the Pope's spy and tool," he cried hoarsely. " Ursula of Rooselaare." Jacobea's dim eyes were bewildered. " Ah, Balthasar's wife," she faltered. " But the Pope's tool — how should he meddle with an evil thing?" Then he told her in an outburst of wild, unnameable feeling. " The Pope is Dirk Renswoude — the Pope is Antichrist — do you not understand? And I am to help him rule the kingdom of the devil." " Dirk Renswoude," she muttered, " and Ursula of Rooselaare — why? Was it not to save Hugh of Rooselaare that he rode that night?" Theirry lifted his head and looked at her. Her utterance was feeble and confused, her eyes glazing in a livid face. He clasped his hands tightly over hers. " What was Lord Hugh to him?" she asked. " Ursula's father?" " I do not understand," cried Theirry. " But it is very clear to me. I am dying. She loved you — loves you still — that such things should be." " Whom do you speak of, Jacobea?" he cried. She drooped towards him and he caught her in his arms. " The city is accursed," she gasped. " Give me Christian burial, if ever once you cared for me, and fly, fly." She strained and writhed in his frantic embrace. " And you never knew it was a woman," she whispered. " Pope and dancer." " God !" shrieked Theirry, and staggered to his feet, drawing her with him. She slipped from him to the bench. " Water — a crucifix — oh, I have forgot my prayers." She stretched out her hands towards a wooden crucifix that hung on the wall, caught hold of it, pressed her lips to the feet. " Sybilla," she said, and died with that name struggling in her throat. Theirry stepped back from her with a strangled shriek that seemed to tear the breath from his body, and staggered against the table. The lightning leapt in through the dark window and appeared to plunge like a sword into the breast of the dead woman. Dead, even as she uttered that horror, dead so suddenly. The plague had slain her; he did not wish to die, so he must leave this place. Was he not to be Emperor to morrow? He fell to laughing. He crawled across the room and stared at Jacobea. She was not beautiful. He noticed that her hands were torn and stained with earth from making the graves of the nuns. She had asked for Christian burial; he could not stay to give it to her. He fiercely hated her for what she had told him, yet he took up the ends of her yellow hair and kissed them. Again the thunder and lightning and wild howlings reached him from without, as ghosts and night hags wandered past to hold court within the accursed city. The candle shot up a long tongue of flame and went out. Theirry staggered across the darkness; a flash of lightning showed him the door. As the thunder crashed above the city he fled from the convent and from Rome. End of section 32. Recording by Molly Craig. Section 33 of Black Magic by Marjorie Bowen. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 2, Chapter 11, The Angels. In a ruined villa, shattered by the barbarians and crumbled by time, sat Ysabeau the Empress looking over the sunless Maremma. A few olive trees were all that shaded the bare expanse of marshy land, where great pools veiled with unhealthy vapours gleamed faintly under the heavy clouds. Here and there rose the straight roof of a forsaken convent, or the stately pillars of a deserted palace. There was no human being in sight. She had dwelt here for 3 days. At every sunrise a peasant girl, daring the excommunication, had brought her food, then fled with a frightened face. Ysabeau saw nothing before her save death, but she did not mean to die by the ignoble way of starvation. She had not heard of the defeat of Balthasar at Tivoli, nor of the election of Theirry to the crown. Day and night she thought on her husband, and pondered how she still might possibly serve him. She did not hope to see him again; it never occurred to her to return to him. When she had fled his camp she had left a confession behind her. No Greek would have heeded it, but these Saxons, still to her foreigners, were different, and Balthasar had loved Melchoir of Brabant. She moved to the inner portion of the villa, and here she seated herself on the capital of a broken column, and a languid weariness subdued her proud spirit. Her head sank back against the stained wall, and she slept. When she woke the whole landscape was glowing with the soft red of sunset. There were faint voices coming from the outer room, and the sound of a man's tread. For a while she waited, then crept cautiously towards the shattered doorway that led into the other chamber. She gained it and gazed through. Sitting where she had just now sat, under the vine-twisted columns, was a huge knight in defaced armour. His back was towards her, by his side his helmet stood, and the great glittering dragon that formed the crest shone in the setting sun. He was bending over a child that lay asleep on a crimson cloak. " Balthasar," said Ysabeau. He gave a little cry and looked over his shoulder. He rose softly, his face flushed. " I am a ruined man. They have elected another Emperor. Now I think it does not matter." Her eyes travelled in a dazed way to the child. " Is he sick?" " Nay, only weary. We have been wandering since Tivoli." When he spoke he looked at her as if the world held nothing else worth gazing on. " I must go," said Ysabeau. " Must go?" " I am cast out. I may not share your misfortunes." Balthasar laughed. " I have been searching for you madly, Ysabeau." " But you found the writing?" she cried. " Yea." " You know I slew him?" " I know you went to give your life for me." " Oh, Balthasar, does it make no difference?" " It cannot," he said half sadly. " You are my wife, part of me; I have given you my heart to keep, and nothing can alter it." " You do not mock me?" she questioned, shuddering. " It must be that you mock me. I will go away." He stepped before her. " You shall never leave me again, Ysabeau." He put his arm round her bowed shoulders; her marvellous hair lay across his dinted mail. " This is sweeter than our marriage day, Balthasar, for now you know the worst of me." He set her gently on the broken shaft by the door and kissed her hand, and he told her how they had been defeated at Tivoli, how the remnant of his force had forsaken him, and how Theirry of Dendermonde had been elected Emperor by the wishes of the Pope. Her eyes grew fierce at that. " I have ruined you," she said, " made you a beggar." " Could I have held a throne without you, Ysabeau?" Her fingers trembled in his. Would I had been a better woman for your sake, Balthasar." His swift bright flush dyed his fair face. " All I grieve for, Ysabeau, is God." " God?" she asked, wondering. " If He should not forgive me? His blue eyes were troubled. " And we are cursed and cast out — what think you?" " Through me — you grieve, and this is through me." " Nay, our destiny is one — always — only I think of afterwards — yet if you are — damned, as the priest says — why, I will be so too. Do not fear, Balthasar — if God will not receive me, the little images at Constantinople will forgive me if I pray to them again, as I did when I was a child." They fell on silence again, while the red colour of the setting sun deepened and cast a glow over their weary faces and the sleeping figure of Wencelaus. The vine leaves fluttered from the ancient marble and the wild fowl screamed across the marshes. " Who is this Pope that he should hate us so?" mused Ysabeau. " And who Theirry of Dendermonde that he should be Emperor of the West? I do not understand it, nor do I now, Ysabeau "— Balthasar looked at her —" greatly care." She raised his hand, kissed it, and no more was said, while the mists gathered and thickened over the Maremma and the rich hues faded from the sky. " Who is that?" cried Ysabeau, and pointed across the marshland. A figure, dark against the mists, was running aimlessly, wildly to and fro, winding his way in and out the pools, now and then flinging his arms up in a frantic gesture towards the evening sky. " A madman," said Balthasar. " See, he runs with no object, round and round, yet always as if pursued." Suddenly, as if exhausted, the man stopped and stood still with hanging head and arms. The sun, burning to the horizon, made a vivid background to his tall dark figure, till the heavy noisome vapours rose to the level of the sunset, and the solitary, motionless stranger was blotted from the view of the two watching in the ruined villa. " We must get away," said Balthasar resolutely. " This is a vile spot." " The man," whispered Ysabeau. Out of the dreary vapours, the forlorn and foul mists of the marches, he appeared, stumbling over the stones in his way. He caught hold of the slender pillar by the entrance and stared at the three with distraught eyes. His clothes were dark, wet and soiled, his hair hung lank round a face hollow and pale, but of obvious beauty. " Theirry of Dendermonde!" exclaimed Balthasar. Ysabeau gave a cry that woke the child and sent him frightened into her arms. " The Emperor," said the new comer in a feeble voice. Balthasar answered fiercely. " Am I still Emperor — to you? You who to day were to receive my crown in St. Peter's church?" Theirry shivered and crouched like one very cold. " Of my own will I fled from Rome, that city of the Devil." Balthasar stared at him. " You are the Emperor," said Theirry faintly, " and I pretend no longer to these wrongful honours, nor serve I any longer Antichrist." " He is mad !" cried Balthasar. " Nay," Ysabeau spoke eagerly. " Listen to him." Theirry moaned. " I have nothing to say — give me a place to rest in." " Through you we have no place ourselves to rest in," answered Balthasar grimly. " No shelter save these broken walls you see. But since you have returned to your allegiance, we command that you tell us of this Antichrist." Theirry straightened himself. " He who reigns in Rome is Antichrist — Michael, who was Dirk Renswoude." " He perished," said the Emperor, very pale. " And the Pope was Blaise of Dendermonde." " That was the Devil's work — black magic," cried Theirry wildly. " The youth Blaise died 10 years ago, and Dirk Renswoude took his place." " It is true," cried the Empress. " By what he said to me I know it true — now do I see it very clearly." Then Theirry began to speak; he told them in a thick expressionless voice all he knew of Dirk Renswoude; he did not mention Ursula of Rooselaare. As his tale went on, the storm gathered till all light had vanished from the sky; the lightning rent a starless gloom. Theirry's voice suddenly strengthened. " Now turn against Rome, for all men will join you. A force of Lombards marches up from Trastevere, and the Saxons gather without the walls of the accursed city." A blue flash showed them his face; they heard him fall. After a while Balthasar made his way to him through the dark. " He has fainted," he said fearfully. " Is he belike mad?" " He speaks the hideous truth," whispered Ysabeau. Suddenly, at its very height, the storm ceased; the air became cool and fragrant, and a bright moon floated from the clouds — the first moon and stars that had shone since Michael II.'s reign in the Vatican. Balthasar looked at his wife; neither dared to speak, but Wencelaus gave a panting sigh of relief at the lifting of the darkness. " My lord," he said, striving out of his mother's arms, " a goodly company comes across the marsh." A great awe and fear held them silent, and the wonderful silver shine of the moon lay over them like a spell. They saw, slowly approaching them, 2 knights and 2 ladies, who seemed to advance without motion across the marshland. The knights wore armour that shone like glass and long mantles of white samite; the dames were clad in silver tissue, and around their brows were close pressed wreaths of roses mingled red and white. They paused. Balthasar drew back before the great light they brought with them, and Ysabeau hid her face, for some of them she knew. On earth their names had been Melchoir, Sebastian, Jacobea and Sybilla. " Balthasar," said the foremost knight, " we are come from the courts of Paradise to bid you march against Rome. In that city reigns evil, permitted to punish a sinful people, but now her time is come. Go you to Viterbo, there you will find the Cardinal of Narbonne, whom God has ordained Pope, and with him an army; at the head of it storm Rome, and all the people shall join you in destroying Antichrist." Balthasar fell on his knees. " And the curse?" he cried. " 'Tis not the curse of God upon you, therefore be comforted, Balthasar of Courtrai, and at the dawn haste to Viterbo." With that they moved away, and were absorbed into the silver light that transfigured the Maremma. Balthasar sprang to his feet, shouting: " I am not excommunicate, I shall be Emperor again, the curse is lifted." Balthasar caught Theirry by the shoulder. " Did you see the vision — the angels?" Theirry came shuddering from his swoon. " I saw nothing — Ursula, Ursula." Section 34 of Black Magic by Marjorie Bowen. This is in the public domain. Part 2, Chapter 12 In the Vatican. In the ebony cabinet in the Vatican sat Michael II. An expression of utter anguish marked his face. Paolo Orsini entered. The Pope glanced at him without moving. " No news?" he asked. " None of the Lord Theirry, your Holiness." Michael II. moistened his lips. " They have searched everywhere?" " Throughout Rome, your Holiness. But "" He was armed, they said, when he left the palace. Have you sent to the convent I told you of, Saint Angela, beyond the Appian Gate?" " Yea, your Holiness," answered Orsini, " and they found nought but a dead woman." The Pope averted his eyes. " What did they with her?" Orsini lifted his brows. " Cast her into the plague pit, Holiness; that quarter is a charnel house." The Pope drew a deep breath. " Well, he is gone — I do not think him dead." He flung back his head. " But the game is over, is it not, Orsini? We fling down our pieces and say — good night." His nostrils dilated, his eyes flashed; he brought his open hand softly on to the table. " What does your Holiness mean?" asked Orsini. We mean that this puppet Emperor of ours has forsaken us, and that our position becomes perilous," answered the Pope. " Cardinal Narbonne, hurling defiance at us from Viterbo, grows stronger, and the mob — do not seek to deceive me, Orsini — the mob clamours against us?" " It is true, my lord." The Pope gave a terrible smile, and his beautiful eyes widened. " And the soldiers mutiny. The Saxons at Trastevere have joined Balthasar, and the Veronese have left me. We have not enough men to hold Rome an hour. Well, Orsini, you shall take a summons to the Cardinals, and we will hold a conclave, there to decide how we may meet our fortune." The secretary departed in silence. Mutterings, murmurings, howlings rose from the accursed city to the Pontiff's chamber. Lightning darted from the black heavens and thunder rolled round the hills of Rome. Michael II. walked to and fro in his gorgeous cabinet. In the 3 days since Theirry had fled the city, his power had crumbled like a handful of sand. Rome had turned against him, and every hour men fell away from his cause. The devils, too, had forsaken him. He could not raise the spirits, the magic fires would not burn, all was blank darkness and silence. The day wore on and the storm grew in violence. Paolo Orsini came again to him, his face pale. " Half the Cardinals are fled to Viterbo, and those remaining refuse to acknowledge your Holiness." The Pope smiled. " I had expected it." " News comes from a Greek runner that Theirry of Dendermonde is with Balthasar's host." " Also I expected that," said Michael II. wildly. " And they proclaim you," continued Orsini in an agitated manner, " an impostor, one given to evil practices, and by these means incite the people against you. Cardinal Orvieto has led 1,000 men across the marshes to the Emperor's army." " And Theirry of Dendermonde has denounced me," said the Pope. As he spoke one beat for admission on the gilt door. The secretary opened, and there entered an Eastern chamberlain. " Holiness," he cried fearfully, " the people have set fire to your palace on the Palatine Hill, and Cardinal Colonna, with his brother Octavian, have seized Castel San Angelo for the Emperor and hold it in defiance of your Grace." " The captain of my guard and those faithful to me," answered the Pope, " will know how to do what may be done. Apprise me of the approach of Balthasar's host, and now go." They left him. He stood for a while listening to those ominous sounds that filled the murky air, then he pressed a spring in one of the mother of pearl panels and stepped into the secret chamber that was revealed. Cautiously he closed the panel by which he had entered, and looked furtively about him. The small windowless space was lit only by one blood red lamp, locked cupboards lined the walls, and a huge globe of faint gold, painted with curious and mystic symbols, hung from the ceiling. The Pope's stiff garments made a soft rustling sound as he moved, his quick desperate breathing disturbed the heavy confined air. In his pallid face his eyes rolled and gleamed. " Sathanas, Sathanas," he muttered. " Is this the end?" A throbbing shook the red lit gloom; his last words were echoed mournfully. " The end." The Pope glared in front of him. " Must I die, Sathanas? Must I swiftly die?" A little confused laughter came before the echo. " Swiftly die." He paced up and down the narrow space. " I staked my fortunes on that man's faith, and he has forsaken me, and I have lost — lost — lost — lost." The Pope laughed frantically. " At least she died, Sathanas, her yellow hair rots in the plague pit now. I had some skill left, but what was all my skill if I could not keep him faithful to me?" He clasped his jewelled hands over his eyes. Utter silence followed his words now. The globe of pallid gold trembled in the darkness of the domed ceiling, and the mystic characters on it began to writhe and move. " Ye warned me," breathed the Pope. that this man would be my bane. You promised on his truth to you and me to have the world between us. He was false, and you have utterly forsaken me?" The echo answered, "Utterly forsaken?" The lamp went out. The pale luminous globe expanded to a monstrous size, the circle of dark little fiends round it danced and whirled madly. Then it burst and fell in 1,000 fragments at the Pope's feet. Out of the darkness came a wail as of some thing hurt or dying, then long sighing shook the close air. The Pope fell along the wall, touched the spring and stepped into the ebony cabinet. He looked quite old and small and bowed. Night had fallen. He sank into a chair and folded his hands in his lap. His head fell forward on his breast, his lips quivered, and 2 tears rolled down his cheeks. The Angelus bells rang out over the city; there were not many to ring now; as they quivered away a clock struck quite near. The Pope did not move. Once again Paolo Orsini entered, and Michael II averted his face. " Holiness, Balthasar marches on Rome," said the secretary. The mob rushed forth to join him, and if the gates were brass, and 5 times brass, the Vatican could not withstand them. Now the Pope turned his white face. " What may I do?" " The captain of the guard suggests that ye come to terms with the Emperor, and by submission save your life." " That I will not." " Then it were well if your Holiness would flee; there is a secret way out of the Vatican." " And that I will not." Orsini too was very pale. " Then you are doomed to fall into the hands of Balthasar, and he and his faction say horrible things." The Pope rose. " You think they would lay hands on me?" " I do fear it." " It would be a shameful death, Orsini?" " Surely not that. I cannot think the Emperor would do more than imprison your Holiness." The Pope went to the window. " How they howl," he said through his teeth, " and Balthasar comes nearer, nearer." He checked himself abruptly. " I will dine here to night, Orsini. See that everything is done as usual." The secretary bowed himself out of the gilt door. Michael II went to the table on the dais and took from it a scroll of parchment. Standing in the centre of the room he unrolled it. Some verses were written in scarlet ink on the smooth surface; in a low voice he read aloud
The 2 last.
" If love were all, I had lived glad and meek, Nor heard ambition call and valour speak. If love were all." He smiled bitterly. " But love is weak, and often leaves his throne, Among his scattered roses pale, to weep and moan; And I, apostate to his whispered creed, Shall miss his wings above my pall, Nor find his face in this my bitter need, When love is all." He tore the parchments into fragments and scattered them on the floor. Again the gilt doors were opened; this time a chamberlain entered. A herald had brought a fierce and grim message from Balthasar; it spoke of the Pope as Antichrist, and called on him to submit if he would keep his life. The Pope read it with haughty eyes; when he had finished he rent it across and cast the pieces down among the others. " And ye shall hang the herald," he said. " We have so much authority." The chamberlain handed him a second packet, sealed. " From Theirry of Dendermonde." The Pope took the packet. " Let the herald live," he said, " but cast him into the dungeons."
The chamberlain withdrew.
For a while Michael II stood staring at the packet, while the thunder crashed over Rome; then he slowly broke the seal. He unfolded the long strip of vellum and went nearer the candles to read it. Thus it ran: " The Emperor's camp, marching on Rome. Theirry of Dendermonde to Michael, Pope of Rome. Thus: I am approaching madness; I cannot sleep or rest; after days of torment I write to you whom I have twice betrayed. She died on my breast, but I do not care. Balthasar says he saw her walking on the Maremma, but I saw nothing. Before she died she said something. I think of you and of nothing else, though I have betrayed you. I have never uttered what she said. No one guesses. The uncertainty, the horror gnaw away at my heart, so I write this to you. This is my message. If you are a devil, be satisfied, for your devil's work is done. If you are a man, you have befriended, wronged me, and I have avenged myself. If you are that other thing you may be, then I know you love me, and that I kissed you once. If this last be true, as I do think it true, have some pity on my long ignorance, and believe I have it in me to love even as you have loved. Oh, Ursula, I know a city in India where we might live, and you forget you ever ruled in Rome. Yonder are other gods who are so old they have forgot to punish, and they would smile on you and me there, Ursula. Balthasar marches on the city, and you must be ruined and discovered, brought to an end so horrible. You have showed me a secret way out of the Vatican. Use it now, this night. I am in advance of the host. I shall be without the Appian Gate tonight, and I have means whereby we may fly to the coast and there take ship to India. Until we meet, farewell. And in the name of all the passions you have roused in me, come." As the Pope read, all the colour slowly left his face. When he had finished, he mechanically rolled up the parchment, then unrolled it again. Thunder shook the Vatican, and the mob howled without. Again he read the letter. Then he thrust it into one of the candles and watched it blacken, curl, and burst into flame. He flung it on the marble floor and set his gold heel on it, grinding it into ashes. At the usual hour they served his sumptuous supper. When it was finished and removed, Paolo Orsini came again. " Will not your Holiness fly before it is too late?" All traces of anguish and woe had vanished from his master's features. He looked proud and beautiful. " I shall stay here, but let them who will seek safety." He dismissed Orsini and the attendants. It was now late in the evening and the thunder unceasing. The Pope locked the door of the cabinet, then went to the gilt table and wrote a letter rapidly. This he folded, sealed with purple wax, and stamped with his great thumb ring. He sat silent a little while after this, and stared with great luminous eyes before him, then roused himself and unlocked a drawer in the table. From this he took some documents, tied together with orange silk, and a ring with a red stone in it. One by one he burnt the parchments in the candle, and when they were reduced to a little pile of ashes, he cast the ring into the midst of it and turned away. He crossed to the window, drew the curtains and looked out over Rome. In the black heavens above the black hills hung a huge meteor, a blazing globe of fire with a trail of flame. He took up one of the candles and went to the gold door that led to his bedchamber. Before he opened it he paused a moment. The candle flame lit his vivid eyes, his haughty face, his glittering vestments. He turned the handle and entered the dark, spacious room. Through the high, undraped window could clearly be seen the star that seemed to burn away the very sky. The Pope set the candle on a shelf where it showed dim glimpses of white and gold tapestries, walls of alabaster, a bed of purple and gilt, mysterious, gorgeous luxury. He returned to the cabinet and took from the bosom of his gown a little bottle of yellow jade; for the stopper a ruby served. The thunder crashed deafeningly, the lightning seemed to split the room in twain. The Pope stood still, listening. Then he blew out the candles and returned to his bedchamber. Softly He passed into the scented, splendid chamber and closed the door behind him. End of section 34. Recording by Molly Craig. Section 35 of Black Magic by Marjorie Bowen. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 2, Chapter 13. The Secret. The mob had stormed the Vatican. Octavian Colonna, with a handful of fighting men, ascended the undefended marble staircase. The papal guards lay slain in the courtyard, and in the entrance hall chamberlains, secretary, pages and priests fled or surrendered. With the Lord Colonna was Thierry of Dendermonde, who had entered Rome that morning by the Appian Gate and headed a faction of the lawless crowd in their wild attack on the Vatican. To himself he kept saying, "I shall know she did not come. I shall know she did not come." It was early morning. The terrific storm of last night still lingered over Rome. Flashes of blue light divided the murky clouds, and the thunder hung about the Aventine. The Colonna grew afraid. He waited below in the gorgeous audience chamber, and sent up to the Pope's apartments, demanding his submission and promising him safety. The overawed crowd retired into the courtyard and the piazza while Paolo Orsini ascended the silver stairs. He returned with this message: His Holiness's apartments were locked, nor could they make him hear. It was a common thought among the knights that Michael II had escaped. A monk offered to show them the secret passage where His Holiness might be even now. Many went. But Theirry followed the attendants to the gilt door of the ebony cabinet. They broke the lock and entered fearfully. On the floor, torn fragments of parchments, a pile of ashes with a ruby ring lying in the midst. Nothing else. His Holiness is in his chamber. We dare not enter. They had always been afraid of him. Even now his name held terror. "The Colonna waits our news," cried Theirry wildly. I dare enter." They tiptoed to the other gilt door. It took them some time to remove the lock. When at last the door gave and swung open, they shrunk away, but Theirry passed into the chamber. The sombre light of dawn filled it. Heavy shadows obscured the rich splendours of golden colours, of gleaming white walls. The men crept after him. It seemed to Theirry as if the world had stopped about them. On the magnificent purple bed lay the Pope. On his brow the tiara glittered, and on his breast the chasuble. The crozier lay by his side on the samite coverlet, and his feet glittered in their golden shoes. By the crozier was a letter and a jade bottle. The attendants shrieked and fled. Theirry crept to the bedside and took up the parchment. His name was over the top. He broke the seal. He read the fair writing: "If I be a devil, I go whence I came. If a man, I lived as one and died as one. If a woman, I have known love, conquered it, and by it have been vanquished. Whatsoever I am, I perish on the heights, but I do not descend from them. I have known things in their fullness and will not stay to taste the dregs. So, to you greeting, and not for long farewell." The letter fell from Theirry's hand, fluttered and sank to the floor. He raised his eyes and saw through the window the meteor blazing over Rome. Dead. He looked now at the proud smooth face on the pillow, the gems of the papal crown gleaming above the red locks, the jewelled chasuble sparkling in the strengthening dawn, until he was nearly fooled into thinking the bosom heaved beneath. He was alone. At least he could know. The air was like incense, sweet and stifling. His blood seemed to beat in his brain with a little foolish sound of melody. A shaft of grey light fell over the splendours of the bed, the roses and dragons, hawks and hounds, sewn on the curtains and coverlets. From the Pope's garments rose a subtle and beautiful perfume. " Ursula," said Theirry. He bent over the bed until the pearls in his ears touched his cheeks. Without, the thunder muttered. To know. He lifted the dead Pope's arm. There seemed to be neither weight nor substance under the stiff silk. He dropped the sleeve. His cold fingers unclasped the heavy chasuble. Underneath lay perfumed samite, white and soft. An awful sensation crept through his veins. He thought that under these gorgeous vestments was nothing, nothing — ashes. He did not dare to uncover the bosom that lay, that must lie, under the gleaming samite. But he must know. He lifted up the fair crowned head to peer madly into the proud features. It came away in his hands, like crumbling wood that may preserve, till touched, the semblance of the carving. So the Pope's head parted from the trunk. Theirry smiled with horror and stared at what he held. Then it disappeared, fell into ashes before his eyes, and the tiara rolled on to the floor. Gone, like an image of smoke. He sank across the headless thing on the bed. " Must I follow you to know — follow you to hell?" he whispered. Now he could open the rich garments. They were empty of all save dust. The strange, strong perfume was stinging and numbing his brain, his heart. He thought he heard the fiends coming for his soul at last. He hid his face in the purple silk robes and felt his blood grow cold.
The room darkened about him. He knew he was being drawn downwards into eternity. He sighed and slipped from the bed on to the floor. As his last breath hovered on his lips the meteor vanished, the thunder clouds rolled away from a fair blue sky, and a glorious sunrise laughed over the city. The reign of the Antichrist was ended. Through the Pope's chamber the notes of silver trumpets quivered, Balthasar's trumpets, as his hosts marched triumphantly into Rome.
End of section 35. Recording by Molly Craig. End of Black Magic by Marjorie Bowen.